Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We are here for virtual slow days. Thank you all for being with us. We are actually going to get started. It is 8 a.m. Pacific time here in California. So we know many people are calling in from many other places around either California, the US, and even international. We have over 300 students joining us today, and we're so excited to have you. So we will get started with our very first presentation. So for those I haven't met yet, my name is Dale Stoker. My pronouns are he, him, and his, and I'm the director for new student and transition programs. So that includes our open house program, slow days, and week of welcome in September. As the director for orientation, I have the pleasure of being the first to welcome you today. And as our tradition, we are going to get started with a land acknowledgement. Cal Poly sits on the traditional land of the Yaktitu Titu Yaktilhini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Yaktitu Titu Yaktilhini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Tilhini peoples have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which include all the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains toward Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. So for many of you, this may be your first time reconnecting with Cal Poly since you've accepted your admissions to Cal Poly, and we are so excited to have you with us today. In fact, just getting to slow days is a really big accomplishment. For our students, you're going to be a part of a class of just over 6,000 incoming new Mustangs from over 83,000 applications this year. So congratulations. That is a really big accomplishment for a record-breaking number of applications to Cal Poly. My hope for the students is over the next few years, you really find your second home here at Cal Poly, where you can grow as an individual, connect with the SLO and Cal Poly community, and like our motto states, learn by doing. I've been working at Cal Poly for over 10 years now, and I absolutely love the place that I get to call home for all those same reasons. I continue to grow as an individual. I feel very connected to our community, and I continue to learn by doing. So I remember when I went to my orientation, I was in a large auditorium space, and I went to this college in upstate New York, not knowing anyone else who was attending from my hometown. So I was really kind of trying to find my bearings and get adjusted to this new space. And I remember I sat down next to another orientation incoming student. Her name was Nicole. I'm still friends with Nicole today. And Nicole was funny and outgoing and confident. And I knew that she was going to make 100 friends by the end of that orientation session, but that wasn't going to be me. In fact, I was really starting to doubt how I was going to start to feel comfortable in this new place that I had chosen and how I was going to start to make friends. For many of you, you may be in a very similar situation, coming to Cal Poly, maybe from out of state or somewhere else, and not knowing anyone else here at Cal Poly, and that's okay. Through slow days and through Week of Welcome, we are here to help you start to build those connections with your classmates, with our community, and with our whole area. So I remember during my orientation, I ended up playing pickup sports with some other first-year students. I signed up for a volunteer project that weekend, and on the first day of classes, I went to a club meeting to see what they were talking about. By the end of my first year, I joined the club. I tried out for a varsity team. I did over 200 hours of community service. But most importantly, I'd really started to make those connections and friends along the way. It just took a little bit of time and just had me just keep showing up day after day for me to really start to make those friendships. And many have lasted for so long. So by my second year, I actually joined orientation. I got to move back to my campus a little bit early, catch up with my friends, and then we got to welcome in our new class of students. And by my senior year, I was one of our student leaders planning our week of welcome. And I really found my passion in working with orientation leaders, as well as welcoming in the new students into my community. And it's a responsibility that I very took on because I was so passionate about my space. So this is actually from my senior year. This is always a fun game. If you can find 21-year-old Dale in this photo, No, I am not the mascot. I don't think I was tall enough at the time, but I am right there. So I share that because we really put a lot of value and emphasis on our orientation space. When you come for Week of Welcome, you're going to meet our 500, 600 Week of Welcome orientation leaders, and they are so excited to get to know you and help you get connected to Cal Poly. Now, I graduated from my university almost 20 years ago, but I will share two of my best friends still today are those I met at orientation. It's actually my wife, Mary, and my best man, Drew, from my photo here. Um, I share this because I have no anticipation that you all are going to, find your best friend or your soulmate at orientation, but you might. I had no idea that 20 years ago I would meet these two amazing individuals that have changed my life forever. And I just showed up to an orientation space like this. So I put that out there because showing up is really the first step in this journey. Now, you have all shown up for Slow Days because you've chosen to join our Cal Poly community. And that's responsibility that we don't take lightly. We know that there's a lot of time and effort that goes into getting oriented and acclimated to a new space. And that's what we're here to do through Slow Days. Through our intentional activities, presentations, not only starting here today, but into Week of Welcome, we're really going to give you the foundation for you to be successful here at Cal Poly because no one can do this by themselves. I guarantee that the faculty, staff, current students, and even maybe some of those here in the Zoom space will have an impact on your Cal Poly journey. And those connections are going to start today. So these are a number of the presentations that we're hopefully going to go through today that will start to get you oriented here at Cal Poly. I promise you're going to receive a lot of information. You're going to hear from a lot of our great campus partners who are experts in these areas. But most importantly, you're going to start to really see the values of Cal Poly and get connected to our campus, even if it is in a virtual space. So as I wrap up here, I wanted to say thank you again for joining us for Slow Days. We're so excited to see you at Week of Welcome in September. And now I'm going to turn it over to our Associate Vice President of Student Affairs, Yuki Murphy.
Hey, good morning, all you students. Welcome to Virtual Slow Days. Hey, so before we begin, Dale's going to turn on the chat function. I would love to hear from you. So if you want to open up the chat and drop in real quick where you're zooming from, where you're coming from, that would be great. Connecticut, Washington, oh my gosh. I saw Hawaii. Amazing. San Francisco, lots of Californias, lots of Washington, D.C.s, Long Beach, Illinois. Wow. Okay. Fantastic. This is great. I love the virtual slow day session because it brings so many different people from all over. So my name's Yuki Murphy. I use she, her pronouns, and I am one of your assistant vice presidents in student affairs. On behalf of this university and our leadership, I would like to formally welcome you here to Cal Poly and say congratulations on your enrollment. Like Dale said, you are one of the select students of among more than 83,000 applicants, and that is by far the most we've ever had to be part of our newest Mustang class. So I am so happy you're here, and I'm so happy that you chose to become a Mustang. You know, today is the start of a very important new journey for you. As a Mustang, you will be part of a special community that when you graduate, you'll be joining an entire global network of more than 230,000 other Cal Poly alum. I'm also a Cal Poly alum. My husband is a Cal Poly alum. We did not meet during college, but we did meet later in our lives. And even many, many of my closest friends still today are all from Cal Poly. So it's a really tight network. My family and I just live just a few blocks away. And, you know, it's right in the midst of where many students, faculty, and other staff live. And I've made it my aspiration for the past 16 years to be part of contributing to your success. So this isn't just a professional thing for me, it's also very personal. So I'd like to start off by just talking about learn by doing. It's the heart and soul of Cal Poly, and it's everywhere. Back in 1901, when we were founded as a residential campus, it was this idea that would bridge the theoretical and applied learning. It's kind of like teaching of the head and the hand working together, and has since evolved into this bigger thing, much more like a lifestyle that it lives today. It's everywhere and everything that you will do here. And it may even be the reason why you came here. And it's certainly a reason why many students do so well. Students will, at all levels, you will be exposed to learn by doing in this type of experiential learning from the very beginning. You'll experience this in the classroom, in labs, even in the recreation center, and pretty much all other of those co-curriculars that you do. It is, in my opinion, broken down many boundaries and really given students from all kinds of disciplines a better way to learn more deeply, and I think create a more approachable way to learn new things. But, learn by doing is an ethos, and ethoses, I believe, should evolve over time. So if my hope for you is that you dig into learn by doing, you make it your own version, and you run with it. So be daring, push the boundaries of possibilities, and do good for others. Like Dale mentioned, you'll be going over a lot of really important things over this next few days. And yeah, it's going to feel like a lot. It's a lot of information. And yes, you're probably not going to know everything by the start of school, but that is absolutely okay because we're going to help you all along the way. So throughout today, and when you come back for week of welcome and move in, we're going to provide you with a foundation so that you can get started on the many aspects of student life. And those things are starting off with just building relationships. You're going to do that through orientation, through your academic advising, residential life, and many other things. You're also going to get more involved during WOW. We're going to start to expose you to the hundreds of different clubs and organizations in our campus and community. We have student leadership opportunities, community service opportunities, and all kinds of great ways to get connected. Now, my advice for all of you is that by the end of the first year, you find one thing that is meaningful for you to do outside of the classroom. It may be joining a club, maybe a part-time job, a volunteer experience, whatever that may be, find that one thing because research shows a lot of positive impacts from doing this. And it's also a really great way to make some friends. We're also going to really focus in on helping you learn more about our health and wellness resources. And trust me, taking care of yourself is critical to your success. That's why you'll have access to a very wide variety of health, well-being, and counseling services. You'll also have access to the recreation center, our rec programs, fields, intramural sports programs, and outdoor adventure programs, which are all part of your ASI fee. So please take advantage of all these things. They're all fantastic things to be part of. And when you need it, we also have financial and basic needs assistance programs that are here for you to get through some tough times. And believe me, we all go through them once or twice in our lives. Another really important thing that we're going to really focus on is really helping you get to know our inclusion and belonging programs. Starting off in a new place can be very different and feel a bit uncomfortable. And don't worry, that won't always be the case. I want you to take the time to learn about other people's point of views and their experiences. Show compassion and a willingness to engage in some of these conversations that you'll be in over the coming months. There will also be times when you're just simply surviving. And if and when that happens, please know that we are here for you. I promise you, as an older Mustang, these experiences will make you stronger and more human in the end. And lastly, we're going to begin to help you dive into your professional growth. We have a 4- and 5-year career planning program that all begin with our freshman focus teams. Our career services teams have tons of ways for you to start building your professional network through career connections, various mixers, career fairs, and student alumni events. So moving on to this next stage of your life, this is a time for you to create your own journey. And at Cal Poly, we want you to thrive academically, socially, and personally. So that means finding the people and the places and the passion that matter to you most. So as you see in this picture, every path is different and should be. And this right here is a photo of Cerro San Luis, which is a very popular hiking trail just a mile or two off campus that likely many of you will be going on during Week of Welcome. I'd also want to talk about ways that we can help you along the way. And so we've created some tools that make it easier for you to discover some activities at Cal Poly and what we have to offer. Cal Poly Now is a great go-to guide for events, clubs, and opportunities for you to get involved on and off campus. If you use this website, you'll be able to explore literally hundreds of events, follow clubs and orgs, and even find workshops and leadership programs in here. So go ahead and even scan that QR code that's on there, download the app, go to the website. It's a great resource for you. And last, I'd like to talk about something important to all of us as Mustangs. As you're building your path, it's also important to know about the community that you're joining. So being part of a community also means upholding the values and pride of a Mustang. So we call this the Mustang Way. It's about how we treat each other and and ourselves. And it's about how we embrace one another, how we lead by example, accept responsibility, and really have a positive impact on the community. These aren't just words for us. These really are values that we believe in that guide us in creating safe spaces for all students and community members to thrive on and off campus. So as you begin orientation, you're going to start to have more conversations around these values, and this will continue throughout your time here. My goal is to help you leave Cal Poly not just with a degree, but as a better, more compassionate person, shaped by all these incredible experiences you're going to have over the next several years. So that's the bigger picture and why we do what we do. So just to conclude, I just want to say welcome again to Cal Poly. I'm so glad you're here, and I'm so glad that you joined our community. Thanks for being here, and enjoy the rest of your day. And now I'm very happy to introduce our ASI president, Mr. Mark Cabalesa.
Great. Thank you so much, Yuki. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Cabaleza, and this year I have the privilege of serving as the ASI president. Now, a little bit about me is I'm a fourth-year bioresource and agriculture engineering major. I was originally born in the Philippines, and I moved here to the Central Coast when I was about 9 years old, and I've loved living here ever since. This year, I have the privilege of serving as the ASI president. So last year, I was elected by the student body to serve as the main representative for all of you to higher administration. And in this role, I get to work on initiatives that provide more resources to you, make this campus more accessible, and ultimately provide you all with the ultimate college experience. But enough about me. Congratulations. I think that we all know how hard of a university this is to get into. So be proud of the work that you've done in the last 4 years to get here. The next 4 years here at Cal Poly are going to be amazing because you've put in so much work to get here already. Now, I know that you all have a long day, so I'm going ahead and try and keep this speech short and give you all 3 pieces of advice that I wish I got my freshman year before I came into Cal Poly. Now, my first slide is try new things. These 2 photos kind of encapsulate what it means to try new things for me. The first photo to your left is me at my Cal Poly Beach Club volleyball formal my freshman year. Now, I used to play basketball and volleyball and track and field growing up, and beach volleyball was always something that me and my friends did for fun. Next thing you know, when we were freshmen here at Cal Poly, we saw this sign that said, try out for the beach volleyball team. And next thing you know, I was traveling up and down the state competing at different competitions, meeting some amazing people, and actually landing my first job because of the people that I met on my beach volleyball team. So I encourage all of you, if there's something, a hobby or a sport that you've been wanting to try, just do it because you never know what opportunities you'll encounter and how amazing those opportunities are going to be. Now, the second photo to the right is me shaving my best friend's head freshman year. So I encourage all of you, if you want to buzz your head or try a new haircut, just do it because you never know how good you're going to look unless you do it. Now, my best friend actually hated this haircut, but I think this goes to show that sometimes you're going to try new things here that you don't like, and that's okay. No matter how big or how small the mistake is, know that you can continue growing, you continue learning from it, because I guarantee you that everyone here at Cal Poly has already made a mistake and has probably been in the same thought process as you. So pick your head up and keep moving if something doesn't work out. And remember, you don't have it all figured out right now. So just stay curious and stay open. College is not just about finding answers, but it's about discovering things that matter to you most. So don't be afraid to explore and try new things. Now, my second piece of advice is talk to new people. Now, it was exactly 3 years ago when I showed up to my first slow days. I remember that I just met some new people. We went out to dinner to In and Out. And when I got back, I was walking back to Yakitutu dorms to go to bed. And these two people, Mia and Cole, ran up to me and said, "Where did you get your In and Out from?" Now, that conversation that started around 10 p.m. lasted until 3 a.m. that next morning. And I can safely say that me and Cole are some of my bestest friends. So I encourage all of you, once you come to campus, maybe it's a person across your dorm or a person that you sit next to in class, step outside your comfort zone and talk to them because you never know the connections and friendships that you'll make. Every stranger and everybody here at Cal Poly has the potential to become your lifelong friend, a teammate, or someone who changes your life. And I'm not guaranteeing all of you to find your significant other or your partner, but I encourage all of you to start the conversation because you never know what the connection will turn out into. And then lastly, have fun. Ah, there it is. Yes, you are here to study, but remember that you're also here to live. You are 18 years old. Some of you probably a little older, a little younger. So laugh and make some unforgettable memories. Some of you on that chat, I saw are from Texas and Idaho. So go ahead and try new things like going to the ocean, because I'm sure some of you have never seen that before. So don't forget to have fun. Here at Cal Poly, because I decided to have fun, I've been on amazing adventures. I tried surfing on the first time. I've gone on a plane with my friend. I've gone to so many different dance recitals. And I know that there's my best friend's brother is in this Zoom. Hey, Tommy, I hope that you're listening. So I encourage all of you, don't forget to have fun. There's going to be so many opportunities for you to explore and grow. So remember that you'll have fun just as long as you try new things and talk to new people. And then lastly, thank you. If you scan this QR code, this will lead you to the Cal Poly ASI President page. I hope that all of you scan this QR code. If you follow this Instagram page throughout this year, I'm going to be posting stuff about how you can get involved, what are some of the cool things that are happening here at Cal Poly, and ultimately how you can make this college experience the best possible in the next 4 years. I will say I'm close to 2,000 followers. Whoever my 2,000 follower is, know that there's a surprise out there for you. So scan that QR code and follow that. But anyways, I want to say thank you for allowing me to be here. Know that college is your chance to grow and learn and have the time of your life. So don't be afraid to try new things, have fun, and to meet new people. These moments will become some of your best memories, so just do it. Thank you so much. I'm excited to see all of you soon here at Cal Poly, and I'll go ahead and pass it off to Madison Rollins to give you guys the next thing. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. My name is Madison Rollins. I am one of the members of our orientation leadership team. I'm here just to introduce some of our other team, some of our professional staff, and other student staff. So we first off, I would like to introduce our coordinators. We have Olivia Hayes, who's our lead coordinator, Ali Lamafa, who's one of our program coordinators, and Emily May, who's our other program coordinator. Not only within new student entrances program do we do slow days and wow, but we actually also do open house. I'm pretty sure many of you have gone or went to open house. Thank you so much for coming. We greatly appreciate it. But that usually happens in April of every year. Um, we have our own staff and team and student staff who helps work and plan and run our open house every year. So truly thankful for all of them. Um, Yes. So now I would go ahead and like to introduce our orientation leadership team. This is a team comprised of about 10 student staff here at Cal Poly. So first off, I would like to introduce our administration and logistics chairs. My name is Madison Rollins. I am now a graduate student here at Cal Poly in the single subject teaching credential program, specifically getting my credential in social science. And then next we have Mason Alexander, who is a third year psychology major with a minor in experience in industry management, and he uses he, him, his pronouns. Next, we have our training and programming chairs, Lily Wareham, who's a fourth year English major who uses she, her pronouns, and Brittany Hibbard, who's a fourth year transfer student getting her degree in business marketing and uses she, her pronouns. Next, we have our activities chairs. First off, we have Erica Calderon, a third year environmental management and protection major with a minor in law and society and uses she, her pronouns. Next, we have Jacob Acosta, fourth year biology major using he, him, his pronouns. And lastly, we have Oshin McClory, a fourth year applied mathematics major with a minor in economics and uses he, him, his pronouns. Next, we have our cross-cultural experience chairs. First off, we have Marisol Mata, who's going to be a fourth year plant science major using she, her, ea pronouns, and Juliet Mendoza, who's also going to be a fourth year architect major using she, her pronouns. And last but not least, we have our transfer and supporter chair, Anna Leon, who just graduated from Cal Poly with her degree in psychology and uses she, her pronouns. But next, I would like to invite up our next presenters for Student Life Essentials.
Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's see here. Here we go. So I'm Joy Peterson. I'm the Dean of Students here at Cal Poly. Good morning. Welcome to Slow Days. And like many of the folks who shared before me, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and how I ended up in this role as the Dean of Students at Cal Poly. So I was actually born and raised here on the Central Coast. I'm a local. And when I graduated from high school, I went to a small private liberal arts college in Southern California. And I did all the things that I do not recommend. And I'm actually not going to talk about drugs and alcohol this morning with you. I brought my car to campus, which we actually don't allow first year students to do here at Cal Poly anymore. I came home almost every weekend. And if I wasn't here coming home to visit my family, I was visiting my friends at UC Santa Barbara. And I had a off-campus job and I never went to office hours. And when I graduated from that school, I was extremely dissatisfied. I didn't want to go back. I didn't think anybody there knew my name, and I didn't certainly didn't want to give back. And shortly after I graduated, I moved back to the Central Coast and I started working at Cal Poly. And I was working with students who were involved in multiple activities across the university, co-curricular. They were doing research, they were involved in clubs, they were getting amazing jobs and coming back year after year after they graduated to visit me and other people here at Cal Poly. And they were giving back to the programs that made a difference to them. And that's what I want your college experience to be like. I want you to take advantage of all the opportunities here at Cal Poly. You're going to get out of it what you put into it. And I hope that something that we share with you this morning will resonate with you. Jason and I are here to tell you what we think you need to know to be successful in this presentation, Student Life Essentials. So if you want to follow me, I do have an Instagram. It's Cal Poly DOS. And I think I have Mark beat on my followers. But I have a teenage daughter who checks my Instagram every night. And she does tell me how well I've done and judges me based on how many new followers I have. So if you want to help me out, you can definitely follow me here. And I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Mockford, and I'm the Senior Director for Leadership and Service. This photo was taken on our only cold day on campus. And I'm imagining you all laughing because I can't hear you, but it's a good joke. All right. I'm here to share what I think you need to know to make the most of the Cal Poly experience. And I know a little bit about that. I came here from Auburn, California, and as a freshman, I lived right down the road at Yosemite Hall. And I remember arguing with my parents about whether I should bring my car to college. Back then, you could do that. And 26 years ago, I witnessed some very special fireworks as my car erupted on I-80 on the way to a 4th of July weekend at Lake Tahoe. And I'm also imagining you all being, laughing at that and being concerned for my safety. So I appreciate both of those things. I was alone, thankfully, or thankfully I was unscathed, but that settled the debate about the car pretty swiftly. My car did not make it to college or even back to the state of California. In some ways, I'm glad. I do miss that car, but it meant I showed up to Cal Poly fully invested in the experience on campus. I got involved in my hall council representing my tower. I joined a community service club and another related to my major. And ultimately, my friend convinced me to become a WOW leader, which unbeknownst to me would set me on an entirely new career path and a second degree from Cal Poly. And it connected me with a social network that is still vibrant and strong today. I've seen students make lifelong friends, find amazing mentors, and come back to visit year after year once they've graduated. And we want Cal Poly to feel like your home. But as Joy said, you're going to get out of it what you put into it. And you might have to put yourself outside of your comfort zone. You might need to introduce yourself to new people, go to a club meeting, go to office hours with your faculty, maybe get an on-campus job. And it might not work out the first time, so you might have to try again. But our commitment to you, both Joy and I, is that we're here to help you have the best college experience possible. We support and advocate for students across the university, and we work with students, parents, faculty, campus partners, and community members to help students achieve their full potential and have the best possible experience at Cal Poly. And thankfully, we don't do our jobs alone. We have a whole ton of student affairs professionals who are here for you.
So you've heard from several speakers already this morning, and I hope that you're starting to see how many of us care about your success. And there's even more of us in student affairs. So student affairs promotes student success throughout the Cal Poly experience by providing learn by doing opportunities, delivering innovative student-centered programs, supporting personal growth, encouraging lifelong connections, and empowering all students within a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. So before Jason and I dive into the opportunities here at Cal Poly, I'd like to invite you to reflect for a moment on what you enjoyed doing or what you were involved with before you got here today. So this might include community service, student government, a club, dance, theater, band, a job, something like sports, club sports, or high school sports. And the good news is we have all of those here as well. So that is a great place for you to think about what you did before you got here and where you might get connected now. And we're going to share these opportunities around our core values of leadership, community, social justice, advocacy, and student success.
So approximately 20% of our students are affiliated with fraternities and sororities. And this fall, there's going to be 38 different organizations on campus, each providing a unique experience while connecting students to a larger community network. Annually, our fraternity and sorority members raise approximately $400,000 for philanthropic causes and engage in over 60,000 hours of volunteer community service. We also have a Center for Leadership, which is located in the University Union, and this program offers a leadership certificate for emerging leaders and other programs. And it's a great way to learn about leadership opportunities and grow your leadership skills. And it's open to all students. You don't have to have any official leadership positions or any prior experience to get involved. And on a campus of over 20,000 students, it's important for students to find a sense of community. Many students find their community in housing, in their major, in a club, band, and other areas on campus. These are places where students can get personal with their passions and know that other people have their back. We have over 500 clubs and organizations where students can connect with other students who share the same interests. Last year, clubs hosted over 15,000 events and activities. And we did the math. That averages 67 events per day. So there's always something going on around here. Among them, we have a very strong club sports program with 30 recognized teams. Our club sports compete nationally and rank extremely highly, including taking home 3 national titles last year. If we don't already have a club you're interested in, we can definitely help you start one. Student diversity and belonging offers many centers and spaces that provide opportunities for all students to connect with others around identity, culture, gender and sexuality, and other shared identities. These include the Multicultural Center, Latinx Center, Native and Indigenous Center, Pride Center, Gender Equity Center, Dream Center, Black Academic Excellence Center, and Men and Masculinity. And these centers provide welcoming spaces and host educational events around identity exploration, cultural expression, and intersectionality, and they're open to all students. Social justice is also integrated into everything we do related to student life. And there are some programs that I'd like to highlight that really provide some specific opportunities for students to engage. So our Alternative Breaks program was created by a passionate student about 20 years ago, and you can see our team in New Orleans here on the left. Every year, it takes students around the world to do service work during our academic breaks. This year, students traveled to service trips to Catalina and just returned from a trip to Vietnam. Several years ago, our students created an original series of monologues to replace the tradition of performing the vagina monologues at Cal Poly. Students, faculty, and staff write and perform narratives from our own campus community that explore important topics such as gender, feminism, race, ethnicity, culture, body image, sexual violence, love, power, and privilege. We have a strong tradition of advocacy at Cal Poly, and in this picture, you can see our Safer space in the University Union. Safer provides programs and services related to sexual assault recovery, advocacy, and prevention. And we have full-time professional Safer advocates who are confidential and they support survivors. And our Safer office is leading the way for other universities in violence prevention. And the other picture shows food distribution happening on campus. Student volunteers staff our food pantry and provide peer-to-peer advocacy for food and housing insecure students. And of course, student success is our entire reason for being here, and we want to see students thriving and succeeding at Cal Poly and beyond. The Center for Military Connected Students is a welcoming place for our student veterans and dependents of veterans. They have an amazing crew of staff ready to assist you with resources, guides, and answering whatever questions you might have. I also recommend checking out the wealth of knowledge on their website. The Disability Resource Center has access specialists who help registered students with various accommodations for them to be academically and personally successful at Cal Poly.
So as you can see, there are lots of ways to get involved, and I hope that something we shared with you this morning really resonated with you and seemed like a place where you could find yourself, your community, and develop a sense of belonging. Research shows that the more connected students are, the more co-curricular activities they're involved in, the more successful they're going to be, both personally and academically. So that includes graduation rates, retention rates, job placement rates, academic performance. So there are a lot of reasons why we want to see you and help you get connected. Now, as the Dean of Students, I feel I have an obligation to share with you some words of wisdom. I've been at Cal Poly for over 20 years, and I've been the Dean of Students for just over 5 years. And so I've worked with a lot of students. And I also work with WOW leaders who are typically second-year students returning to Cal Poly to help out with WOW. And I often hear them say, this is the first time that I feel like I belong here. I know my way around. I know what's going on. I'm able to navigate campus. I feel like I've found my people. And that tells me that it takes about a full year to really feel like you've got the hang of things. I also hear first year students, often in fall quarters, saying things like, I'm the only one who doesn't know what's happening. I'm the only one who hasn't made friends. And because I hear so many first year students say those things, it leads me to believe that they're not the only ones, that this is actually a very common experience. And so my tip is that it often takes longer than you think it should to feel connected and feel like you have a hang of Cal Poly. And so give yourself some time, be patient, have grace with yourself. And of course, if you are feeling very lonely, isolated, or anxious, please reach out to me in the Office of the Dean of Students or another trusted resource that we've shared here today, because we all want to help you succeed and have the best possible experience here at Cal Poly.
So we have four elements of the college experience outside the classroom that must not be missed. The first one we've been discussing at length, which is getting involved and connected. And I know you heard about Cal Poly Now a little earlier. It's an app that's going to help you find all the opportunities mentioned this morning and more. So never fear if you weren't able to capture every juicy morsel we've mentioned this morning. Instead, download the Cal Poly Now app and begin to tailor your college experience. And the second element of the college experience that must not be missed is finding all the free food. Cal Poly Now helps you with that too. It's got a toggle in the feed that will show you to your next free pizza, donuts, or whatever is out there. I'm sure if you go to the clubs and organizations area, they'll give you this very specific demo. And the third element of the college experience is asking lots of questions. So don't be shy about seeking answers over the next few days or the next few years. This is your experience to own, and we're here to cheer you on. And so if you need to reach out to Joy or I to ask any questions after this session, please feel free to do so. We'd really love to meet you. And the fourth element of the college experience is free stuff. And we got these really cool glasses, and I have a whole ton of them. So if you come visit me in the University Union when you're on campus in room 217, we'll go ahead and give you a pair of these. Thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Alrighty, everyone, we will begin our next presentation in 8 minutes. So if you need to grab something to drink, grab something to eat, run to the restroom, now would be the time. Again, we'll start the next presentation in 8 minutes, so at 8:50 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Alrighty, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get started again. So I would like to invite up Annie Amos and Cynthia Alfaro for Journey to Academic Success.
Perfect. Thank you, Madison. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Avila Alfaro. I am an academic advisor in the Mustang Success Center, and I'm really excited to be here.
And I'm Annie Amos, pronoun she, her, and I'm also an academic advisor in the Mustang Success Center.
Welcome. This is going to be Journey to Academic Success for all first year students. For today's goals, you're going to learn a little bit about what advising looks like at Cal Poly. We're going to review academic transitions to Cal Poly because it's maybe a little bit different than what you're used to from high school. We're also going to go over discovering your major and your degree breakdown, as well as discussing fall quarter classes.
Then later today, at the end of the day, we're going to have another presentation with Cynthia and I called Toolkit. And at that time, we're going to talk more about navigating your portal, talk about your transfer credit, go into some details about how to find your fall class schedule, and start to introduce your academic tools.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about what academic advising looks like at Cal Poly. Here at Cal Poly, you'll have a team of academic advisors, so you don't necessarily have one specific person designated to you. You'll have a team to help you navigate the next few years. This could look a little bit different than what you're used to at high school. Maybe you had like a high school counselor that you went to for everything. So we'll go over exactly what that looks like. Yeah. So the Mustang Success Center is your first year advising center for academic advising. We have drop-in hours from, we're usually available Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So all day for you to come during whether that's on your day off when you don't have classes or in between courses, whatever that looks like for you. We are kind of home base for all first year students, in which, like, if you don't know where to go for something, come to us. We will point you in the right direction. But we really have a lot of conversations with students about change of major. That's a really big one. If you're looking to add a minor, if you need help registering for classes, learning more about your registration tools, going over your transfer credit, learning about your degree requirements, we're kind of going to be your stop for that. Okay, and then within the Mustang Success Center, we have what are called first year learning outcomes. So by the end of your first year, we expect you to know all of these because as you transition into your second year, you will actually switch from advising center, and your second year advising center will expect you to know all of these. Um, so the first one is going to be identifying the appropriate advising center to utilize based on your year of enrollment at Cal Poly. Like I said, for first year students, that's going to be the Mustang Success Center. We work with all majors, all colleges. So no matter what department you're in or what major you are, if you're a first year student, your advising center is the Mustang Success Center. We also want you to be able to identify academic resources relevant to your individual academic needs, as well as identify which registration tool to utilize in each step of the enrollment process, and interpret academic policies related to your particular circumstances. There's kind of no one size fits all sometimes, so specific to you. Yeah, and like I mentioned, we'll expect you to know these as you kind of transition to your second year.
Yeah, and we have those drop-in hours that Cynthia talked about, 5 days a week, come in person, come on Zoom, where we try to be accessible and available to students as much as possible. And then you'll also see us throughout the year in different workshops or maybe coming into your classrooms. We're going to have some block schedule info sessions coming up next week or this week and next week to go over how to read your block schedule and if you need to make changes. We'll be presenting to you again at Week of Welcome. We might come into your intro classes. We're going to have some class registration workshops later in the year. So when you're actually building your schedules out, and if you're interested already in a change of major, you might be. We're going to have a change of major workshop at Week of Welcome, and then we'll have a few throughout the year to go over what that process looks like and what all the policies are and how you can get yourself set up to do that. So, like Cynthia said, the Mustang Success Center is your first year advising center. So, we help you all throughout your first year. We help kind of teach you college, teach you how to sign up for those classes, where to go on campus, all those questions, everything. But at the end of your first year, you're going to be like experts at Cal Poly. You'll be the ones answering questions for other students on Reddit. You're going to totally like know your way around. And so you won't need us anymore. And so we will pass you on to your college advising center. So each college at Cal Poly has its own advising center, and they're the ones who can really help you with that like curriculum deep dive once you're like choosing a concentration or maybe doing study abroad or changing your graduation timeline. Any of those things that get a little bit more involved and more sticky and everything, you'll do those after your first year with your college advising center. And then throughout all of your years at Cal Poly, you also have access to faculty advising. And that's exactly what it sounds like. It's a faculty member who advises you. And our faculty at Cal Poly are awesome. They love working with students. We're like a teaching university, and they really want to build relationships with you. And so some of you will get assigned a faculty advisor, and some of you will need to seek it out a little bit. But I really, really highly recommend doing that. Your faculty are the ones who have worked in the field that you're interested in going into. They have contacts in the field. They can help you understand like what that job actually looks like. They're also the ones teaching the classes, so they're experts in that curriculum and knowing what the different classes within your department are like and maybe what's the best order to take those classes. And in a few years, you might be looking for an internship, looking for a job. You're going to want recommendations, references, and so building those relationships early is really going to help you out. So really highly recommend starting to meet some faculty in your first year, putting yourself out there, going to office hours, utilizing that faculty advising throughout all of your time. Use us in the Mustang Success Center in your first year. And then after your first year, you'll use your college advising center.
Yeah, so when we talk about college advising center, there are different colleges within Cal Poly, and maybe you're thinking, wait, isn't Cal Poly my college? So Cal Poly is the university, right? And then within the university, there are different colleges. So some of you may be College of Engineering if you're an engineering major. Maybe you're mechanical engineering. You are part of the College of Engineering within the university that is Cal Poly, just to clarify that. So each of the colleges that you see here, have their respective college advising center. So for example, you have, if you're a business student, you'll have OCOB advising. That will be where you go to for second year up until the point you graduate for advising. And same with all the other colleges. They each have their respective advising center. So we've gone a little bit over the colleges, over what advising at Cal Poly looks like, where you're going to go for each year you're in. Let's talk a little bit now about what exactly you need to do to graduate. So let's go over requirements and classes that you're going to be taking. So we'll start off with what will be one of your best friends for the next however many years you're here with us. This is your curriculum sheet. Your curriculum sheet is a checklist of all of the requirements that you need for your major in order to graduate with your bachelor's degree. So each curriculum sheet has three main areas. First up is your general education, in which we'll dive a little bit deeper into this in a second, but kind of the general curriculum in order to be a well-rounded individual, and it may even have some overlap with your major courses. Then we have your major courses. This is going to be kind of your field of study. If you're a business major, these are going to be your business classes, right? Then we'll have your support courses. These are things that support, right, as the name says, whatever field of study that you're in, but aren't necessarily exactly your major. Okay.
All right, so starting with those general education courses, we call them GEs here. So we use a lot of those acronyms. GE is a big one. And within your general education courses, these are classes that are required by all California State University students to take, and they're in 6 different subject areas. So they're area A, B, C, D, E, and F. And then within each of those areas, there are some sub areas. So, for example, under area A, we have A1, A2, and A3. You need to take a class in each one of those different sub areas in order to get your degree. So, area A, for example, is English language communication. And so, an A1 class is oral communication or public speaking. And, no matter what your major is, this is super important for your future career. Even if you are a math major, for example, we want you to be like a leader in your career. We want you to be going to conferences, presenting your work, collaborating with other people, other universities, other, places. And so you really need to learn how to public speak no matter what your major is. Same thing, A2 is written communication. Being a good writer is super valuable in whatever field you're in, and also super helpful throughout your time at Cal Poly. And so we're going to ask that you get that written communication, that oral communication class, both of those done in your first year so that you can use and hone and build those skills throughout your time here. And then A3 is critical thinking. So starting to bring it all together, bring in things from your field, from other fields, and to be able to use that. Area B is science and math. Area C is arts and humanities. Area D is social sciences. Area E is lifelong learning and self-development. And Area F is ethnic studies. So again, you need to take all of those classes. And I really want to encourage you to not think of these as like just requirements you need to like get done, get past as, quickly as you can, so you can focus on, what you're really interested in. These general education classes are super helpful in so many different ways. They help you, like I said, they help you build those life skills that are going to be helpful in any career, any volunteer, anything that you do, kind of moving forward. They're going to help you think sharper, build those critical thinking and problem solving skills, learn how to approach challenges differently. They're also going to help you connect the dots within your major. So, learning cross major different through different fields is really going to give you like more creativity in your field and more understanding. Also, it helps you try new things. Maybe you are not super excited about taking a history class, and then you take it and you discover you love that. And it's super interesting, and you want to take more classes in it, and maybe you want to minor in it. It might not be your major, you might not change majors, but it still could be a passion, an interest, a hobby that you take forward. They also can be super helpful to, give your brain a little bit of a break from, if you're working on one thing all the time, it's nice to diversify that and to have something different for your brain to think about. If you are a biology student, for example, and you're in biology, chemistry, and calculus every term, that's a lot on your brain, right? So it can be nice to take an arts class or to take a literature class or something different, right? And kind of stretch your brain in those different ways.
Yeah, exactly. And then switching gears here, let's talk a little bit more in depth about major courses. So remember, these are going to be the classes that are directly in your field of study. If you're an architecture major, these are those architecture classes. If you're a psychology major, these are those psychology courses. So you'll see a few different areas in your major, in the major section of your curriculum sheet. including electives and concentration courses as well. What's important to know is not every single major will have concentrations. So we can check that with your curriculum sheet. If it doesn't say it, it doesn't have one. But it is important to know that every single line here is a requirement that you need to complete. So let's take a little bit of a closer look. Perfect. So again, this is just an example, but it would have your specific major courses here. Um, so as you can see on the left-hand side, you will have the uh, prefix, is what we call it, of the major. So business classes are BUS. If you're, again, I'm going back to these same majors. Architecture, ARCH is what you're going to see here. For this case, we're just seeing major. So you'll see major 206, right? 207, so that's the course number. And then you will also see the full title of the class along with how many units each class is. So major 206 is, let's say, for example, business professionalism and career readiness. And then we see on the right-hand side, that class is 2 units, whereas all the other classes are 4 units. Okay, so typically each class is going to be 4 units, but it will specify, just as we're seeing here on that top line, that one is 2 units. So sometimes you'll see we have 1-unit courses, 2-unit courses, or even 5-unit courses here at Cal Poly. So remember that each line is a requirement that you'll need to complete. And by the time you graduate, you'll have those all marked off. Awesome. So let's talk a little bit more about major electives. The curriculum sheet here is going to guide you in how you choose those. And again, it's going to list the prefix. And we also want to take a look at the unit amount. So here, this requirement is asking you to do 4 units from this list of courses. We're going to go ahead and assume that each one of these courses is 4 units. So that means I can take Major 303, Introduction to International, whatever the major is. And as long as it's 4 units, I have completed that requirement. I don't have to do all of these because, like it says at the top, select from the following. It's asking me for 4 units. So as long as I complete 4 units from this requirement and this list here, that requirement is completed. Okay.
All right, same thing for support courses. So these are generally listed on your curriculum sheet on the left column in the bottom. And these are classes that are not within your department, but that are super important to understanding your major. So, for example, if you are an engineering major, then your support courses are going to be things like math, calculus classes, physics, chemistry. Those types of things are really important to your field of engineering, but they aren't within your major. So if you're biomedical engineering, for example, you'll have to take biology, you'll have to take calculus, you'll have to take physics. Those are things that are not biomedical engineering prefix. They're in other departments, but you still need to take them to complete your degree. Sometimes there are classes that your major is already requiring you to take in your major and support classes that happens to also count as a general education class, so as a GE. And so every once in a while, you'll see a class that is on your left side, and then it'll say in parentheses the GE area. And then over on the GE side, it will say, for example, 4 units in support. And then that unit column on the far right will be grayed out with a 0. So again, in this case, it looks like it's macroeconomics, which is an GE area D2 class. Since you're already needing to take that for this major, you don't have to take another D2 class. And so on the D2 side, it's grayed out. Doesn't mean you don't need to take a D2 class. It's that you need to take the specific one that your major is requiring. We call that double counting when your major or support class can count for a GE.
Perfect. So let's go over what exactly your bachelor's degree units are again. So we've got your general education units. We've also got your major units. We've got your support courses, and we also have free electives. This is going to give you the added total of your total degree units. And you might be asking, what are free electives exactly? So you'll see for this major in particular, this one is asking for anywhere between 21 to 25 free electives. Not all majors have this requirement. So again, it's going to be really important that you check your own curriculum sheet for your major. But if you do have that requirement, this is essentially kind of free courses. You can take any class. So if this particular person, I keep going back to this major, was an architecture major and they have these 20 something free electives, you can take something like bowling and that would count as a free elective. You can take a yoga class. I know a lot of people like those kind of where you take care of the horses. You can take one of those. That would count as a free elective because it's not a part of your GE, your major, or your support courses. Okay, and then where exactly can you find your curriculum sheet? There's two different places. So you can either go to flowcharts.calpoly.edu in your browser and find it there. You'll select your catalog year as 2022 through 2026, and then you'll go ahead and select your major. And if it asks you to choose a concentration, you will choose concentration not yet declared, because obviously you haven't chosen a concentration yet. You can also find it in your portal under the academics tab, and then it will show up as curriculum right below your flowchart as well.
Yeah, so we encourage you to pull this up, kind of look through it today. We'll go over it a little bit more later today as well. But it's a good thing to start getting familiar with over these next few weeks before classes start. All right, so if you have it pulled up, you don't actually have to raise your hand since we're on virtual here, but I want you to look at that curriculum sheet, look over in the general education section. So GEs, if you remember, are on the right side of your curriculum sheet. And then look to see if you have an A1 requirement. So see if you can find the A1 line. Check to see the units in the far right column to see if it says 4 or if it's zeroed out. And every one of you should have an A1 requirement. This is that oral communications, public speaking. It's required of every single major at Cal Poly. So everyone should see A1, should see 4 units on your curriculum sheet. Again, we'll dig more into this later today as well. All right. So that's kind of overwhelming. This is a big long list of all of these classes that you need to take. It can look like a lot at this point in time. So let's switch over and start thinking about step 1, which is your fall term, and what classes you'll take in the fall. So right now, Cal Poly is building out what we call a block schedule for you. And block schedule just means the schedule that we have pre-enrolled you in classes for. The way that we build that is that your major or department, whichever major or department you are currently in, has said, we want our freshman students to take these classes, these specific classes. If they already have credit in that one, then put them in this other one. If they have credit in that, put them in this other one, right? And so this is guided by your department. And so it's super important to stay in those classes. They also sent out a student interest survey to you earlier this summer. Hopefully you filled that out. That's going to guide some of those GEs that you get put into. Hopefully you also already sent in your transfer credit. So any community college credit, dual enrollment, AP, IB, anything like that. And they can take that all into account and not put you into a class that you already have credit for. So right now they're working through all of that. You've probably seen some classes popping up in there, but it is not final until August 6th. So that's tomorrow. I think it's 5 p.m. tomorrow is when that block schedule will be finalized and turned over to you to control moving forward. So I want you to think of it as like a gift from Cal Poly that you did not have to learn the registration system before you start. You did not have to fight with all the other students to get a seat into a class that you need. We're making sure that you're getting enrolled into classes that you need that are degree applicable, and saving you a lot of that stress. You do have a chance to make changes to that schedule if you need to, and we'll talk more about that this afternoon at the academic toolkit presentation.
So now that we've gone over your requirements for your degree and we've gone over fall scheduling, let's go over what it looks like to be transitioning into Cal Poly. So Cal Poly works on the quarter system currently, which moves very quickly. So this means that during the academic year, you'll have 3 quarters. You'll have fall, winter, spring quarter, and you'll see here, you'll have 10 weeks of classes plus a week of finals. This is probably different to what you're used to from high school, which probably worked on semesters, in which you just had fall and spring semester. In high school, you probably had 15 weeks of classes and 1 week of finals. So it doesn't sound like a huge difference, maybe on paper, but actually going through the quarter system, you'll see it will feel a lot different. Some of your friends might have syllabus week. Here at Cal Poly, it kind of just you'll dive into your academics right away. And then maybe you hear other friends that you know at different institutions talk about Dead Week, which is kind of the week before finals where nothing's happening. Again, you'll still be kind of learning and reviewing stuff. So it does move a lot more quickly than maybe what you're used to. So every quarter you will have a new set of classes. So this is kind of where that kind of comes in and moving super quickly. You don't choose your classes and stick with them for each of the quarters. You will be moving on to new material, new professors every single quarter. During your first year, you'll get a block schedule each quarter. A full block schedule is guaranteed for a fall quarter. However, moving forward, um, you may get a partial block schedule, and that is anywhere from 0 to about 16 units. So we really encourage you to get familiar with your registration tools in case you are one of those people who ends up not getting a block schedule in the future quarters. You know exactly what to do, you know who to contact to kind of build out your schedule or help you build out your schedule. Classes that you'll take will mostly consist of major support, those GE courses that we went over in the curriculum sheet. 12 units is full time. Um, but students typically take about anywhere from 12 to 18 units per quarter. We do recommend an average of 15 units, and this kind of works a little differently because classes are typically 4 units. So 15, 16 units per quarter on average for timely graduation. That will largely also depend on what credit you have that transferred over as well. And then as you look at your curriculum sheet and as you get familiar with it and how many units each of those classes are, again, most classes are going to be 4 units, but you'll have the occasional 1 unit course, 2, even 5 unit courses built in there as well.
Okay, so another way that things are going to be a little bit different is that your schedule is going to look really different. In high school, you probably go to school at 8 or 9 in the morning. You stay until 3 or 4 p.m. You go from class to class to class. You're fully booked out. You do most of your work in that class. It's pretty highly scheduled, regimented there. When you're at Cal Poly, it's not going to look like that. You will be in class for a lot less time, and it's going to be scattered throughout the week and different every term. So for example, here you can see, you've got classes that start in the morning, then you get a break, a short class, then a longer break, maybe no classes at the end of the day on Friday, right? They're kind of scattered throughout. And they can go anytime from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m., maybe even 10 p.m. So what you're going to need to do is really kind of it's your responsibility to stay on top of getting to those different classes and then using that time that's between those classes most effectively. So like I said, you're in class for a shorter amount of time. The professor is going to expect that you're doing the work outside of class, that you're putting in the work to study ahead of time and being prepared for class so that you can ask questions, understand what's going on during that hour and a half that you have. And then they're going to give you more things to do, or it just needs to be self-guided learning during all of these big blocks of time that you have off. So it maybe looks like a lot of free time, but it's not exactly free time. It's time that you're going to have to try to use as effectively as you can.
So we now have a question for all of you to reflect on, and that's how many hours per week did you study in high school? Um, was it zero? And, maybe you were just very gifted and were able to ace all your classes like that. Was it 1 to 5, 6 to 12, 13 plus? So take a second, reflect on that. Think back to all the years that you've kind of been in high school and kind of what that looked like for you.
For me, it was definitely on that lower end, the 0 or 1 to 5 end. I don't know about you, Cynthia.
Me too, Annie. Yeah, maybe the occasional 1 through 5 if there was
Yeah.
a big test coming up, but definitely in that lower range. Okay, and now we want to ask how many hours do you anticipate studying in college? Again, this is assuming, you're a full-time student, stuff like that. So again, is it 0? Hopefully not. Is it 1 to 10, 11 through 20, 21 to 30, or 31 plus hours?
All right, drum roll, please, for the amount of hours that you actually will need to study while here at Cal Poly.
So 25 to 35. This is a huge thing at Cal Poly, and you're probably thinking to yourself, that can't be right. That is no way am I going to be studying that much. But it is. And it is the 25-35 kind of rule that we call it. So national research shows that to be a successful college student, you'll need about 2 hours per unit per week like it says there at the bottom. So if you're enrolled in 16 units, that means you'll need to be studying for about 32 hours per week. And then from an advisor perspective, this 25-35 is pretty accurate. You'll be surprised. And this doesn't necessarily just mean, when we think of studying, I think we think of you sitting at your desk in the dark with a little desk light, and just kind of cramming in stuff with your textbook. This also could mean like study groups. This could mean going to your professor's office hours and having a conversation about maybe you review a test, right? Maybe you review some material with them. This also looks like going to tutoring, right? Getting an essay reviewed by the Writing and Learning Center. So there's so many different ways that this kind of will play a role in how you can meet these hours per week. But definitely start encouraging you to start thinking about how exactly this will look like for you. I know for me, it took me a while to get used to office hours, but once I started going to office hours, it was so helpful. Oh my goodness. To actually go in and review with the person who's teaching you this content, it's so, so helpful. Annie, anything to say about that?
Yeah, I definitely had when I started college a million years ago. I was in a calculus class my first term, and I thought, this is so easy. Like I go to class 3 hours a week and I don't have any homework and no problem whatsoever. And then I got to my first midterm and I was like, oh, like my professor didn't assign us problem sets because my particular professor wasn't really interested in grading problem sets. But we had the textbook, we had the materials. he was teaching us in class, and then we were expected to strengthen that on our own between classes. And so I got to that midterm and I looked at it and I was like, wow, I really should have been doing problem sets all week, even though my professor did not assign them, in order to be successful in this class. And so I learned pretty quickly, like, okay, it doesn't just matter like that what that teacher says I need to turn in physically. It's more, am I putting in the time and the effort to actually learn the material so that I can, take these tests and to be able to apply it to everything moving forward.
Yeah, same thing I found with I had professors who would post lecture slides beforehand, and I was like, oh, if I review these beforehand, this actually makes me more engaged in the class. I'm able to have a discussion about the content that we're learning, and none of this comes as a surprise, so that you can actually engage with the content that you're learning. So this 25-35 can look like a lot of different things, but definitely start reflecting on it, start thinking about ways that maybe you can get involved, especially once your block schedule is finalized tomorrow at 5 p.m. Go in, look at the classes. If you're not planning on making changes to them, look at the classes, start kind of thinking about those ways.
And you don't have to trust us. Let's watch a little video where we have some students who talk about how this actually, how they actually put 25-35 into action. Oh my gosh.
I was pretty surprised.
Overwhelmed.
Intimidating. Overwhelmed.
I was definitely intimidated, a little bit nervous. I had some doubts that I wasn't actually made for this school, or I felt like I wasn't going to be able to do it even though I got accepted.
Throughout a week, 25 to 35 hours of working on classes does seem about right and on par with what occurs on a daily basis especially for taking 4 classes at full 16-unit load.
And it depended on 25 to 35 or more or less, but I would say consistently I hit that mark.
I definitely am not sitting with a textbook for that time or reviewing lectures and stuff, but just going through office hours or interacting with other people from my major, exploring special problems or doing research, I definitely say it adds up to like about that amount of time of just interacting with my studies and with my educational content to some degree.
In high school, for me personally, I felt like it was doing a lot of homework, and then we had tests and then kind of like studying for the test a few days in advance. But in college, I feel like it's just studying continuously throughout the quarter. I've definitely learned how to do that better and kind of managing my time.
It used to just be so easy to just absorb the material in class and then just kind of remember it for later on. But now, since the quarter system goes so quick, you kind of have to stay on top of everything because you don't have a week to review one section of like your textbook. You only have a day, and in that day, it's only 1 hour of lecture. And then after that, the next time you're in class, you're on chapter 16 when you were just on 15, and it just goes by really quick.
It's definitely more of an all-around week studying routine while here. There's no day I would say that I'm at Cal Poly that I'm not working on something at least related to a class I'm in. In high school, you really weren't asked to do too much things outside of the classroom if you didn't need to. So it's definitely more on your own to make sure you get your work done and make sure that you're getting all of your assignments turned in and that you're prepared for any tests, quizzes, or essays.
That's kind of hard coming from high school, but it definitely makes you understand the material a lot more. And during your studying, you get to focus a lot more on how does this work? Why are we doing this? What's the effect of this? You get to go a lot deeper, which does mean more time studying, but you definitely learn a lot more.
Yeah, so 25-35 doesn't always mean opening a book or doing more homework. It can mean studying with peers, speaking to peers, talking to faculty. Those types of things definitely play into those hours.
Like more of a collaboration with other students, working together, just kind of like piecing together what you know, what they know, what you don't know, and what they don't know, and seeing if you guys can kind of answer each other's questions.
So I think what's so cool about Cal Poly is my studies, and my studying has been so much more than just sitting in the classroom or watching lectures or reading a textbook. I've had the opportunity to get my hands dirty and have direct interaction with the actual tangible parts of the things I'm learning to kind of further my understanding.
You'll have labs. I've had labs where you do stuff in the classroom and then you have to do stuff out of the classroom. For me, being an ag major, I'm more hands-on in the fields and stuff. So just taking what I learned in there and actually using it at home.
Supplemental workshop my freshman year, and that was really helpful. And it just kind of gave me like a dedicated time to focus on calc without having to worry about my other classes, my English classes, or anything.
I did a study session, and that was really helpful. I met 2 times a week, and sometimes I went to all of them, and sometimes I could skip out on a week just depending on how much work or how I was feeling in that class at that time. And then lastly, I used the Writing and Learning Center. I did some writing workshops to go over my essays, and that was really helpful because I haven't written an essay for a college professor before, so I wanted to make sure that it's to the quality that they were looking for. And going to office hours, and talking to your professor and asking them questions, kind of just being interactive. I think a lot of the times when you think of studying, it's like reading a book or like going through your notes, but I feel like if you are studying in a more interactive style, like in a group or with your professor during office hours, it's more engaging and you remember it better. I would definitely say utilize the Mustang Success Center.
The Mustang Success Center. Definitely the Mustang Success Center.
Definitely come to the MSC.
If my little brother Emerson were starting at Cal Poly as a freshman, I'd say a resource he definitely should take advantage of is the Mustang Success Center. There's an awesome team of advisors, especially focused on first years in their academics. So any questions about transfer credits, figuring out your major, changing your major, or exploring minors is like great for them. They have great support and they know resources that they can refer you to if you have questions beyond their scope.
There's no place that I went to more, and I know all of my friends and colleagues went to when they were freshmen. They can help you with a wide variety of issues relating to classes, changing major, anything and everything really in between. They're great for just talking things out for the rest of your Cal Poly career and planning what classes you're gonna take, when you're gonna take them, what works best for you. And so I couldn't recommend coming to the Mustang Success Center enough.
I promise we did not pay any of those students to say the Mustang Success Center really is a great resource for you in your first year. I know we're running a little low on time, so we'll kind of go quickly here. But you kind of heard, it's, again, like Cynthia said, it's not just sitting at your desk staring at a book. It's study groups, office hours, tutoring, partnering with your advisors, finding YouTube videos. It is some of reading the text and reviewing notes, definitely, but it's a kind of a mix of everything and really active in your time here.
Yeah, so quickly, let's talk a little bit about utilizing the Mustang Success Center. So we are really here to help work as partners with you and to clarify any academic related questions, and as well as to refer you to different campus resources when it's, needed, to help you stay on track with your degree, adding a minor, changing your major, all those kinds of things. When I say we work as partners, we're really here to empower you. You're now coming into adulthood, you're now a college student, right? So you taking that initiative to come seek our help is where we kind of can collaborate and help you with whatever that looks like for you. Again, we operate on a drop-in basis, and it's kind of first come, first serve with advisors. So quick QR code, if you could scan this for us, it really helps us inform our presentation and programming for the future. So I'll give you just a minute here since we kind of are short on time. If you could please scan that QR code for us and take that little survey, that would be super helpful.
All right, hope everyone got a chance to scan that. So we know you probably have a lot of questions from, oh, sorry, this is for you, Cynthia. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. Yeah, as I'm seeing in the Q&A, y'all have a bunch of awesome questions. Some of these are gonna be kind of specific to your situation, and to be honest, you're gonna have to come in and meet with us. So we are available, like I keep saying, but you can also find your answers to your questions in a lot of different places. You've all probably been added to the first year advising Canvas page at this point. Go through, check it out before you come and seek our help because probably your answer is in this first year advising page or in our website, which is success.calpoly.edu. We have a newly admitted students tab as well as an FAQ page in there. And let's see here. So yeah, a lot of these answers to questions like how do I add a minor? I saw, I think, a couple of those questions in the Q&A. Check out the first year advising Canvas page or our website. Who is my advisor? How can I get prepared for quarter system? And a lot more.
Also recommend that you follow us on Instagram if you are an Instagram user. We're at Mustang Success Center. That way, when you're scrolling through, seeing all your friends' pictures and everything, you'll get some timely reminders from us about things like class registration, ad drop deadlines, those types of things, and just like learn more throughout the year. We also have a YouTube page where we post the longer workshops and everything if you'd like to look through that. And then homework, probably not before we talk to you again this afternoon, but sometime over these next few days, look through your curriculum sheet, look for those major courses, support courses, and GEs. You can always find that at flowcharts.calpoly.edu or come on into the Mustang Success Center and we can help you find it and read it. Thanks so much. Sorry for going over a little bit. We look forward to talking to you again at the end of the day, and we really look forward to meeting you in person once you're on campus in September. Have a great day and have a great next few weeks of your summer.
Thank you so much, Annie and Cynthia. We really, really appreciate you being here. You do have a little break. Our next presentation will begin at 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So again, if you need to go grab something to eat, grab a drink of water, now would be the time. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get back to our presentations. Next, we're going to have one community.
All right. Morning, everyone. My name is Takuto Deshiro. I'm the manager for Public Safety Business Services. I was a freshman here at Cal Poly in 2014 and graduated a few years later, but absolutely fell in love with the campus and San Luis Obispo as a city and was lucky enough to land a job in the area. So I've had a couple different jobs here on campus, but for the last few years, I've been with the public safety department. So I'm here to talk a little bit about who we are, what we do, what services we offer. I'll try and keep my eye on questions that are popping up in the Q&A, but I may have to get around to answering those after my section is done. So let me advance the slides. Okay, I always like to start off with this slide. Public safety is in our department name, but it's definitely not just our responsibility. We work very closely with many other departments here on campus, campus health and well-being, environmental health and safety, facilities. It's really a whole community effort when it comes to making sure that we're providing a safe, sustainable, and well-prepared campus. So we're comprised of 4 distinct departments, including transportation and parking services, the police department, emergency management, and business services. So business services, my area, it's kind of the logistical finance wing of public safety. We're a little bit more behind the scenes, so I'm not really going to dive into that one, but I am going to talk about the police department, parking, and emergency management, some of the services they offer, and what you need to take away. There's going to be a lot of information I'm going to dump. And so I'll highlight some of the things that I really think you should take away. And, I'll have our website and that kind of information at the end. So you can explore something in more detail if it interests you. Okay, let's start with the police department. What do you need to know? First and foremost, we are a state police department, post accredited. We're not campus security guards roaming around campus. You will see them in uniform out and about. A couple of things I want to highlight on here. The first is that we have a 911 dispatch center on campus. So if you're within campus boundaries and you call 911, you'll actually reach our police dispatch, which is really important because campus only has one address. It's one Grand Avenue. So if you have an emergency, an address isn't going to work. You're going to have to describe where you are based on the building name or the name of the lawn you're at, right? O'Neill Green, or I'm in the business silo, or at the library. And obviously, our campus dispatchers are very intimately aware of campus geography, and so they'll be able to dispatch help and resources to you very quickly. The other thing we have is text 911. So if you're on campus and you, for whatever reason, can't speak out loud or the microphone on your phone isn't working, you can always text us as well. You just type in 911 into your message app and send us a text, and you'll be able to reach us and communicate with a dispatcher. You can call 911 24/7, 365. We are always here. And if you're on campus boundaries, you might get the city of SLO, their police department, but we have a great working relationship with them and they'll transfer the call. Outside of that, our police officers are out and about. They'll be doing, traffic control. They'll be working various events, making sure that those go smoothly. They do presentations all the time. And then they do a lot of community outreach. So if you ever run into one of them, feel free to introduce yourselves. We just got a new canine. Is about 1 year old, and he's going through campus and meeting people and getting acquainted. So if you're here and see Dex walking around, he loves to take pictures and say hello. I'll talk about property registration on the next slide. I do want to mention something about investigations. So when it comes to crime here on campus, actually both here on campus and in the city of SLO, we really don't see a lot of violent crime. The biggest type of crime we see is theft, and the theft is usually exacerbated by opportunity, let's say. So what do I mean by that? It's you're at the recreation center going for a workout and you have your laptop in your backpack and you put it in a locker, but you don't lock it. Obviously it's not your fault that someone decided to steal it, but the opportunity was made a little bit easier, right? Or you have a really expensive bike and you put a cheap $20 cable lock on there instead of a more robust U-lock, right? Theft is a big problem here on campus. So that's the number one crime that we'll see and what keeps us busy investigating. Speaking of theft, some of the police services that we offer, I really want to highlight property registration. This is a free service that we offer to the campus where you basically give us a description of your item as well as the serial number of it, and we'll enter it into our property database. That gets shared out with every law enforcement agency in the state of California. It doesn't prevent your item from being stolen, but what it does help with is if it gets recovered, which we do recover a lot of stolen property, we actually know who to return it to. My example is in my fourth year, my roommate got his $4,000 mountain bike stolen and he had to wait a couple years. But when he was out at grad school in Philadelphia, he gets a call from SLO PD saying they found his bike. And it was a little beat up, but the most expensive parts were still intact. So he was very happy that he had registered it with our department. So I highly recommend it. It doesn't have to be bikes. It can be musical instruments. It can be expensive computer equipment, sound equipment, as long as it has a serial number and a way to describe the item. Mustang Patrol is our walking buddy service. So let's say you're at the library at 1:30 at night, all your friends have left, you're by yourself now, and you don't want to walk to your dorms or to your parked car by yourself. You can give us a call or utilize our personal safety app called Mustang Safe and request Mustang Patrol. And we will send two of our students out. That's their whole function when they're on shift is to just respond to Mustang Patrol requests. They'll meet you wherever you are, and then they'll walk you to point B. It's an on-campus service only, so anywhere on campus, point A, to anywhere else on campus, point B. We also have these emergency blue phones. I'm sure some of you all have either seen these or have heard about these. They're just basically 911 poles. They're hardline though, so if cell service is out, these will still function. They only have one red button on them. It's how it works. You just push the button and it'll auto dial 911 and we'll know exactly which pole got activated. So I would recommend, when you first get here to just take inventory of where the closest emergency blue phones are in your general vicinity. So you should probably know just visually, like where's your closest one to your dorms? Where's the closest one to the dining halls? If you are in a certain area of classrooms all the time, where's the closest one around there? Just in case you ever need to, right? It's kind of the keep in the back of your mind kind of knowledge to have. All right, this is the app that I was talking about, Mustang Safe. It actually just launched on the App Store today. It's not going to be monitored yet. That'll start September 1st. We're actually sunsetting an existing app, but you can search for it in the App Store and download it. No one's going to reply if you send us a message. But through this app, you can contact us in a variety of ways. You can report concerns to both the police department as well as environmental health and safety, such as, hey, I'm walking down this path at night and all the streetlights are out and it's really dark and kind of looks dangerous. It'd be a great thing to report to environmental health and safety. You can request Mustang Patrol. You can register your property, access all of our various emergency plans and evacuation procedures. You can also turn your phone into a mobile blue light, as well as access a few other tools like Virtual Walk Home and Friend Walk, which are very similar to like if you turn the concept of text me when you get home safe into an app with like real-time tracking, breadcrumb tracking of your location. We also have a bunch of support resources. So like hours and operations of the health center, how to make appointments for counseling. We also have hours and ops and website information about some off-campus resources as well. So it's not an app that you're probably going to use on a day-to-day basis, but it's great to have in your back pocket. More info to come on the launch of all of this in an email, probably sometime this month. Okay, I got two topics I do need to cover. So the first one here is about electric scooters and skateboards. So unfortunately, if you've never been to our campus, it is very hilly. And because of that, it's very easy to gather quick speed. It's hard to come to quick stops. We have a lot of pedestrians and bicyclists all over the place, and we just don't have the proper infrastructure to support these kinds of devices. I know they're cheap and easy to get around with, but all types, whether they're motorized or not, of scooters and skateboards are not allowed on campus. So I kindly ask that you leave these at home. When you're here for school, you'll realize very quickly that everybody walks or everybody bikes. It's the two most common ways of getting around. Okay, and I'm also not going to harp on this too much. I'm sure you've had other presentations talking about this. Um, College obviously is a time to explore life and, to some degree also make mistakes and learn from them, right? You're gonna not study enough for your first test and learn that you got to do, you got to change up your study habits. You're gonna make the wrong kind of friends and realize like, oh, like that person seemed trustworthy. What we really don't want you all to do is make mistakes that are going to follow you for the rest of your life, right? And there's two kinds of those. One is in regards to the law. We don't want you to make a mistake that's going to put something on your permanent record, right? Because that's not what we want for you from your college experience. The other kind of mistake is something that's going to really affect your health or your life, right? That's also not why you're here at college. You're here to have fun. You're here to learn. So, with that being said, all we really ask as a public safety department is that you make smart choices. That looks like, if you're going out with your friends, not leaving anybody behind, right? If you're gonna try something new, maybe you're gonna try drinking for your first time, keep an eye on your drink. Don't get carried away. Like if you're all going to move from one house to the other, don't leave anyone behind. If you're walking home to your dorms, don't walk by yourself. It's those kinds of smart choices that really can make a difference. And when it does come to an emergency, remember your Good Samaritan laws, right? They're there so that we don't want you to not call for help because you think you're going to get in trouble with the law. So if you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing, but someone in your group is starting to look pretty ill, right? Or doesn't look like they're just feeling really good, maybe they pass out, please call 911 and get help, right? Good Samaritan laws are there to protect you in those types of circumstances. Kind of going back to that concept of whole community, right? It's not just public safety departments' responsibility to keep each other safe. It's all of us, right? Not just departments, but that includes faculty, staff, and students. We really do want everyone to look out for everyone on our campus. Okay, let's talk real quick about parking. Couple of things I want to know. Obviously, as a first year, you're not allowed to bring a vehicle here on campus anyway. We do have an exception process that's open from August 1st through the 15th right now if you really think you need to have a car. But I will tell you right now, the 90%, 95% of first years obviously don't. And continuing students don't either, right? To talk about a little bit about the parking department, first and foremost, it's a self-support department. What that means is it does not receive any of your tuition funds, nor does it receive any taxpayer funding. So the university does not give parking any funding, right? However, it's still required to manage and operate and construct parking structures and facilities and manage the parking program, which is a multi-million dollar, operation, right? We have two giant parking structures that we've built decades ago that we're still paying off. So that's where the concept of pay to park comes from, right? The users of the parking facilities, people that are parking there with their cars, are the ones that have to pay the fees in order to do that. The reality of parking, though, is we only have about 7,500 usable parking spaces here on campus. That's supposed to service 23 plus thousand students, over 2,000 staff members, all the vendors, contractors, construction workers, event attendees, guest lecturers, any visitors of campus. There's so many different people that need to park on campus, and we simply just don't have the land and infrastructure to support everyone, which is why it's really controlled. I set that to set an expectation for you all that even after your first year, when you get into your second, third, and fourth years where you are eligible for a parking permit, I wouldn't bank on it, right? Odds are you're probably going to end up making friends with someone that will have a parking permit, right? But when you're looking at off-campus housing, like start to think about, okay, is this close to a slow transit bus stop? Is this bikeable? Is it walkable? How am I going to get to campus? Because it's not going to be guaranteed that you'll get a parking permit. With that being said, though, we do provide a bunch of other ways to get around campus. So, or just get around, I guess. I want to highlight a few of these. Mustang Express is a shuttle program that we offer for the Thanksgiving, winter, and spring breaks. They basically leave the Saturday that the break starts and then comes back the day before school starts up again. We go to 3 different routes up north and 2 down south. We'll hit cities in the north like San Jose, Millbrae, Concord, Fremont, Sacramento, and we're trying Bakersfield, Fresno this year. And down south, we'll go Oxford, LA, Ventura, and Oceanside. So if you're in those areas or you're going to an airport in those areas, Mustang Express is a great way to travel home for the breaks. That one is a paid one. I think it's $79 for a ticket. Mustang Shuttle is a free on-campus shuttle it services residential areas, recreational areas, classroom areas, operates 7 a.m. to like 12:30 at night, so it's almost always running, free to use with your poly card. We have tons of bike racks here on campus. They're almost always full. We also have paid bike lockers that you can sign up and that one's like for you. Like you're the only person that's going to have a key to it. So if you have a really expensive mountain bike and you want to bring it here because we do have some awesome trails around, I would suggest, getting a bike locker so you can secure it. Christine from the City of SLO is here and will speak after me, and she'll touch a little bit more on the transit options, but I just want to tell you right now that SLO Transit is the city bus, and you can all ride that for free with your poly card. And the regional transit authorities are a county bus to get around the various cities in San Luis Obispo County, and that one we offer a 75% discounted pass. Zipcar is really awesome. I definitely want to highlight that one. So that's for typically if you're under 25, you can't rent a car. But with Zipcar, if you're 18 and you have a good driving record, you can rent any of the 15-ish cars we have here on campus for an hour or for half a day or for a full day. I think the hourly rates start as low as $8 an hour, and that includes your fuel and your insurance. So if you pile a few folks in your car, go to Trader Joe's and come back within an hour. Like that's a really reasonable way of getting around, as opposed to Ubering or, taking the bus out there. We also have an Amtrak stop here on campus. So if you're booking a trip on Amtrak, you can look up Cal Poly as your starting and ending destination, and it'll arrange the travel for you directly from campus. All right, last point I want to make is about emergency management. If you honestly can go all 4 years without ever hearing from this department, that's a really good thing. They manage much more complex and larger incidents that happen or could impact campus. Think wildfires, earthquakes, pandemics, storms. That was really the last time we activated this department, in a very public way was January of 2023. We had some very severe flooding here in the county that necessitated a closure of campus. And when it comes to doing something like that, we have one thing, and it's called Poly Alert. That is our emergency notification system. It's text and email based. You all as students are automatically opted in. You do have an option to opt out. I would not recommend it. But that's how we get in touch with you. If we need to tell you to shelter in place or evacuate a certain part of campus or classes are canceled for whatever reason, you're going to get a text alert. So you can also add your parents and supporters to this through your portal. I think I had mine on there when I was a student. We don't send any tests. We don't send any advertisements. We truly only use this during an emergency. And the reason we do that is because we want you to really pay attention if you ever get a poly alert, because it's probably something serious. All right. Last slide for me. This is our contact information and our website. I would encourage you to go explore. One favor I do have of all of you is to either take a picture or program that non-emergency police dispatch number. That's how you get in touch with our department when it's not a life-threatening emergency. So let's say you want to report something, maybe you saw, heard, or somebody told you about a story or an incident that just doesn't sit right with you and you need to report it to someone. Call us at that non-emergency number, right? Or if you're out and about and you notice a tree fell and is blocking the roadway, call us on that non-emergency number, right? The only difference between that number and 911, it's the same person that's answering and it's still available 24/7, 365. The only difference is that if a 911 call comes through, they might put you on hold for that non-emergency call. So that's kind of your litmus test. Is like, hey, could I be put on hold for whatever I need to talk to the police department about? If it's a yes, call us on that non-emergency line. With that being said, that's a little brief safety department. I hope you all are really excited for the fall quarter to start. I'm excited for you guys because college was an amazing time for me and I absolutely loved it. I hope you have a great rest of your day and thank you very much. I'm going to pass you off to Christine.
Hi, everybody. I'm Christine with the City of San Luis Obispo Police Department. Today I'm representing police, fire, and transit. And we're going to go over a whole bunch of stuff that will be helpful to you with regards to off-campus in San Luis Obispo. So SLO PD is your off-campus law enforcement agency. We work very closely with Cal Poly PD and San Luis Obispo Fire. You'll see us around in the neighborhoods, downtown, SUVs, bikes, motorcycles, and we do sometimes respond to emergencies on campus if we're invited by Cal Poly PD. Okay, as Tukoto already mentioned, we are in our community real low on violent crime, but we are very impacted by property crime. In our community, crimes of opportunity happen often. So if you like to keep your valuables, make sure that you're using proper techniques of keeping them safe. If you're bringing a bicycle to San Luis Obispo and to campus, you've got to ditch those cable locks and get a U-lock and use those properly through the frame, through the tire, and through the bike rack. When you do finally bring a vehicle to campus and to the community, it's very important that your car is not a storage unit. We have often window smashes in our neighborhoods and at trailheads. Anything that you want to keep safe, you've got to bring in to your house, your apartment, to your dorm every single night, or lock things in the trunk and always lock your vehicles. The photo in the middle of this slide showing the laptops, the backpacks, the airsoft, the gaming systems, the TV, and the puppy. All of those things were stolen in one night from off-campus neighborhoods. A couple years ago, like 2 weeks before the quarter ended, we had some folks rolling through neighborhoods and just lifting door handles and opening sliding glass doors, and they were able to steal all of this property. We got really lucky that night, and Arroyo Grande PD to the south was able to do a traffic stop on the folks and get all this property back. But the point is, let's not give folks an opportunity to steal our stuff. Please, please, please make sure all of your property is locked up. Okay, parking. There isn't any. In the neighborhoods surrounding campus are residential parking districts. In order to park in those areas, you have to have a parking permit. Only 2 permits are offered per property in those areas, and parking tickets are around $40. If you're not parking in a district, you can't park a vehicle for more than 72 hours at a time, or you are in danger of being towed. So the reason we share that information with you is that if you're a first-year student and you're going to try to play the game of bringing your car and parking it in the neighborhoods, you will have to not park in a district, and doing the shuffle every 3 days is really challenging, and trying to find a safe spot may not be an option for you. So really, really just don't bring a vehicle. There's lots of ways to get around campus and the community, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. Okay, personal safety. Again, we're low in violent crime, but we need your participation to keep it that way. We recommend always using the buddy system, especially if you're going to be out and about in the evening hours. If you utilize rideshare apps, please set the security preferences in those apps to ensure that the driver that is picking you up is the person that is scheduled via the app. We've had instances in our community where people posing as Uber and Lyft drivers will cruise our neighborhoods looking for overly intoxicated people to pick up and victimize. Um, Please, please, please do not stick your most drunk friend into the back of an Uber and salute them and wish them Godspeed. You must use the buddy system to ensure everybody's safety. And always go out with a charged phone, no matter if you're going to go hike, if you're going to go downtown to party, if you're going to be in the neighborhoods, enjoying some nighttime social hours. Just charge your phone. There are often times when SLO PD scoops up overly intoxicated people off the sidewalk, and we try to get them back to their friends and into a safe place. But if they don't have a charged phone, we don't have that option, and they end up getting transported to SLO County Jail for drunken public. So do yourself a favor and always charge your phone before you bounce out for the night. Okay, a few city laws we need you to be aware of as you transition into San Luis Obispo. Noise, unruly gathering, public urination, and open container. These are all city administrative violations, and fines for these range between $350 to $1,000. 3 times a year, these fines are doubled, and those times of year are Halloween, St. Patrick's Day, and the start of school. So when folks start moving in on September 11th into housing, these particular fines are doubled, and that safety enhancement zones last for about 2 weeks. State laws to be aware of. Minor in possession, possession of fake ID, drunken public, DUI for alcohol, weed, or other drugs. At their very minimum, these are misdemeanors, and a misdemeanor means that the arrest is going to go on your permanent record. Those things can get expunged through the court system, but the goal here is, folks, is to not earn one of these in the first place. In the future, if you do get one of these and you're applying for a job and it asks you, have you ever been arrested? You will need to check the box that says yes, and that could influence your future employer on whether or not your application is going to move forward in a process. For folks that are arrested for minor in possession of alcohol, and sometimes possession of fake ID, it is an automatic loss of your driver's license for 1 year. So the goal is here, folks, don't earn one of these while you're here in school. It can follow you into years of your career that you will be impacted by. In addition, off-campus actions have on-campus consequences. Off-campus arrests and citations are reported weekly to Cal Poly Student Affairs. Your code of conduct is not just for campus, it extends into the community. And so keep that in mind as you operate off campus. We're not Las Vegas. What happens in Vegas doesn't stay in Vegas. Keep in mind that anything that you choose to do may follow you back to campus as well as to the court system. Generally speaking, we just hope everybody makes good choices. Not everybody parties, and for those of you, we want you to party smart. If you ever get into a space where you need help, please, please, please ask for it. There are many, 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 many resources both on and off campus that can help you manage whatever situations that you may be involved with. One of the websites that we utilize with the city is called respectslo.com, and it helps give information about municipal code violations, party registration, all things off-campus living. So please consider putting that into your web browser as a bookmark for future reference. Transitioning to SLO Fire, San Luis Obispo Fire is your on and off-campus fire and emergency medical agency. We have 4 stations in San Luis Obispo with a 5th one coming online in the next couple of years. You will see SLO Fire on campus, both responding to medical and fire emergencies, but also they do a lot of training. The large tiller truck that you see in the photo there has the big ladder, which helps reach the taller buildings that campus has. And so you will see folks practicing skills using their apparatus on occasion on campus. San Luis Obispo Fire also responds to all medical and fire emergencies in our open space. We have 50 plus miles of hiking and mountain biking trails surrounding our community. And we ask that you utilize good safe practices while utilizing our open space. Definitely use the buddy system. Hiking and biking alone is not super wise. Always stay on the trail. We have a lot of poison oak in our trail system. And we've got a lot of critters. We've got bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions, skunks, all the good ones. And you will have a less opportunity to interact with those critters if you do stay on the trail. And then always take water and a charged mobile phone with you. The photo that you see of the helicopter in the top of the screen, we collaborate with CHP on occasion to do mountaintop rescues. And we can get people to you quicker if you have a charged mobile phone so you can call 911 and get the help that you need. Okay, fire safety. Our state has been ravaged by wildfire in the last several years, and we need everybody's help to keep our community safe from those kinds of incidences. Like I said, we've got a lot of open space. We're surrounded by over 4,000 acres, and it is imperative that we call 911 if we see or smell smoke. Absolutely no fireworks in the neighborhoods, on campus, and in our open space. If you smoke, please put cigarettes out completely and do not smoke in the open space. Be extra, extra cautious with candles. A lot of our off-campus rentals are old homes, and they are not potentially equipped with the smoke detectors and the fire extinguishers and so forth that are helpful in putting out small fires that turn into big fires. So just be very, very cautious with any kind of open flame, both in the dorms and off campus as you transition into our community. All right, there is a train track system that runs parallel to campus along California Boulevard. And this is your reminder to respect the railroad crossing. If the arms are down, do not try to cut in front of a train. We have had instances of students who have not respected that railroad crossing and have lost their lives. With regards to bicycles, please make sure that if you are cycling at night, that you have the required bright white light on the front and the flashing red or red reflector on the back of your bike. That is a California state law. We know that after you turn 18, you're not required to wear a helmet, but we sure hope that you do. Helmets do save lives. You'll notice some of these ghost bikes throughout our community that represent memorials for folks that have lost their lives due to being hit by cars. And the majority of those folks most likely would have lived had they been wearing a helmet. And also, please use the bike lanes. If they're present, it's actually the law in the state of California for you to utilize those bike lanes. And we'll give you some examples of those here in a second. Okay, to continue, buses, and downtown parking. So our San Luis Obispo transit system is awesome. With your Poly card, you ride the bus for free. Please consider downloading this app. It is the Slow Transit app, free on Google Play and the Apple App Store. It is in real time, so you can see where the bus is as it's coming up to the various stops. It shows directions, it shows times approximate for those stops, and so on and so forth. Our buses are also equipped with bike racks, so that if you want to do a combination of biking and riding the bus, that is an option. There are weight limits and size limits if you have an e-bike. And that information is available on the SLO City website and at the Bike Kitchen, which is located downtown. Give that a Google and you'll be able to find out more information. Like I said, bike lanes are throughout our community and you're required to use them if they are present. The good news is San Luis Obispo has invested a lot in multimodal transportation, which means they put a bunch of money into bike lanes. So downtown, we have protected bike lanes. You'll see a lot of the green designated bike lanes throughout the community as well, and they improve the safety of all cyclists. So we invite everybody to use them. Downtown parking, there isn't much. We do have a couple of parking garages, and when you've got folks visiting you from out of town and you want to go downtown, please consider using those parking garages. There's 2 on Palm Street, 1 on Marsh Street. If you do get lucky and find yourself a street parking area, please make sure that you're paying for your parking using one of these green kiosks or the pay by phone parking app. Parking is 7 days a week with very specific times that payment is required. So make sure you look for the signs so you know exactly what's required of you. Lastly, here's all of our contact information. 911, call when you can, text if you can't. We have the ability to receive text to 911 in San Luis Obispo County. So please acknowledge that if you are in a space where you can't call, but you can send location and what the emergency is, please consider doing that. Our off-campus non-emergency line is 805-781-7312. That's the number that you'll call if your bike has gotten stolen because you parked it at Target and forgot to use a U-lock or something of that nature, small car accidents, that kind of thing. We invite everybody to follow our different social accounts on Instagram, SLO Police, SLO Fire, and SLO Transit. Following those accounts is a really great way to stay connected to the community. We utilize these to announce the double fine safety enhancement zones. We do this we use our socials to inform folks of significant incidents, of emergencies, and so forth like that. So please consider giving us a follow if you'd like to stay connected. And that does it for me. Thanks everybody so much. I will pop in and see if there's any questions I need to answer. And if not, welcome to SLO. Have a great day, you guys.
Thank you so much, Christine and Takuto, for giving that lovely presentation. We are going to take like an 8-minute break before the next presentation. So if you need to grab water, something to drink, go to the bathroom, now would be the time. But you have an 8-minute break. We will begin at 10:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue on with our programming for today. So I would like to invite David from Career Services for planning your career path.
Okay, thank you very much. Hope everybody's doing well today. I want to start this off by saying, of course, welcome again and congratulations. You all worked really hard to get where you're at and to get straight into Cal Poly from high school. On that note, I just want to talk about some things that you may not be aware of that you need to do while you're here at Cal Poly. So everybody comes here for the academics to get the degree, of course, and that makes sense. But what students don't usually remember or recognize is the fact that you're here to get the degree in order for you to get a career. So the whole career services and the whole career planning process is something that you really should start right away. And I really emphasize this a lot because it's, for example, at SLO days when all the students got to come in, excuse me, at open house when all the students got to come and see this, they see the campus, and we had booths set up, and the students and their guests would walk by the booths. And when they walk by career services, they actually walk around, like outside of the booth, making the long way around it as if they did not need it yet. And I can understand that as a first year student, you're like, yeah, I don't need them for 3 or 4 years. But what we want to make sure and you realize is that the sooner you start interacting with us and using the services that we provide, the better you're going to be prepared for your career when you're all done. And then the other thing I want to emphasize a lot on this is you have to remember that you pay for our services, so you need to use them. You know, you often think about you have to pay tuition to get to your classes, to pay for your classes, and that's true, but part of that tuition actually pays for all of the student services on campus, including everyone you're going to hear from today. So remember to get your money out of that, please. So why aren't you advancing now? Okay, sorry, apologize. I just bring this up because our whole career services staff was lucky enough to get a tour of the Cal Poly Pier this year, and it was awesome. We had a lot of fun. We got to get on, well, it wasn't in the water, but you could see we got to get on their boat, take a picture and stuff. But I'm showing you this because there's actually 19, it's usually 20 of us, but there's actually 19 of us here that are trying to provide you services that'll help you to be successful when you're done with your degree and getting your career and preparing for that career. About 8 of them are on the employer development team, 8 of us are counselors, and the other ones are management and administrative staff. But you need to know that there's a lot of us here to help you, and some of us you don't see all the time is the employer development team, which I'll highlight again in just a minute here. But this right here, I don't want you to get too caught up in this, but what I want you to understand is that there's an entity called NACE. N is in Nancy, ACE, and it stands for the National Association of Colleges and Employers. And basically, for over 50 years, it's getting closer to 70 years, I believe now, that they've been interacting with the employers, and the colleges throughout the United States have been interacting with each other throughout the year with conferences and webinars and different professional development seminars and just interactions, to where the employers are telling the colleges, look, from our research and our data, it shows that these are the 8 career readiness competencies that employers are looking for when you're done with your college career. You don't get too caught up in them right now. The main purpose of this is to let you know that there is a method to our madness, and we're not just flying off the seat of our pants. You know, there's something that actually guides us, an industry standard that guides us in what we do. And during the first year, we're really only focused on this career and self-development. There are other pieces you're going to get, of course, communication, critical thinking, and technology. But really, this is our main focus, is getting you through the career and self-development process. So the sooner you interact with us, the better, because it is actually a long process. But here in its very, very basics is the way that career services can help you. Okay, we definitely will help you with resumes and interviewing, internships, and major and career exploration resources anytime you need it. On the note of major and career exploration, if there's any thoughts at all of you thinking that you want to change your major, then you need to come talk to one of us right away. You need to connect to the Mustang Success Center and our services, career services as well. It is possible to change majors when you come to Cal Poly. As you all know, you had to apply to a specific major in order to get accepted. Now, you can change majors. About 25% of students change their major at Cal Poly. Now, it it's a long process. Okay, it's you're not just applying to change your major. You're applying to be considered to change your major, and if you're accepted, then they write you up a contract and telling you what courses you're going to need to take each quarter and what GPA you're going to have to maintain, and maybe some other conditions. And then if you meet those conditions, then you'll be allowed to change majors. Now, some majors it's going to be very difficult to change from. I mean, if you are an art major, if you came in as an art major and you want to go into civil engineering, it's going to be a tough jump from that major to the other. It is possible, but you're going to have to start on it right away. And the other reason I think it's very, very important that the second you have any thoughts of changing your major, you need to come talk to us, because there's also many, many students that come into my office, probably over half, probably 7 out of 10 even, that they thought they wanted to change their major, but once they had gotten more information and they had more resources to get even more information, they were able to make an educated decision and decided, you know what, I'm in the correct major, I'm good, everything's fine. So I want you to remember that. Now, without getting too caught up in all of that, I wanted to talk about the employer development team again. They're the ones that you may not ever see, but they're doing a lot of things to help you students that you should take advantage of, even beginning with the career fairs. Okay, we have career fairs every quarter, soon to be every semester, where 100 to 150 employers come and they have their booth set up and they're talking to students one-on-one. It's almost like interviews on the spot. And in fact, many times they do ask you to stay for an additional interview after the career fair. And then you do get a full interview. Students wonder why they should go their first quarter or their first year. I think it's really important because those career fairs, when you first go through them, it's pretty intimidating. I mean, it's a lot of people all dressed up nice, talking and acting like they know what they're doing. You know, you walk through there your first time and you just get an idea of it. Maybe, you know, every employer has swag out there, you know, little squeeze toys or little mints or candies or whatever it is, hats sometimes or whatever. And sometimes students just kind of walk through and get a couple of those things and leave. Well, then the next time you come in, you're going to start talking to employers more. And the next time you come in, even more. Pretty soon, your sophomore year, you're going to know the employers. And when you go in your junior and senior year, they're going to recognize you and even say, hey, how are you doing? And you guys talk some more, right? So you're building your little network going already, because you need to start doing that in order to get work. In fact, 75% of jobs nowadays obtained outside of college, meaning once you obtain your degree and you go get your degree, your career or your job, 75% of those jobs are obtained through networking. So you want to network to get work. And that's why it's a good idea to start now. That's just one of the ways you can do it right there at the career events. One of the other things that the employment development team does for students is runs this professional clothing closet. We have a pretty large professional clothing closet, as you can see, with shoes and pants and shirts and ties and everything you could think of really that you would need for an interview. And I say this because many of the students who come to Cal Poly, the only thing they bring their first year are beach clothes. And that makes sense. I would do the same thing, right? But if you get an interview or you want to go to the career fair and you're like, man, all I got is beach clothes. Well, guess what? You could come into our professional closet and just check in, and you could take and keep 3 items per day. So, I mean, you could go there every day of the week if you wanted to get 3 items. And we do have a lot of clothes because all the employers in the community contributes these clothes to us, donates them, and we get them cleaned up and put them in the closet. We have so many clothes right now that we had to use one of our larger closets to store the clothes that won't fit in the professional clothing closet. So don't be bashful about using that. Another thing that the employment development team offers for students is we have about 12 or 14 interview rooms that employers use to do interviews on campus, and students use like if they have a Zoom interview they want to do, but they just need a nice quiet place, they'll use it. Sometimes we'll do mock interviews in those interview rooms so that students will get used to practicing and doing interviews. So there's a variety of things that the employment development team do as well, and you just may not see them like you will see the counselors. Speaking of the counselors, there are 2 of us. Myself, I'm David. My last name is Levison. I'm the only David in the office, and I prefer students call me David. And then there's Fabian. Fabian, it also goes by Fabian. He's Quintero, but he has students call him Fabian. And we are both dedicated to the freshman focus team or any first year, first time students. We're trying to target our efforts directly to you guys. I mean, these are some of the basics we do, helping you discover your career possibilities. And like I mentioned, talking about your major, helping you with your major and the change of major process. We'll connect you to one-on-one opportunities and on-campus opportunities and resources. And we offer a lot of workshops directly targeting first-year students. In fact, for the first 3 weeks of classes, we'll be visible around the dorms. We'll change different dorm locations, but we'll be visible there, just kind of giving out otter pops or ice cream or something, and having you just come up and meet us, so you know that we're not so scary and we're pretty approachable guys. So um, also, we help you to explore your VIPs or your VIPs, and I will get into that in a little more detail in just a minute. Once you've completed your first year, you're more than welcome to see Fabian or myself anytime you'd like. But when you go to the system and make an appointment after your first year, it will default you to one of these counselors. Starting at the top is Tammy, and then Jordan and Monica, and then the left bottom is Jordan, Matt, and Jade. Each of these career counselors are college specialists, meaning they're assigned to a specific college. So Tammy on the top left is your engineering career counselor, for example. She's actually been here the longest. That's why I use her as an example. She's been here like 20 years, a little bit over that actually, as an engineering career counselor. She's very in tune with this industry and the salaries and a lot of most everything that goes on with the industry. For example, many engineering students, as soon as they get their first job offer at the end of their year, they're running into Tammy to make an appointment to talk about salary negotiation, because Tammy's very good at salary negotiations as well. Sorry to put that thing up there for now. Any kind of direct career related needs. And then of course we do support alumni for after they're done with their degrees, they're still able to come in and see us. But just on the note of the college, one last note of the college specialist team, that's why as a first year student, you should take advantage of our services. You should have a one-page professional resume out by then. You should have explored your VIPs, which I'll talk about in just a second. And you should have a little bit of career exploration under your belt, so you have it a little bit more fine-tuned of what position you would like to get within what industry for your career. Because then when you get to the college specialist, they can help you a lot more for those specific needs. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay, so what I was talking about, that there's, you have your classes, okay? And this is one of the tough things that's for students adjusting from high school to college. Okay, like I said, all of you worked really hard, or at least you kicked butt. You're good students. You had to be in order to get directly into Cal Poly. Unfortunately, one of the fallbacks that happens is I found is that most of you students only had to study like 0 to 5 hours per week in high school, meaning study outside of high school, not during classes. And when you get to Cal Poly, there's a lot more work you have to do outside of class. Okay, you'll be in classes if you're in 16 units. That means you're in classes 16 hours a week, and you're going to be expected to study 2 to 3 times that number. So 30 to 40 hours a week of studying outside of class. Now, that studying definitely is directly related to your academics, but you don't always put in that 30 to 40 hours a week directly on studying. Sometimes it's just using student services on campus, 2 to 4 hours a week of that, just using student services on campus. Sometimes more if you use the Writing and Learning Center to get the tutoring services and things that you all pay for. You need to use those services as well. But my point is that you should spend a couple hours a week using student services on campus. And I talk to students in the career planning part of it as you have an unofficial research project you need to do. And no, you do not have to do it. This is just me telling you that you need to do this. And what I'm talking about basically is a project you have where you do not get credit, you're not going to get a grade, and there's no specific time limit to it. So you don't have to start it now. You don't have a specific time you need to end it. Some students, unfortunately, don't end it till a couple of years after they're done with their degree. And the only thing you get out of it is what you put into it. So what I'm talking about more specifically is the career planning process, which starts with self-discovery and self-assessment. I mentioned the VIPs. You'll see it in 2 different ways, sometimes with one eye and sometimes with 2. I break it down with the basic eye, and I'll get more into it in just a second here. But it's all about your values, your interests, your personality type. Sorry, your personality type. Oh no. I'm sorry. There we go. And your skills. Okay, so here's just a real good example. Make light of a interesting situation we're in right now. But anyways, your values. Okay, so for example, if your bottom line, your values are honesty and integrity, and nothing will sway you from that. Every decision you make is based on honesty and integrity. Everything you do is based on honesty and integrity. It's probably a good idea if you're not a politician. So just to prove, like, and make the exaggeration of that. Your interests, we'll get to that second, but your personality type, I think that's very, very important as well. I'll use myself as an example. My bachelor's degree is in telecommunications, multimedia, and applied computing from Monterey Bay. It's actually a computer science degree. My senior year, I did not take my VIPs seriously like I should have. But my senior year, I started doing my internship, and for 6 months, I networked in an elementary school that had zero computers on the campus at the time, and they had a bunch of computers donated. So I networked them all into a computer lab, and I made sure every classroom had a computer. The students, the teachers were happy. It was cool when I was all done. They were happy. However, during the time that I was doing that for 5 months or whatever, it was myself, computers, wires, closets, and tight spaces. And I'm so extroverted that I was pretty much making myself crazy every day. I would go over there and do that. I could only do it a few hours a day because it was just so tough for me to do. I had a total breakdown, thought I had to start all over and change my major from the very beginning and all of this stuff. And long story short, I had an advisor that told me I'm so close, I need to just finish it and other doors will open for me. And they did. Since then, I have Masters of Education, Masters of Peacemaking and Conflict Studies, and I'm a dissertation away from my doctorate in education. But if I would have known, or if I would have taken seriously the fact that, look, I'm so extroverted, I need to look at positions within the career. I could have still found one in computer science probably that fits my extroversion so well and my other personality, um, pieces of my personality, excuse me. But I didn't take it seriously. So I think it's very, very important for students to start this in the beginning. Okay. Your skills is pretty obvious. See how your specific skills, God-given skills, and your hard skills and both hard skills and soft skills, how they fit in different positions within different industries of different careers. So the other eye on VIPs, a lot of times people like to talk about that it's your identity plays a big part of that too. And it does. Okay. But to be honest, many of us aren't sure of our identity. Our identities haven't really completely developed until after we're done with college. And some their identities don't ever completely, they don't really establish that. So the other thing I like to put in on this piece that students don't think about, and I think it's very important, is what I call preferred lifestyle. Okay, so you worked your butt off in high school to get here, and now you're going to work your butt off it again for another 4 to 6 years, maybe even more if you choose to go to graduate school. And you need to be conscious of and be very aware of why you're doing this, right? So when I ask students, you're here to do all this, like, what do you expect to get out of it? And I've had many students flat out tell me, look, dude, if I'm going to do all this, I want a mansion and a Ferrari. Okay, well, if that's true, then you have these careers available. It's a very narrow number of careers. It's very narrow pathways to get there, and you need to work your butt off without any mistakes, blah, 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 whatever. And then those students will find out, okay, I don't care. I want to do this. I want it bad enough. I'm going to do it. Okay, cool. Others will say, well, maybe I don't need the Ferrari. Maybe I just need a real nice car and a nice house, that kind of thing. But you need to figure out what it is. You need to figure out how much money you think you're going to be making when you're done and how much money you expect to make when you're done. I've come to this place now where I don't get paid as much as I probably could at other places, in other positions. But you know what? I love what I do. I get to play guitar at the beach anytime I want to, and I can afford to live in this area. So I'm good with that, right? But whatever side of the spectrum you're on, it doesn't matter. Neither one's right or wrong. You just have to come to peace with that inside of you, and then you can take ownership in it and you can go and get that. Whoops, I did it again. Apologize. Come on, one more time. Okay, so we're located in building 124. Unfortunately, it's pretty far from where the most of your your walking time will be and your travel time on campus, but we're down by the football stadium and you're welcome there at any time. Um, I I know that your first quarter is going to be a whirlwind, okay? Most students don't realize how much of a whirlwind the quarter system is in college. So you may not come in and see us the first quarter, and I get that. I understand that. I think it's very, very important you come see us before the second and third quarter is over for sure. Because at the very worst, we're going to teach you how to make the most out of your summer and get you started on these VIPs and this other self-discovery process. The sooner you come in, the better. But I understand you may not get to the first quarter. That being said, I think it's very important that you at least find some time to look at our website. And this is basically when you go to careerservices.calpoly.edu, this is basically what you'll see. There's a lot going on, but for starters, once you get fully matriculated and you have your finalized block schedule, you'll have access to doing drop-ins and to making appointments. But I also think it's very, very important for you to look at this, go through this student resource toolkit. I'll talk about that a little bit more in the next slide. And then just want to point out that this is where you can click there, meet with counselor. Here you'll see different things we have going on, different events we have coming up, etc. But the very least, I think you need to know where to come in for a drop-in. You could do a Zoom appointment even on a drop-in, and when you can make appointment and using this student resource toolkit. Little archaic, still looking, it's going to be looking a little flashier within the next year or so, but these links are very effective. There's a lot of them. It's a little overwhelming. For one, you can start off with this majors and careers, and it's going to give you different links and videos and different resources to explore different majors and to see what careers those majors match up with. That one's an important one to poke around at for at least for beginners, for starters. Resumes and cover letters. There's a couple of different links there. There's a resume booklet or pamphlet that's a PDF that talks about the resume formatting, the different sections in your resume, gives a list of action verbs, and it gives some examples of different resumes. There's also links there that'll give you different resumes that are specific to each college. Okay. Now, I think this part's really important. And I tell all students, all of you have the material and the experience and the skills to have at least one full page professional resume, even right now. Even those of you that are coming straight to college without any job experience, really, I'm telling you, you have it right now. Just by graduating high school, you have proven skills that you are good at and skills that you have. So you just need to learn how to articulate that information onto that one page resume and make it look nice and presentable. We're more than willing to help you with that. We also have Resume AI system that we've just incorporated to help students with that as well. But very, very important. I would say before summer, after your first year, you should all have your one-page resume because you got to remember your resume is like a living document that's just constantly changing. Every time you finish a quarter, you're going to update that resume. Every time you get some kind of volunteering or internship opportunities, you're going to update that resume. So it's good to have a start on it your first year. Not only that, but if you're going to try to get part-time jobs on campus or part-time jobs outside of campus or in paid or unpaid internships, volunteering opportunities, things like that, you want to have that resume. It's also nice, even as a first-year student, to walk through the career fair with your resume in case anybody asks. One of the other links I think is very important for all of you students is to take an assessment link. I talked about the VIPs. There's a couple of different assessments here. Pathway U provides one of them, and so does ONET. I think the Pathway U one is, in my opinion, every student should complete that before their third quarter. It actually only takes about 20 or 30 minutes to do these assessments. It asks you a series of questions, usually in like 15 of them at a time. And it's really the questions you're supposed to just read the question and answer, read it and answer. Because if you read it and then start thinking about it, then you're going to change your answer. You want your first answer. You go through and you do the assessment, and it's going to tell you about your personality type, your values, your interests, your skills, your workplace preferences, and it's going to match those to different careers. The online resource is also good for you to look through. It just gives a lot of, obviously, just like it says, online resources for you to get through this career planning and career exploration process as well. Okay, so one thing I want to make it very clear, and I want to address, there was a question a little bit before I started, and I didn't address it because I thought I would use it out here, right here on the spot. And it was a question about your DARS, your degree audit report. And unfortunately, that's something that Career Services does not help students with. Okay, that's where you want to get to the Mustang Success Center. Anything like class registration, your block schedule, picking classes, like we just mentioned, your degree progress or academic standing, any of that stuff, your first point of contact as a first year is the Mustang Success Center, um, which is your academic advising on campus for your first year. Now, just another reminder here. So you think of us for career services, you think of us for careers or anything to do with career planning, career preparation, career education, self-discovery, any of that, you want to come to us. And you visit your advising for any schedule revising. Okay. If you'd like to connect with us, there's a variety of ways to do it. You'll learn more about Cal Poly Now and Mustang Jobs in the next few days. More of it today, of course. And then we're on Instagram, and our staff and our everybody there keeps Instagram very well up to date. And there's always good information on there for students. Just gonna fly through this real quick. It's something that we just do usually in person, but myth or fact, 25% of Cal Poly students change their major at least once. And as I mentioned earlier, that is a fact. Okay, so again, if you have any thoughts about changing your major, you really need to come see us as soon as possible, and we will help you to change your major or to just confirm that you're in the correct major and everything's going to go well for you as well as it can. Career Services can help you plan your class schedule. That is a myth. No. The Mustang Success Center, again, can help you with that. So you could name one reason you should visit Career Services, but I'm going to give you a whole variety of reasons here. And these are not all of the reasons, but these are a lot of good reasons for you to come and see us. And just to kind of start wrapping things up here a little bit, it takes a village. It's just that's the bottom line. And I want you to think of it this way, okay? The more connections you establish on campus, you connect with Career Services, Mustang Success Center, your faculty, and other students, it'll start to eliminate any and all confusion you have because coming to college, especially from high school, it's very confusing. There's a lot to be confused about. It's a miniature city. There's 35,000 people there, counting all the staff and faculty and all the students. The only thing that's not on campus is a gas station, and that's like just around the corner down the street. Right. So you need to find all the connections you can on campus that you have good connections you feel comfortable with to eliminate confusion, build confidence, and then you can do anything you want and accomplish anything you need to accomplish or would like to accomplish on campus. It takes a village. All of us at Student Services are more than happy to help you across campus. We all get paid through your tuition. So you pay for it. Use those services, please. And I mentioned before, you network to get work. I've said it a couple of times. Start building that network. Start with us, Mustang Advising Center. Talk to your faculty. Go see your faculty during their office hours. You will get their office hours at your syllabus. Go meet with them. Meet with any of the support programs on campus. Connect to each other. In fact, as soon as you start interacting with other students, if you feel connection to them in any way, ask for contact information. Keep in touch with each other. You guys are very good resources for yourself. And sorry, this is for employers. I didn't mean to do that. And employers again. But if you'd like to hit that QR code, you can. There's a couple of workshops coming up on campus pretty soon that we'll do virtually, unless there's no interest. But it seems we already do have some interest from the other orientation days. So if you'd like to attend, please let us know and we'll make sure you have the links to do so. Again, we're Career Services located down in Building 124, but you're welcome to contact us via email or call us anytime. And that will wrap this up. I'll just close this and see if you have any questions or anything. Oh, I apologize. That was off. Okay, there's maybe a question in here. Hang on. Tell you what, okay, here, I'll put it in here anyways. Can I put it in the chat? Oh no. I can't. They took back the question. Oh, what about CV curriculum vitas? Yes, absolutely. We will do curriculum vitas as well. We'll help you with cover letters, anything you need regarding that. We'll even do mock interviews for you, as I mentioned too. And I'm just sent my email out there on as well. The double major is pretty much the same. You're going to have to wait until after your first quarter, and then you could add on the other major, but you could start connecting with that other major first. Yes. Olivia, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask if you can put my email in the full chat,
I
which
got you,
is right
David.
which is right there. Then I'm good with it. Thank you, Olivia. Okay, thank you, everybody. I'm sorry. That's all the time I have. You do have my email. You can email me any questions, and I will take care of it for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, for this presentation. We are now actually going to be on lunch. So you have a 1 hour lunch. Please be back here at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
On and get you connected to those resources. We have so many incredible resources all around campus and around San Luis Obispo, and she can really help you hone in on those services that'll help you to continue to be a student and continue to grow and to learn. Alcohol and drug programs, we did touch on that a little bit, and I know you've seen and heard from Jen and Andre today. So I'll just touch on those a little bit. Mustangs for Recovery. Mustangs for Recovery is our the student recovery program. So these are students who are perhaps they've come to college and they're figuring out, oh, maybe the way I'm using the substance isn't how I want to continue, or I have a friend I'm worried about, or I'm in recovery and I've been in recovery for several years. It's a community that people can come in, a sober community that people can come in and get connected and get the support that they need, again, to really represent who they are holistically and not have to pick and choose. Overdose prevention and Narcan training and distribution. I think many people are familiar, but Narcan is a very, very safe drug. It's a drug that is administered through nasal, so it's not like a shot. At least the ones that we have are not. And it's very safe. And what it can do is it can reverse an opioid overdose. So Andre is out. Andre and his students are out regularly distributing that, doing that training, as Mel mentioned. You can get it through our pharmacy. You can get the training you need. There's also fentanyl test strips. So again, we really want to support our students being able to be as safe and as aware and as knowledgeable as they possibly can be. And then last, but certainly not least, SAFER. SAFER is our gender and power-based violence prevention, education, confidential advocacy, and support. So we are a team of 6. We have 2 prevention specialists and 3 advocates. All of our advocates are pro staff and they are confidential in California, meaning that if something happens, and I will say gender and power-based violence sometimes is like this kind of big encompassing term. We're talking about things like sexual assault, intimate partner violence, stalking, harassment. We can work with our students to help support them if they are survivors, and help them kind of navigate and figure out what are their next steps, help them feel supported, heard, and seen, and connect them to a larger community. And then we have our prevention team, which is students. I kind of touched on that a little bit. If you are a student who's really into this and really wants to help educate people and really change things before the harm happens, we have a wonderful prevention team, 2 pro staff, and about 14 students every year who work with us to do education outreach, events. We'll do boothing. We do Take Back the Night in April. So lots of really great opportunities to get involved. But also just know that they are a safe, confidential space for you to come and get the support that you need.
And we're going to skip the trivia because there's not really a way to do that in this setting. So let's
We can go
jump
through
to
the answers.
I know. So the amount of condoms we gave out last year, we did closer to 75,000. So your answer would be A. You want to do B, Kirsten?
Shoot, yes, I think so. You know all the answers.
I know.
How many visits the Cal Poly Food Pantry that I just talked a whole bunch about? We had over 75,000 visits last year. So that's obviously far more students than we have. So we have students and they're coming back regularly to get the support that they need. And we're really, really proud to be able to continue to support that growth.
Yeah. And the year Cal Poly was founded, 1901. It's pretty
Yay!
amazing.
That was the
And
fun trivia, y'all. Sorry
yep,
you
yep,
couldn't be here
yep.
for it.
All right, and our last slide here, you have all of our phone numbers. The QR code takes you to our website. The two phone numbers for counseling and psychological services and health services are those 24-hour lines, plus they get you to our front desk along with all of our emails. Our hours starting in the fall are Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 8 to 5, and Wednesday, 9 to 5. We are in building 27 next to the rock wall. Our Instagram handle at Cal Poly Health and Wellbeing. Please, 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 please follow us on Instagram. We post everything that we're getting ready to do on Mondays. You'll get a whole list of everything that's happening for that week, but then any fun events that are popping up, it's all going to be on our Instagram page, including our flu shot clinics, our Narcan distributions, our therapy dogs. The phone number to our pharmacy is not on here, but you can find that on the website. One of the other top questions we always have is whether you can transfer your prescriptions to our pharmacy. Call our pharmacy because we don't contract or deal with any insurance. Everything is cash price. So you want to verify that that medication is something we stock and what that cash price would be. Do bear in mind that we do not stock any controlled substances. So that would be any ADHD medications, and certain other controlled ones. But I think we can, I don't know, answer a couple questions.
Okay.
There are three that I did answer already. I'll blow through those really quick just in case those of you who are on don't have access to be able to read them. But we had one person ask, how do you submit your immunizations? You simply just log into your MyCalPoly portal, go to your health and counseling app, and upload it through the document upload option. If you aren't finished with your immunizations, that's okay. Just upload what you have so far and schedule those appointments to finish your immunizations, spring break, winter break, depending on when you're due. And the next question is, some of you might be submitting various release of information or disclosures or releases for us to talk to your parents. Because we receive so much paperwork for all of our incoming students, we cannot respond to every single one that comes in. We will only respond if something is wrong with the form that you submitted. Otherwise, if you didn't get a reject from Mailer Demon saying that it didn't go through, we received it. It has been processed. If you want to verify, you're welcome to call our front desk at 756-1211. And then another question, are there basic dental services at the health center? Unfortunately not. We don't have dental services or optometry services here at the health center. So check with your insurance, see who's covered in our area, and reach out to get those services taken care of or schedule them for when you return home. And let's see, Kirsten, you want to get this last one?
I can. So yes, the question is, can you talk more about the basic needs counselor and what type of needs they meet specifically? I also saw a bullet point about potential meal vouchers. So the basic needs counselor, oh goodness, it's hard to say specifically simply because they really do work with the student where the student is. And so specific services that they can do, they'll sit down with you again, figure out what the issue is. Are you struggling with housing? Are you having a hard time because you need to move or break a lease? Are you having roommate issues? Like any one of those things might come up. And come to our basic needs counselor. They'll also work with you around food insecurity. So while the food pantry is certainly an option, wanting to also connect you with local food pantries to make sure you're getting the support you need. Get you connected to perhaps apply for funding to be able to purchase foods. But they can also work with, again, all on-campus providers as well as off-campus to try to connect you with where can we get you support? Is there emergency housing grant that's available to you? Is there a CARES grant? Will that work for you? And they can help you through the process of applying for that. So I know that's a little bit vague, but it really is kind of basic needs. Is it related to your health, your safety, your housing, your food? those kinds of things she can really help with. And one thing I will say about everybody I've ever worked with on campus here is regardless of where you end up, there's no wrong door. So if you come in and you're talking to the basic needs coordinator, and yeah, there's some things that she can help you with, but there are things that she can't, she's going to connect you to the right person or help you get the right answers. The potential meal vouchers are available. They are limited, however. The meal vouchers are designed to be kind of a short-term response to a need. So they're not designed to be something where you're getting them on a regular basis. It's more along the lines of, hey, I ran short, or this extra purchase came up. You know, I had to buy a really expensive chemistry textbook. Or I'm not able to get these things. You can apply for a limited number of meal vouchers, and what those are is you can take them to somewhere on campus and get a meal. So again, they're meant to be kind of limited use, shorter term. If there's longer term need, that's where that basic needs coordinator can really come in to help you deal with whatever is happening, to help you get your feet under you and be able to do more long-term work.
All right. And I answered one question by typing, but these other three remaining, I'm going to try and answer all at the same time. So if any of you are on specific controlled medications, depending on whether you're in California or out of California, kind of helps align where my answers go. If you are out of state and your current psychiatrist is not licensed in the state of California, you most likely are going to need to find a psychiatrist in the San Luis Obispo area. I would suggest you start that process now. Check with your insurance and look and see who's available. We do have quite a few on our Campus Health and Wellbeing website. There is a link to Psychology Today that can link you with quite a few psychiatrists. Pacific Psychiatry is a big one that's in the area as well with a lot of providers. But the two closest pharmacies would be CVS. We have one that's downtown San Luis Obispo and one inside Target and Costco. So you'd want to have your prescriptions sent over to those pharmacies to get them filled if you're able to have them filled in California. And I think we are out of time, and I see other panelists starting to drop in here. What say you, Kirsten?
I think we are out of time. Thank you all so much. We're so excited to meet you all in person. And if you have other questions, you got that contact information. You're welcome to look on the website, reach out to either one of us.
Yep. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to our last presenters. We're going to continue on now with our next presentation, talking about mental health.
Hi, can you all hear me okay? Awesome. So Andre is going to put up our presentation slides, and I will go ahead and start. I am Conrad Mendoza. I am a clinical counselor here at Cal Poly's Counseling and Psychological Services. I use he, him, ed pronouns, and I'm so glad to be here with you today. I remember very well when I came to Cal Poly as a student, actually, and finding new places and my way around campus was a little bit daunting, but it was a great experience. And because there's a lot to navigate, but people are pretty friendly here. And we're here to help each of you. With me again, I'm going to share that I have Andre Cias with us. And so Andre will introduce himself.
Thanks, Conrad. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Andre Cias, and you've already heard from me about an hour ago, but I am filling in for one of my students, so I appreciate all of your patience with this presentation, and I hope you'll find your slow days, even in virtual, exciting and an opportunity to get to know your future home.
Okay, I didn't know that Andre had already met with you all. So there you have him again. Our goal today is to share that mental health is important to all of us, whether you're experiencing a mental health concern or symptoms or not. It's important to invest in your mental health and well-being. This is often not discussed and is still surrounded by stigma and shame for many people and many communities. Our hope is that by talking about mental health more openly, we can connect with this aspect of our humanity, acknowledge that we all struggle at times, and that by learning about mental health, we can be more prepared to address it for ourselves and others. We hope you also hear today that your experience matters. It's okay if you have a strong response to something difficult or painful in your life. That's being human. There's more to college than academics, and yet it can be hard to balance academics with everything else. We care about you, and we'll be here to help if you need it. So, let's talk about mental health. Mental health encompasses a lot. The dictionary definition states that it's a person's condition with regard to their psychological and emotional well-being. That's a good start, but there's more to it than just that. At Campus Health and Wellbeing, we think of mental health as a broad domain of our health that impacts all the other parts of health and well-being. Mental health is informed by our environments, our biology, what we are exposed to or ingest, the coping mechanisms we learned, habits and tendencies, and our experiences and identities. When we talk about exposed to and ingest, the way I see that is a lot of social media that we take in and the news and things like that. Mental health can be supported by noticing and responding to your needs, which we'll talk about more in a moment, building supportive communities, utilizing medication, and reaching out to a variety of resources. At the same time, there are a number of things that can cause us to experience emotional distress as well.
Generally, this is when I ask everybody to raise their hand if they've experienced stress, and then I say, wow, it looks like most of us have experienced stress. So I'm just going to assume for the rest of this presentation, everyone has experienced stress, and I want to really normalize it because stress is a normal part of life and isn't always a bad thing. In fact, sometimes stress can motivate us to stop procrastinating on stuff like homework or studying for an exam. In fact, stress surrounding these experiences can motivate us to do those things that we want to do and need to do. However, while we expect certain events to cause stress, like registering for classes, presenting a presentation in front of 430 people via Zoom, we also want to note that microaggressions, sexism, and racism can cause deeper levels of stress too. All of these stressful factors, compounding over time, can move our typical stress to distress. And distress is when stress is no longer a motivating factor, but it becomes debilitating. When in distress, we feel overwhelmed, miserable, and more likely to rely on others for support. Coming to Cal Poly can be both exciting and stressful. If you get to campus and start to feel anxious, stressed, overwhelmed, uncertain, homesick, or lonely, please know that you're not the only one. Everyone is experiencing this environment for the first time, and it's all right to feel overwhelmed. You're adjusting to a new place that you call home. One of the best things you can do for yourselves in this time is to choose positive self-talk, reaching out to friends and navigating support if you feel like you need it. We have great counseling resources and many on-campus organizations that can help you adjust. We understand that it can be difficult to navigate seeking support if you've never done that before. So on the next slide, Conrad's going to share some signs of when an individual might be experiencing distress.
Yeah, so here are some of the physical signs along with emotional and cognitive signs, or the things you might feel or think when distress is taking over. Stress affects us all differently. In general, when we are experiencing stress, our bodies release chemicals to help us deal with perceived threats, leading to fight, flight, freeze response. You may feel fatigued or worried, or you may not be able to focus or remember things as well as you used to. You may feel alone or nauseated. These are your body's warning signs or cues to be curious about what's going on with you. The first step in managing our stress is to recognize when we are stressed. This can be challenging for us because we don't always pay attention until our bodies send us a significant signal. So, for example, if if you see a bear while walking, your body is going to prepare you to try and survive the encounter by increasing your heart rate, your breathing, and tightening your muscles. However, our bodies can often misinterpret things or have an outsized response for the stressor uh, we are encountering. For example, during the finals week, your body may respond if you are seeing a grizzly bear, as if you were seeing a grizzly bear all week long. So, when we notice these symptoms, what will we do? We will judge ourselves and push ourselves even harder, or we will respond with self-compassion. Or will we respond with self-compassion?
but this is generally when an alumni from Cal Poly tells you what they did as a student. So many years ago, as a student, I had to try different strategies to effectively manage stress and still do. And I've learned what strategies best help me practice self-care when experiencing emotional and or physical signs of stress. So when figuring out where you may need support and nourishment in your life, there are different forms of self-care you can explore. So this first one is going to be physical care, which is a great way to manage your stress. We all have physical health needs like sleep, nutrition, and movement. For example, during midterm, sleep is one of the first things students cut down on by pulling all-nighters to study for exams. What they might not know is that research shows that sleeping instead of studying through the night helps you be more successful academically. So if you're worried about exams, remember that taking care of your physical health needs may help you be more successful. For emotional care, it's all about checking on how you feel. So asking yourself, what have I been feeling lately? Is it new or different, atypical from my typical me? How do I feel about myself? Self-care is designed to be fun, and emotional care can be an activity that you do for yourself that makes you feel good. Now, cognitive and intellectual care, this is all about patterns of thought and how you can direct them to be more supportive. For example, during midterms or final seasons, if you're going, I'm totally going to fail this test, that can actually set you up to do so. However, shifting your negative talk or thoughts to be more optimistic, such as, I've studied for this test, I've got it, can make an impact on your performance. Relationship care or relational care focuses on relationships, whether it's family, friends, and or communities. It's taking the time to ask yourself, am I feeling heard, validated? If you have thoughts and feelings that you're not feeling seen for who you are, there will be resources shared about therapy and listening spaces for you to navigate relationships. And lastly, spiritual care is about the connection felt to what gives life its purpose. Different forms of self-care are intended to give you a snapshot of understanding yourself and what's important to you. Whether it be acknowledging the signs of stress and what action you can take to support yourself, or if it's checking in emotionally with how you're feeling. Some forms of self-care may feel more relevant to you than others. By understanding how to best support yourself with self-care, you will also be able to identify how to support yourself if stress starts to turn into distress.
So, as we talk about spiritual care and self-care and stuff like that really quickly, we have a really cool thing that we started last academic year with Sound Bath Journey. And so you'll want to check out Cal Poly now to see when those are happening throughout the next academic school year. As we look at this slide here, it can be hard to be human and a student. It may feel difficult to appreciate our limits and needs because a lot of us have the belief that we are supposed to be superhuman to be successful. This belief can make it hard to take the time to tend to our needs. What we often hear from students is that when they come to Cal Poly, they stop behaviors or practices that help them be successful in the past because the pressure of not having enough time becomes too much. We encourage you to think about what those things have been for you and find ways to incorporate them in your Cal Poly experience. I can tell you as a therapist that meets with students, I have given that advice to some students myself that, hey, what was working for you before because it got you here? Go back to those. And they do, and it helps. The hardest thing about investing in ourselves is allowing yourself to believe that it is okay to take breaks and give yourself time to notice and respond to your needs. Rest and reflection allows us to come back stronger than if we continued along on an empty tank. And there will be times where we'll need guidance. When you feel stuck, overwhelmed, or when you've been doing a bunch of healthy behaviors, but still things aren't feeling right. If you're struggling with something, you are not alone. We are here to help you at CAPS. In the US, about 25% of adults have symptoms of mental health concern in any given year. Take a moment to think about that. 1 in 4. Think about what that means about the commonality of mental health concerns. The statistics reminds me that struggling with mental health is a typical human experience and is nothing to be ashamed of. You're not broken or have done something wrong. This is common. Either you or someone you know will have at least one mental health challenge in your lifetime. Talking about our emotional health or going to therapy can be important and normal thing to do, just like we go to a medical provider for physical health needs. Counseling and psychological services, which is Cal Poly's counseling centers sees more students than the national average for college counseling centers. This is because the Cal Poly students before you advocated diligently to have more access to these therapeutic resources on campus to ensure that they have a place to visit, to invest in their mental health. We are very proud that Mustangs work hard to make their well-being a priority, and you'll find many people on campus are ready to talk to you with you about mental health as a normal part of life and your academic experience. Anxiety and depression are the most common concerns we see on campus. Often people can feel nervous talking to their friends about their experiences, believing that they are the only ones going through this. But more often than not, when people start talking about their experiences, they find others who have or are going through something similar.
So let's imagine you notice that your friend has been experiencing some swift behavior changes. They're distracted, constantly tired, and they've stopped eating entirely. How would you let them know that they're not alone? Here are some ideas about how to start those conversations. But before we play this video, I just want to give a content warning. This video contains language surrounding suicide and mental health concerns. So please feel free to take a moment if you need to step out of this Zoom space and/or mute us. It will be about 4 minutes long.
Cal Poly students have a lot going on. Academics, clubs, sports, relationships, activities, and spending time with friends. It's an exciting time, but sometimes it may seem like too much to handle. If you know or suspect that one of your friends is thinking about suicide, you can make a real difference by following these 3 simple steps. See something. Pay attention to your friend's behavior. Students thinking about suicide might seem more sad or anxious than they usually are. You might notice they're withdrawn, have been spending more time alone, haven't been going to classes, or seem to be sleeping all the time. You might notice that they seem hopeless, stuck, or even talk about death. Whatever you've seen, it is important to respond to their emotional distress or noticeable changes. Even if your friend isn't thinking about suicide, your willingness to help can have a huge impact. Say something. When you notice the signs of emotional distress, don't ignore them. If you choose to approach a friend you're concerned about, or if someone reaches out to you, here are some things to keep in mind. Offer your support by asking if your friend would like to talk. It's usually best to have these conversations in private, unless it's uncomfortable for you or your friend. Talk about what you have observed and your perception of the situation. Be direct and honest. It's okay to ask directly about suicide and other serious topics. Getting these issues out into the open is the best way to start dealing with them. Engage in active listening and stay focused on your friend's concerns. Be careful not to take the focus away from your friend's experience by talking too much about your own story. Do something. You can give hope by helping to explore options such as faculty and staff, family, spiritual or religious advisors, and counseling professionals. If you don't know how to handle a specific situation, check in with a faculty member, advisor, or counselor. Cal Poly Counseling Services is a free resource that can help students with all kinds of concerns, including thoughts of suicide. You are not alone. Be sure to get support for yourself as well. If you have immediate concerns about your friend's safety, call 911 or the university police. You are not betraying your friend's trust by getting others involved. Their safety is the most important thing. Overall, conveying your concern and willingness to help is the single most important thing you can do for somebody in distress. Your attention, encouragement, and reassurance can help. See something, say something, and do something.
See something, say something, do something. These steps are about you showing that you care and are ready to support someone. Mental health concerns don't have to include thoughts of suicide to deserve attention. People should not have to reach a breaking point before receiving care. If you notice someone is struggling, it's worth starting the conversation early. It may feel awkward at first, but approaching this conversation with empathy and without judgment or an intention and pressure of fixing anything can make a meaningful difference to this conversation.
In the video, they mentioned talking to a counselor. The counselors at Counseling and Psychological Services care about you. Cal Poly students, we want to help you be successful and to live your life in a way that feels meaningful to you. All of our therapy services are free, are just for students, and are confidential and private. Counseling and Psychological Services has a variety of services to fit your needs and work hard to collaborate with you to come up with a plan of treatment just for you. Though we don't have a session limit, we focus mostly on providing short-term therapy. If you're interested in long-term treatment or ongoing therapy throughout your time at Cal Poly, we'll talk through the best options given your resources, insurance, family support, transportation to meet your needs. Whether that's here or somewhere else, we'll be by your side through the whole process. You are always welcome to come back if the plan didn't work out as expected or if you need something different later on. If there are specific questions about our services, I would be happy to answer them at the end of the presentation, or you can email us at counseling@calpoly.edu. And this is the image of our team. You can see that we've got a pretty big team, quite diverse with different ethnicities, genders, gender identities, and so on. Next slide is Mabel. This is Mabel, the first canine member of our animal-assisted therapy program. So there are 3 ways to connect to counseling services. And so really quickly, we used to be called counseling services. Now we're called counseling and psychological services, or CAPS for short. The first is through our drop-in services. These include some group experiences like yoga, meditation, and first-year support spaces. It also includes our weekly drop-in Let's Talk program, which is an informal and confidential one-on-one with a counselor. This is a space for students who are not quite sure about therapy, who have a general mental health question, or who have a problem that they would like to talk through. On top of your general Let's Talk, we also have Let's Talk specifically created for students whose identities have been marginalized and for students who utilize the Dream Center. You can find all of your drop-in services on our website or on CP Now. Let's Talk has several different groups that you can utilize, and they're really good, from marginalized communities to STEM to trauma and Dream Center. So just check all those out. The next way is to call and ask for an appointment. The first 15-minute overview appointment can typically be scheduled same day or next day. In this appointment, we'll ask some questions related to what's bringing you into therapy and your therapy goals, and then we'll make recommendations based off of your presenting concerns. Together, we will make a plan of action and get you moving toward accomplishing those goals. That first 15-minute overview appointment is a phone call. And lastly, we are here for you 24/7. You can call our phone number and either talk with a therapist right away through our crisis line, or during business hours, you can schedule a same-day appointment for urgent needs. If you are at all questioning if you should call or not, please call. We want to be there for you to navigate your urgent need or difficult moment. We are committed to providing high-quality counseling services, clinical services. Our therapists are skilled, licensed professionals from a variety of theoretical orientations and specialties. We regularly continue our professional growth through continued education, certification programs, and consultation groups. For example, we have a bi-monthly group for our counselors that focus specifically on growing in cultural humility. And we have a weekly task force working on increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion in our programs and services. We are dedicated to reducing barriers and obstacles to accessing mental health services, increasing access not only in getting students in quickly to the therapy room, but also through connecting to the Cal Poly community, building relationships with our departments and student groups to provide well-being guidance to those who desire it. We strive to be a safe space where each student can be their unique selves and feel supported in what they are experiencing. So appreciate our students' feedback on what we can do better, so please let us know how we're doing.
So you've already seen this slide. Campus Health and Wellbeing's counseling and psychological services are all part of the larger Campus Health and Wellbeing Department, also known as the Health Center on campus, or CH&W. So the Health Center is comprised of a myriad of physicians, MAs, nurses, therapists, pharmacists. Please go to our website if you're interested in getting connected with our psychiatrist. I know that there is a question that hasn't been answered in the FAQ. That is how you do that. We also have a fully functioning food pantry, as Kirsten said, and post-peer health educators, along with professional health educators. So if you want to know more about Campus Health and Wellbeing, there will be some breakout sessions eventually, and you can stop by on Building 27. This is our Mustangs for Recovery slide. We have covered Mustangs for Recovery twice already. So just know it is our collegiate recovery program here on campus. It is run fully by students, for students. I just advise it. And it's for anyone that has been impacted by the addiction of anyone else in their lives, those that are sober curious, sober allies, recovery allies, or individuals in recovery. So please check us out. We are still in Building 27. You're muted, Conrad.
Sorry about that. And we did it. We made it to the end. Let's review 4 key takeaways. Mental health is a part of all of us, and mental health challenges are a part of human life. There are lots of stressors that Cal Poly students will experience, and paying attention to your body and responding with care is important. If you notice your friend is going through something, approach them with sincerity and non-judgment, and let them know there are people who can help. Campus Health and Wellbeing is available 24/7 to provide free mental health services to Cal Poly students. We care about what you're going through and want to be there with you.
It was so nice getting to welcome all of you to orientation here at Cal Poly. We hope you were able to learn a bit more about our school and the resources that we have.
Please feel free to scan the QR code to learn more about our programs at CAPS and CH&W. Remember, you are not alone, you are worthy of love, and you are a part of a big Mustang family now. Your Slow Days team will take it from here to help us transition to your next activity. We have a few minutes, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I see that question in there, how can I get in touch with a psychiatrist now so my current psychiatrist can send them my prescription? I'm an out-of-state student. I think the best way, quite honestly, depends on the medications you're looking for. If you are looking for ADHD medication on campus as of now, I don't believe that we handle that. So reaching out to our campus psychiatrist, Dr. Feingold, will not be helpful. But the best way that I think would be to contact your insurance and let them know that you'll be moving to San Luis Obispo, California, and you need to find a provider that's in network with your insurance, and they should be able to help you. The other way could be by looking at Psychology Today, typing in the zip code and going from there.
And if you have any questions about insurance, Mel Vedran is our student patient navigator and can answer those as well. But we really appreciate it. Are there any questions about our counseling and psychological services resources offered here on campus?
I'm going to give myself a little shout out real quick. On the Campus Health and Wellbeing Instagram page, you will find CAPS Mental Health Minutes, and they're just little 1.5 to 2 minute reels with some mental health tips.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much, and we look forward to welcoming you to Cal Poly. Please reach out if you need any support.
Thank you so much, Conrad and Andre. What a wonderful presentation. We're going to continue on now into a quick break time, and our next presentation will start back at 2:15 Pacific time. All right, everyone, we're going to get started again. Welcome back. We will be continuing with a presentation from our Student Diversity and Belonging Centers on Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending this presentation. So this presentation is from Student Diversity and Belonging. It is called Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence. My name is Joanna Sohn. I am a program coordinator with Student Diversity and Belonging. Specifically, I am the PETA coordinator, which is Asian Pacific Islander Desi American. My pronouns, I am pronoun indifferent. Now, before we begin this presentation, I'd like to start off with a land acknowledgement. So Cal Poly sits on the traditional lands of the Yaqui Tutu, Yakatihini, Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Yaqui Tutu, Yakatihini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Tahini people have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which include all of the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains towards Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to the Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean's shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. Now, before we begin, we're going to level set with some community agreements. And the first one is we strive for intellectual, cultural humility. So be open to challenging ideas. Reflect on how your identity informs your perspective. Whenever you think, I already know something, ask yourself, how can I take this further? Or how am I putting into practice what I already know? And lastly, there are no bad questions. Just be conspicuous and hold on to your questions so you can bring them up during processing sessions after the presentation with your orientation leaders. So just please keep these in mind as we move forward. So an overview for today, the story of our community starts with you. The goal of this presentation is to inspire you with opportunities to connect and build community on campus and to allow you to think critically about your role in cultivating inclusivity here at Cal Poly. So today we will start with a view of DEI terminology, how we know who we are, implicit bias and microaggressions, equitable inclusion at Cal Poly, student diversity and belonging, and building the community that you want to see. So you may or may not have heard the term DEI in higher education. This term is used to discuss efforts by the university to develop and implement what the acronym stands for: diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what do we mean when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion? Well, diversity is how we differ, the recognition and acceptance of the differences between people's social identities, which can include race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, ability, economic class, religion, nationality, among many others, and their intersections. Equity recognizes historical and systemic oppression and acknowledges that different communities require different levels of support to succeed. Achieving equity may require an unequal distribution of resources to address historical disparities and achieve equal outcomes. For example, if I gave everyone in this session right now $10 to help buy a $20 book, I would have treated all of you equally. But since some of you may have already started with a few quarters and some of you might have hundreds of dollars in your back pocket, we would not be able to achieve an equitable result. Some of you would be able to buy the book and have tons of money left over, while others would still not be able to afford the book. Inclusion is more than simply diversity and numerical representation. Inclusion involves an authentic and empowered participation, a true sense of belonging within a group or structure. Inclusion cannot happen without equity. Now, how do we know who we are? Well, social identity is an individual's concept of self based on a broad sense of perceived group membership. Social identity is often not entirely chosen by the individual, but organized based on social systems and expectations. Now, it's important to talk about our social identities because it influences how we see ourselves, it informs the way we see the world, it influences how we experience the world, and it affects our relationship with others around us. Now, on the screen, you see an image of a sun with rays emerging from it. In this illustration, the circle of the sun is you, and your rays are all the different social identities you carry. The ones you might commonly see include age, race, ethnicity, ability and disability, social economic status, language, nationality, gender, sexuality, and religion. I encourage you to reflect on your own social identities. Which ones do you think about a lot? And which ones do you barely think about at all? How might this shape the way you connect with others? Now, again, when I'm thinking about identities, like I often have to ask myself which ones are most and least salient to me and why. So the ones that is most salient would be my race. When I walk into a space, people see me as a Chinese woman, but the least salient, what people don't see is like my sexuality. I am a queer woman, but people don't see the queerness and automatically assume that I'm straight. Now, it's things like this where we have to consider that there's more to a person than what we can present. Like, for example, the culture and the family that I grew up with affected how I assumed what was normal or expected when I interacted with the rest of the world. The perspectives would be very different for others who do not share my background, experiences, and identities. So as you come onto the campus, you're going to notice that your experiences are very different from your peers and your friends. So please be cautious of these things as we continue to move forward. Now, next thing we're going to talk about is microaggression. Microaggression is brief and commonplace indignities, whether intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostility or negative slights and insults that potentially have harmful or unpleasant psychological impact. It takes work for us to be more aware of how our behaviors, actions, and verbal remarks can potentially impact or harm someone. So here's an example of how unconscious bias and microaggression connect. Let's say you're waiting in a doctor's office for the first time. A woman walks in. Many people might assume that she is the nurse and not the doctor. That is unconscious bias at work. And if she is the doctor and you ask her, when will I see the doctor? That's a microaggression. This is how unconscious bias can inform microaggressions. And when we let these microaggressions go unchecked, our behaviors, actions, or verbal remarks can cause harm. So we are actually not going to be watching this video, but moving forward, I think going over like a brief overview of what we just talked about microaggression, unconscious biases and social identities. So here's a few things. Social identity is who we are as individuals, the collection of our experiences, ancestry, and environments we have been a part of. Then we have microaggression. Again, microaggression often stems from implicit biases. Microaggressions can be seen as the way we are inconsiderate to others and cause harm based on assumptions. And moving forward, we're going to go over equitable inclusions at Cal Poly. So diversity and belonging are a response to pervasive issues like microaggressions in higher education. We are reframing and understanding cultural diversity as a benefit to our campus community like other universities. We need to continuously work to deconstruct and reconcile our histories of exclusion. Campus departments like us are working to elevate the voices of students, which can inform institutional responses that uplift historical underrepresented students. We want to create a stronger campus community through radical care, overcoming shared challenges, and collective growth. So what does building an inclusive campus look like? Well, it starts with you. There is no Cal Poly without our students. You make this campus what it is, and you have a lot of capacity to make waves during your time here, whether it's for one person or 100. How you choose to conduct yourself this time will change you and the people around you. And engaging with an intersection framework. So barriers to resources, microaggressions, and discrimination happen on campus like they do out in the real world. Our responsibility as individuals is to learn as we go and apply our new knowledge to support our peers and community. Another way to build an inclusive campus is holding yourself and others accountable. When you witness discrimination in action like microaggressions or catch yourself acting on implicit biases, take the time to reflect on your actions and take accountability for your impact through appropriate avenues, such as apologizing for the harm caused. And importantly, continue on your self-education. This will help prevent similar incidents from occurring in the future. Again, prevention is key. If you find yourself on the receiving end of a microaggression or harmful behavior, it's crucial to connect with your support systems. The Ombuds staff offers a safe place to go for assistance in resolving any university-related issue, concern, conflict, or complaint. You can make a CARES report or bias incident report with the Dean of Students. Safer or Violence Prevention Team on campus has confidential advocates for survivors of assault. You can also reach out to the Title IX office or come to a trusted faculty or staff member, and of course, our centers. We implore you to learn about your resources at Cal Poly. It'll be important to know what each of them offers and what each is obligated to do in their role. And then seeing this campus as your community. Each of us are stakeholders in this campus community. The resident hall, the facilities, classrooms, centers, and all other spaces on campus are shared resources. Treat each space with the care and respect of your own home, including all the people in it. Now, what can inclusivity look like in action? There are many ways to build trust and care, inclusivity in your campus community. We are only one department, but there are many spaces where you can get involved through the university in clubs and orgs and outside of it. For ourselves, the pinnacle of our work is to build belonging with students and that are at our events. Now, who are we? We are student diversity and belonging. So our vision is to create a Cal Poly experience rooted in equity and holistic support where all students thrive. We strive to accomplish this through our technically 9 growing centers. We are student facing. We're here to work and build community with you, and you can engage with any number of these centers and their programming that speak to your needs, hope, and experiences. So currently we have, again, 9 centers. First one being the Asian Pacific Islander Desi American, which stands for APIDA. If you have any questions regarding APIDA, I'm more than happy to answer those. You can send me an email or we can connect. And then the next one is the Black Academic Excellence Center. We also have the Dream Center that supports undocumented students. We have the Gender Equity Center, the Lionx Center for Academic Success and Achievement, Men and Masculinity, the Multicultural Center, the Native American and Indigenous Cultural Center, and the Pride Center. Now, just to help with attaching some names and faces together, this is our team. Here consisting of our director, our coordinators, and we also have student assistants who aren't on the slides, but they are there too. So we are all accessible for questions, one-on-ones, and usually out working on our programs. Each of our center have unique program goals, support systems, and values to meet our students. And the following slides, you'll also learn more about our centers. So to start off, we have Tanisha Coleman, who is the director. We have David Guriel, who is the Men and Masculinity program coordinator. We have Angel, who is the Pride coordinator. Jeremiah Hernandez, who is the La Casa coordinator. Jose Guevara, who is the Dream coordinator. And then myself as the PETA coordinator. We also have Tasneem, who is the Multicultural Center coordinator. Kyle, who is the Black Academic Excellence Center coordinator. Cassidy, who is the Native American Indigenous the center coordinator. Now, for first one, the PETA initiatives, we are located in the UU first floor. We're open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Currently, we are sharing space with the Multicultural Center. So if there's a little confusion, just know that there are 2 centers there are 2 cultural centers located in the same space. The vision of the Asian Pacific Islander Desi American initiative is to support and empower students within the PETA diaspora through intentional programming that focuses on holistic development. So our signature events consists of Lunar New Year, State of APIDA, and APIDA Heritage Month. And the center resources that are offered is the kitchen, fridge, snacks, computer, desk, couches, and school supplies such as Scantrons, Blue Books, etc. Sorry. And just before we keep going over all the centers, I just wanted to share that all students are welcome at all the spaces. So even if you don't resonate with a certain identity or hold those identities, that does not mean that you cannot be at those spaces. You are more than welcome to come into those spaces. My apologies. You're always welcome. It is a place to hang out with friends or study, or even if you're interested about like certain cultures, you're more than welcome to like come in and learn. But just know that even if you don't share these identities, you're more than welcome to be in these spaces. So here's a few pictures of the events that we did last year. So in the top left, we have the State of APIDA, which is an event. It's like a panel event where students are able to share their lived experiences of what it's like to be APIDA identifying at Cal Poly, as well as like what it is like in the city of San Luis Obispo. In the top middle, we have the Lunar New Year celebration, which was We host it in a sense of like a banquet. So just lots of raffles, games, and like a community builder. We also had the student clubs and orgs mixer. So again, at these events, you will either learn like educational wise, like how certain cultures celebrate certain holidays. But some of the events, they're also just community builders. So in the student clubs and orgs mixer, we were just connecting the PETA student clubs and orgs, and it turned into like a trivia night. So that's a good way to just get connected. And then we also did Spam and Eggs community breakfast. So beginning of each quarter of last year, we started the quarter off with just Spam and Eggs and just ate together, just had breakfast together. So again, even if you don't share those identities, you're more than welcome to participate in these events. And it's something that we pride ourselves in student diversity and belonging is that you will never leave hungry. Like we make sure that you were fed, and every center, just to start off or before going deeper into the presentation, every center does have resources like printing. So like instead of paying for printing on campus, you are more than welcome to come into the center and print for free, color included. All the centers always have snacks. So if you're in between classes, you don't have time to order any food and you're just, you're hungry, you're more than welcome to come into the center space and grab some snacks. Or let's say that you're in between classes and you want to take a nap, but you don't want to walk all the way back to the dorm. You can come into the center space. There's always a place that you can nap. So just please keep these things in mind. The next center we're going to go over is the Black Academic Excellence Center, also known as BASE. They are always full of energy, resembling a living room where everyone can stop by and relax, have a good time, or receive support from the coordinator. On scheduled dates, they have visits by health and well-being, career services, and advisors. You're always welcome to, again, grab a snack, take a nap, print documents, pick up school supplies. And one of their values is that they are dedicated to encouraging educational progress of students within the Black diaspora. They cultivate student development through academic assistance and nurturing a positive self-perception while actively immersing themselves in the richness of Black history and culture. So some of their signature event is Welcome Black to Base, which is in the first week of September, the first week of school typically. Their other signature event is the Martin Luther King Legacy event. And then they also have State of Blackness. And again, they have campus partners that come into the centers to do drop-in hours. So if you are wanting some advising or career services, like they do have these campus partners coming in to the center to provide those services. Again, all the centers typically have Scantrons, blue books, notebooks, pens, pencils. There's computers and printing. So if you need a space to just rest and relax or read a book, you're more than welcome to come into the center space. Currently, they are located in Building 15 in room 103 and 104. Their hours are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So here's a few pictures of the events that they did throughout the year, which is on the top left, that is their State of Blackness event. And then on the bottom right, they have the Martin Luther King Legacy event. And on the bottom left, that is the program coordinator, Kyle. So again, there are events throughout the academic year. Please swing by and check them out. There's always food. Also, the food that they typically get, most community or the centers that we typically order from is off campus with our community partners. So if there are foods that you want to try, but don't want to drive or don't want to pay for it, swing by our events. We typically get food off campus to support our community. So it's open to everyone, to all students. So you are welcome to participate in these too. And again, as first years or transfers, actually, it's hard to find a community, and we understand that. So if you want to be involved with this campus but don't know where to start, definitely come into the centers. We can get you connected. And it is a great place to find a sense of community. The next center that we're going to talk about is the Dream Center. The Dream Center is a space for undocumented students, students from mixed status families, and their allies. Similar to all of our SDAB centers, Dream provides resources such as computer usage, printing, snacks, study space, as well as workshop and events throughout the year. They also have a mini food cabinet and legal aid support services. Currently, they are located in Building 172 in room H146. Their hours is Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And currently, they are sharing space with the NACE Center. Some of their signature events that they have is Undocu Week, Migration Celebration, Monarch Commencement, and I think it's just very important to share this information. So if you know any friends or any colleagues or peers that has an undocumented status or maybe from a mixed status family, please share this resource with them. They do have the legal and mental health resources. They are very confidential with their meetings. So if they need any legal advices, please send them to the Dream Center. Right now, it is a scary time, so we want to be able to support all of our students. So if you know anyone, please send them our way. Here's a few pictures that they've done. So the big butterfly, you will actually see that at the center. It's actually a student who made this for a project, but gave it to the center. So it's that structure is in the NACE Center currently. But these pictures is from their migration celebration event. And the next center that we'll talk about is the Gender Equity Center. The Gender Equity Center is located in the University Union. So in the UU, room 217, their hours is Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And the center is focused on uplifting and empowering women, feminine, trans, and gender expansive students and their allies at Cal Poly through intersectional programming, advocacy, and education. They offer numerous resources such as menstrual supplies, diapers for parenting students, and gender affirming care resources. And they hold events, the largest of which include Women's History Month, GEMS, which stands for Gender Experiences, Monologues, and Stories. So it's like theatrical activism within its own performance and design. They have gender equity training, which is a 4-week social justice program reviewing gender identity, feminist histories, and intersectionality. So here's a few pictures of what their center looks like and the events that they've done. So in the center, you can see that they do have some of the resources such as like the diapers, menstrual supplies. They also have food and snacks that you can come and take some. Some of the events, the top right, you'll see is the State of Women event, which is sharing like the lived experiences, student experiences at Cal Poly, what it is like to be feminine identity, trans equity. So they do have various identities coming into these spaces, sharing their lived experiences. On the bottom right, that is part of the GEMS event, which is the theatrical. In the picture, there's 3 students who are part of the production that they threw. And then the one next to it, I believe, is the women's brunch event that they had. So again, they do various events throughout the academic year. Please check them out. The next center that we're going to talk about is La Casa, also known as the Latinx Center for Academic Success and Achievement. La Casa is a place where students can be students, whether that's to study, snack, socialize, sleep, or something else. It's a physical space for students to simply be present. La Casa hold regular signature events such as the Latinx Heritage Month and Cafecito con Pan Dulce, Latinx Chicanx commencement. So they host a cultural commencement each year. And then again, similar center resources is very similar to all the other centers that we have within SDAB. So like there's computers, printing, test supplies, and they also support the Latinx student clubs and orgs. They have informal drop-in, advising, career services, and other campus community partners. And here's a few pictures of their events throughout the academic year. So the top left is like their mariachi band, I believe. And then the top center, it was when the La Casa Center had opened. And it was like a picture of the opening of the center. If you look at the bottom right, that is their cultural commencement. So when it is your time and you're approaching graduation, you're more than welcome to apply to be a part of the cultural commencement. So like the stoles that you see, the very colorful ones, those are their cultural commencement stoles. That is something that you can have as well when you get to that part of your journey. The next center that we will talk about is the Men and Masculinity Center. So they focus on creating spaces to process and develop collective understanding and diverse expressions of masculinity. So some of the signature events that they host is Movember, which takes place in November. They focus on the men's mental health, testicular and prostate cancer awareness month. They also have book clubs and state of masculinity. Again, center resources are very similar to the other center resources. So here's a few events that they hosted throughout the academic years. So they had a movie night where they watched Barbie and analyzed the patriarchy themes within the movie. They also had state of masculinity on the bottom left. And then they had a conversation regarding like unraveling toxic masculinity and patriarchy within the PETA cultures. So there's a lot of intersectionality that happens with these programs. And then the next center we're talking about is the Multicultural Center, which is a vibrant space where students can build community, explore identity, engage in dialogue, and develop as leaders. They offer workshops, forums, and leadership opportunities that uplift underrepresented voices and foster solidarity. So some of their signature events is Fall Welcome. Again, typically takes place in like the first week of school. They have Culture Fest, which gathers all of the cultural student clubs and orgs. So if you want to be involved within the Cal Poly culture, but not sure where to start, this is a great place to start. They also have the Soul Summit, Polycultural Weekend, State of Swana, and State of Mixedness. A few pictures that happened throughout the academic year. So they had like a line team dance happening at I believe that's Culture Fest. And then in the bottom center, you can see a group of people. Typically, I want to say that is the UU Plaza. So people typically gather and dance together. And then I want to say the bottom left is Culture Fest as well. So like Culture Fest is like a bunch of student clubs and orgs that came together, and it's a great way to be involved with the campus and other students. They also have like different types of food and just bringing parts of like their culture into the environment. So if you're interested in learning and trying new things out, it's a great way to be involved. The next center we have is the Native American and Indigenous Cultural Center. They are located in building 172 in room H146. Their hours is Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. So they focus on restoratively healing Native and Indigenous students through decolonial practices and Native knowledge. Some of their signature events is Indigenous Peoples Day, Native American Heritage Month, Indigenous Kitchen, and again, resources are very similar to the previous centers that were mentioned. And here's a few pictures of events. So on the bottom right, they had the state of indigeneity. They also had I want to say in the top left, they had they have their cultural commencement. And then again, the center left is their Indigenous Kitchen event. So please come by to their center and show some support. And then we also have the Pride Center, which is located in building 65, which is the UU, in room 217. Their hours is Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. The Pride Center's collective mission is to support and empower people of sexual orientation, gender identities, and expressions to strengthen and unite the community. So some of their signature events is Coming Out Week, Pride Ballroom, Pride Prom, and again, similar center resources as the other centers. So a few pictures from their events. So on the bottom left, you'll see like they hiked up to the Poly P and they painted the P during Pride Month. The top left is their ballroom event. Same with the top right. So they had a ballroom event, and then they also did a Trans Remembrance Day. So on the bottom center, I want to believe that's the event that they did. And again, with all these center spaces, they're welcome to all students. So if you want to hang out with friends or you want to check out the centers, you're more than welcome to. Please stop by and please connect with us. So each of our centers have an Instagram. If you want to stay connected and check out the events that happen throughout the academic year, please scan the QR code. And most importantly, welcome again to Cal Poly. Congrats on getting known, and we can't wait to meet you. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, that was our Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence presentation. We're going to continue on to a break time, and our next presentation will continue again at 3:15 Pacific time. See you soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started with our next presentation, Money Matters for New Mustangs.
All right. Hey there. My name is John. I'm from Student Accounts Office, and it's so good to see all of you here with us and getting ready to talk about everybody's favorite topic, money, and especially paying for college, what that looks like, and how that is going to be for you for the next, well, next few years at least. Again, my name is John. I am from the Student Accounts Office, and let's kind of get into it. We have a lot to cover today. They graced me with about 40 minutes and I try to jam about 60 minutes worth of material into this presentation. So I do talk fast. There isn't really room for questions here. You're welcome to leave some questions in the chat. I will respond to them after this presentation is over. And then if you have other questions, our office is available to you. And we do have some really good stuff that is available to you as well via other resources. So we're going to talk about our important rule of the road here at Cal Poly, especially in the Student Accounts Office, as well as the Financial Aid Office. We have lots of valuable resources. Some are in your portal, some are available on the World Wide Web, and we'll get into a lot of those. Then we are going to talk about what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay those charges. And Financial Aid 101 is going to be laced into this presentation. Now, I am from the Student Accounts Office. The Financial Aid Office is separate from the Student Accounts Office, but I'm the one that gets to do the presentations. So we will, for all of those of you who do have financial aid, we are going to go ahead and give you a primer of how financial aid works at Cal Poly. It is a little different than a lot of the schools are, so you do want to pay attention to that if you have even $1 of financial aid, whether that's grants, loans, scholarships. They're all considered financial aid by our financial aid office, and the Department of Education also considers them to be financial aid, and we do apply them in a pretty universally similar way. Lastly, but not leastly, the very last slide in the slide deck is the Mustang punch list. It does have important dates. And if there is one screenshot you may want to take, that would be that slide once it's fully populated, because it is an outline of everything going on between now and when classes begin in September. So let's get into it. You are beginning a journey. And for the purposes of this conversation, that journey is going to begin in England. So when you fly into England and you land in Heathrow Airport, hopefully get your bags out of luggage, you then get out into ground transportation, you're going to encounter the fact that they do things differently there. For one, the steering wheel is on the right side of the car, and they drive on the left side of the road. The right side of the road is the wrong side. The left side is the right side. And you can say, hey, I'm an American. I know the correct place to be when you're driving on a road is on the right-hand side. But when you're in England, even if you think they're absolutely nuts for doing it that way, when you're in England, trying to fight that rule of the road while you're there isn't going to work out well for you. It is their important rule of the road. And we have our own important rule of the road here at Cal Poly, and that is it is the student account. It's not the family account. It's not the parent account. It's not the supporters account. It is the student account. Our office is the student accounts office. And the reason why is because ultimately it is the student's responsibility. This whole education, students, it is on you. It is ultimately your responsibility, not just going to class, not just getting the grades and passing the exams, not just getting the units and getting the degree, but also facilitating the payment of all of these fees that do have to be covered as part of your college education. And it is not a small amount of money. California resident students, 6 figures when you add it all up over 4 years. 6 figures of payments that have to be facilitated by the student. Now, you can facilitate that by having supporters pay some of the bills, pay all the bills. You can pay out of your own pocket for some of it. You can use financial aid to cover some, most, or all of your bills. But You are responsible, students, ultimately for getting those bills paid in a timely manner according to the due dates so that you avoid adverse consequences. So because the student is responsible and the student owns the liability, we refer to everything as being through or by the student. And as such, all communication is only done to the student. So we send either emails to your Cal Poly email address, or we post fees and balances and charges that are viewable to you in Money Matters. It is the student account and nobody else's. If you want other people to get that information, all students, it's up to you to make sure that they have access to that information. Very quickly, a little bit about me. Again, my name is John. I have been in the student accounts office since I started at Cal Poly, and that was in January of 2017. So I've been here about 8.5 years. This is my 9th year of doing presentations to students and supporters as part of this orientation program. And it's super exciting. I'm very happy to be able to do this. We do think it really kicks off at least the financial side of your orientation in a much better way. So we are very excited to be able to present this information to you. So I've been in Cal Poly for 8.5 years. This is my first stint in education, higher education, and it's also my first stint as a state employee. I come from the private sector. I'm a certified financial planner, professional, and a business coach and a registered investment advisor. I still do that a little bit on the side, but it is what I did prior to coming to Cal Poly. So I come from the private sector. I also have 2 kids, age 30 and 32 now, who both went to colleges and universities. Unfortunately, for my pocketbook, neither one went to a state school. So even after they got a whole bunch of free money, we still paid out of pocket more than for them than we would have paid if they'd just gone to Cal Poly. But that was their decision. I've been where the supporters are, understanding that this is a huge transition and it's a big bill, and now we're putting it on the students. So I totally get the mix of emotions that go with raising a young person to age 18, sending them off to school, watching them, knowing that they're going to have a great education and a great experience, and then also realizing that it's a lot of money we're talking about, and it all has to be facilitated in a way that is timely. And yeah, that just creates all kinds of emotional issues. So I've been where you are. Hopefully this presentation will help to assuage some of those concerns and fears. All right, so that's a little bit about me. Let's get into it. We have lots of great resources we put together for students and their supporters. The first one and the bestest by far of a general resource is our website. And you're going to get to our website by clicking sa.calpoly.edu, just typing that into the address bar of your browser. S is short for student, A for accounts, then a period, then Cal Poly, another period, edu. You do that and you hit enter, it's going to resolve to a website that looks kind of like this, because this is our website. Student Accounts website has lots of information on it. We have calculators on this website that allow you to estimate exactly really what it's going to cost based on the student's college of enrollment, what housing they're in, what dining plan they're on, right? Those calculators are really good because fees haven't posted yet. Won't take long. They're going to be there in a couple of days, but right now they are not out there yet. If you do want an estimate, you just can't wait till tomorrow night and Thursday morning, then by all means, go and get the estimate from our calculator. And we have all the due dates, not only for the upcoming quarter, but also for the next year. They're all buried in this website, and other resources as well. But the most important resources that are on this website for the purposes of this conversation are our video guides. We've been working on these video guides as long as I've been here. Me and the student assistants that we have working in our office work very hard to make it so that we're communicating with you on video guides that run at your pace about how to do all the things we're asking students to do. Setting up supporter payment portals, doing share my information, authorized to release FERPA, all the things we're going to talk about in this presentation. There's a video guide for each one of them in the student section of our video guides that will walk you through with screenshots and step-by-step instructions how to handle these tasks. So I know I talk fast. I answer thousands of phone calls every year in our office. Our student assistants, they talk pretty fast too, probably modeled after me. They answer thousands of phone calls in our office. Right now, we're doing 150 to 200 phone calls a day in our office. And that means we want to get through them. We want to help people, but we do go pretty quickly. And if you want to slow down and catch it at your own pace, we do recommend the video guides because they can go, you can hit pause whenever you want, digest what you need, move on to the next step, and so on. So those are a really great resource for you. Other resources we have for students, we have Money Matters. It's in your Cal Poly portal. You're going to go into my.calpoly.edu and you are going to go to the section that you're going to go to the section that says Money Matters. It's right across the top. And in there, you're going to see account balances for whatever balances have not yet been paid. That's what shows up in Money Matters. And we also show how those balances break down into due dates and amounts. We'll look at that again in a moment. But that is in Money Matters. We recommend students check Money Matters on a regular basis. Well, once a week is perfect. It's often enough that you're going to remember what you saw last time, but not so often that you have to do it every day. If you check once a month, you're not going to be able to keep up with those due dates and amounts. You're not going to remember what you saw the last time you saw something. So we do recommend going in once a week at least. That way you go like, wait a minute, there's new charges here since the last time I looked. I need to find out when they're due. And maybe make that a long-term habit because it is a great long-term habit. Making Money Matters Monday maybe a part of what you do and just check on a weekly basis what's going on with your Money Matters, because something I've learned a long time ago, long before I became a financial planner, if you ignore your money and you don't pay attention to it, it will go away, and not the things that really serve you or help you a whole lot or of value to you. So pay attention to your money. It will really help. So we do recommend students check Money Matters on a regular basis. And remember, all our communications go only to the student via email to their Cal Poly email address or through the Money Matters tab. That's it. We don't communicate any other way. Parents, supporters, please don't call our office and ask how to get on the list. There isn't one. If your student wants you to get an email that we've sent to them, they're going to need to forward that email to you. We will not send one to you directly. All right. It is the student account, but we know supporters are there to help the students. What do we have for supporters that will help the supporters help the students with this transition of responsibility and accepting the responsibility of facilitating all the payments? Well, we actually have 3 ways for students to keep their supporters in the loop. The first of those 3 ways is something called Share My Information. Now, this is a reporting mechanism. It was created by our own IT services department here at Cal Poly. And essentially what it does is it allows students to generate reports that the supporters can log into a portlet and see basically anything that the student sees in Money Matters of their Cal Poly portal. Plus, students can share their grades through Share My Information reports. They can also share financial aid information through Share My Information reports, what they have in the way of aid that's still pending, whether or not they are deferred by financial aid. We'll talk about that in a moment. That's all available in Share My Information reports. And we do recommend students, if you do have any financial aid and you want your supporters to understand that, you should be setting up Share My Info reports for those supporters, because that financial aid information is only available in your portal and Share My Info reports. It is not viewable in payment portals or anywhere else. So if you have financial aid and you want your supporters to understand that and how it plays with the rest of the bills, then make sure you set up Share My Information reports. Now, how to do that? It's pretty easy. The student sets up Share My Info reports starting in the Share My Info box at the very bottom of Money Matters in their Cal Poly portal. And again, it does show information very similar to what's in Money Matters. You're just going to go to the very bottom of Money Matters, create new report, and then from there, you will want to check the boxes of everything you want to share. And remember, students, you can change those authorizations at any time. You can just say, hey, you know what? I was sharing my grades and now I don't want to. and you can uncheck the box, and then those reports will not show that item anymore. And you can check it back on again if you decide to change your mind again. Students have complete control over what is viewable and what is not viewable in Share My Info reports. If you still have questions in general, please contact our office. We are here 8 to 5 Monday through Friday by phone. You do not need an appointment, just call through. And I believe that we do expect to see, we do expect to be able to answer your phone call within just a couple of minutes of you calling in. So if you do get stuck in the queue, our apologies for that. We do process 150 plus phone calls a day this time of year, and it can get busy a little bit, but we will answer your call. So please call through and ask your question. We're happy to help. If you want to start with video guides, that's a great place to start. And then if you still have questions, that would be the time to call our office. All right. Second item that is so important in keeping supporters in the loop. There is this federal law. It's called the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. And that federal law basically states that we are not able to respond to specific financial account questions without the student's express permission. Basically, students, your information is yours and yours alone, and we can't share it with anybody unless you give us express consent. And that express consent is done through a module that's in your portal, students. It's called Authorized to Release, and you are going to access this module starting in the self-service section of Money Matters. So you go to my.calpoly.edu, you log in with your credentials, and then from the home screen right across the top, you'll find Money Matters, and then you click on Money Matters and you go scroll down just a little bit. You can see a big gold Make a Payment Now button. Right below that is the self-service section of Money Matters. There are 6 options that are in there. They're all really useful. At some point in your career, each student is going to use probably all 6 of those self-service options, so familiarize yourself with them. One of them says Authorized to Release in FERPA, in parentheses. Click on that. It's going to open the module, and right now it will probably be blank, but you're going to go ahead and say, all right, Mom Mustang, I'm going to authorize her. So you type in Mom Mustang in the boxes, and then to the right of that, it's asking for a 4-digit access code. You're going to plug in 4 numbers there, and then you're going to say how long do you want the authorization to last. It can last up to 5 years, and we do recommend going out that far because it will go away as soon as that date expires. Then you're going to have to do this all again. Then you are going to start authorizing offices. Each office has multiple authorizations, and you're going to use a little plus icon next to each line to add another line. We are student accounts, but in this module, we are listed as student financial services, and we have 2 authorizations. So you're going to have 2 lines just for student accounts. Financial aid office has 3 authorizations. So if you have financial aid and you want that information to be released to your supporters, then for each supporter, you're really going to want to have 5 lines under each supporter's name. 3 for financial aid, 2 for student financial services. You're going to check the box. You're going to then the next column is going to be which authorization do you want to use. That's a checkbox as well. And then the third column is just looking for some text. You have to give the reason why you're giving the authorization. We're really just looking for something to be typed into that box. And then you save it and you're done. Oh, wait a minute. Not quite. I glossed over the part about you plug in their name and then you grant them a 4-digit access code. Students, you're going to assign that access code to each supporter. It's like a PIN. And what happens is when somebody calls our office, we're going to ask 2 questions. The first question, whether it's a student or a supporter, it doesn't matter. The first question we're going to ask is, what is the student's EMPL ID or their social security number? Because we need one of the or the other of those in order to look up a student account. So the EMPL ID is a 9-digit number. It begins with a 0. Most of you are 031 at this stage of the game. But you can find your EMPL ID, your EMPL ID. It's also in your portal. We recommend just go to my.calpoly.edu, log in right across the top. Right next to Money Matters is another tab. It says Personal Info. Click on that, find your name. Right under it is going to be your Poly EMPL ID, 9 digits beginning with 03 for most of you. And write that down, get it out of your portal and either on your phone, something you can look up really quickly. get it to your supporters if they're calling our office. It's much better than sending and sharing social security numbers because it's meaningless to anybody but somebody at Cal Poly, right? So get that number out of your phone. You're going to be asked this number a lot. And so you do want to have access to it without having to go back and log back into your portal. That takes 30 seconds and get dual authentication, right? It can take a long time. So get that number out, get it somewhere where you can access it quickly on your phone or whatever, because you will use it often. So that's the first question we're going to ask everybody. And then we're going to say, all right, what's the student's name? Great. We confirm that we got the right student on the screen in front of us. Where if it's a supporter, we're going to be checking for that authorized to release. And we're going to go see what the student has entered. So we're going to click on authorized to release, and we're going to go, the next question we're going to ask is, all right, what's your name, supporter, and what's your 4-digit access code for FERPA authorization? And this is where we seem to have some breakdown in communication. Supporters are usually pretty good about knowing what their name is, but not so good at knowing what that 4-digit access code is. The student sets it up, the student plugs in the number, and then the student forgets to tell mom or dad or whomever that this is their access code. And then we start playing this guessing game about, well, what year is it? 1963. Oh, thanks for telling me when you were born. But no, that's not it. And so on and so forth, right? We don't want to be playing that guessing game. I said we do 150 to 200 phone calls a day in our office right now, spending 30 to 45 seconds or maybe a minute playing that what's your access code guessing game is just wasting time that we could be used helping people. So students, when you set up authorized to release, make sure you give that access code to the supporter so that they know what it is. Ideally, your EMPL ID and access code should be something that the supporters have before they call our office. So we aren't spending time hoping that they can get that information while we're on the phone with them. All right. So that's 2 ways to keep your supporters in the loop. There is going to be one more way. We'll get to that in a moment. What to pay is what the next part of this program is. We're going to talk about what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay. Now, I'm going to say this. This is going to go really fast. And don't be overwhelmed by it. This is really just meant to give you exposure to the process. But what we really want you to understand is, in general, how it works. You're going to get plenty of time to work your way through the specifics. So please don't get overwhelmed. Some important things to keep in mind, though. One is we have 3 buckets here. So student accounts posts charges and collects payments for 3 different entities on campus. The state of California, they run your education. That's what's in registration and other fees, which also happens to be the holdover bucket. If there's some charges that are miscellaneous and we don't know where to put them, they don't fit in the other 2 buckets, they're going to go in registration and other fees. Then university housing manages your housing, and those charges and payments, when we receive them, are sent off to university housing. University housing dictates to us what charges to post to your student account, and then your payments, we send that money off to them. Dining is managed by the Cal Poly Partners Corporation. That's a nonprofit, not even associated with the state of California, and we post charges and collect payments for them. And so if you pay $500 to dining, what we're going to do is we're going to take the $500 and we're going to send it off to dining and say they paid this amount of the balance that was on their account. If you really meant that to go to housing, we already sent it to dining. Now we have to go through the manual process of asking for the money back from dining and then giving it to housing, which we would really rather not spend our time doing. We really hope and appreciate that you spend your focus on making sure you're paying the bucket you intend to pay. That would be great and wonderful. And remember, we do have 3 different buckets. There are a couple of others that may show up: extended education, if you're in a continuing education program or something that does not run through the state. And then term payment plans are available for registration and other fees each quarter. And what that does is it breaks up the total fees that have a single due date in Money Matters and into 3 due dates 1 month apart, so you can spread out the payments for registration and tuition. That's really nice and convenient, but it does put the bulk of those fees into a different bucket, which is also really not fungible. So make sure you're paying the right bucket, the bucket you intend. And remember, we communicate with the student mostly by email, but also through Money Matters. No communications are going directly to supporters. If you want the supporters to get information, set them up with the various ways we've talked about. supporter payment portals, which we'll talk about in a moment, authorized to release FERPA and share my information reports, and make sure you're sharing any emails, because when we post charges for students, we're going to send the students an email telling them charges have posted for this polyaccess textbook or this health center fee. And we're going to direct them that it's posted by email. If you want somebody else to get those emails, then by all means, forward them off to your supporters, because that's the only way they're going to get it. Now, the one thing we don't send an email on is if you enroll in classes, because enrollment in classes goes up and down and all around every quarter, and it's so happens so often. If we send an email every time your fees were changing based on your enrollment changing, we'd be sending so many emails, you would be ignoring all of them. So students, we do not send you emails when fees are posted, with the exception of the one you're going to get on Thursday or somewhere around Thursday telling you fees for first years have posted for registration tuition because you've been blocked in, just so you're warned. All right. What does it look like when you go into Money Matters? Well, right now, actually, it doesn't look like this because we haven't posted those fees. Fees are going to start posting tomorrow night for housing and dining for the whole year. And registration and other fees for fall quarter will post no later than mid-morning on Thursday. So everything should be there by noon on Thursday of this week. Right now, if you want, supporters especially, go in with your student, look at Money Matters and enjoy the zeros, because they aren't going to last very long at all. They're going to start being populated with fees Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Please don't call our office on Wednesday evening going, where are my fees? Just wait. Everything should be out there by Thursday at noon. And then if there's questions, then you can contact our office with regards to them. This student, by the way, is deferred by financial aid for registration and other fees and housing, but not for dining. Please note that. Notice that fees are here for the year for housing, fall, winter, and spring. Dining, fall, winter, and spring, but registration and other fees only for fall quarter. That is because we charge based on enrollment for tuition. And if you're not enrolled in winter quarter, which you all are not going to be for a couple of months, then we're not charging for that yet. And any fees that are on the account, any balances that are on the account viewable in Money Matters can be paid, but we will not accept payment for excess other than what's on the account. We're not a bank. We can't hold money for people. So please make sure that your payments are only up to the amounts and balances that are on the account. All right, let's move forward. When to pay? Well, that gets complicated. Housing and dining is posted for the year with monthly due dates and amounts, and we break it into monthly due dates and amounts for you. You don't have to do anything. It is done. General due dates for registration and tuition are posted generally on our website. See at the banner right there at the top, shows what's up for our upcoming quarter. Fees for students who do not have any financial aid, so therefore are not deferred by financial aid. Those fees are going to be due on August 18th, past due on the 19th, and those students are subject to class cancellation on August 26th. So if you do not have any financial aid, you are potentially going to run into class cancellation about 8 to 10 days after the system-wide due date. If you have $1 of financial aid on your financial aid award that is anticipated, that means it's been accepted, right? If you have $1 of accepted financial aid for the quarter, you will not be subject to class cancellation. You do not have to worry about the registration and other fees due date for sure. You should be deferred by financial aid. If not, you would want to be contacting the office to confirm that you are not deferred and why, and you are subject to class cancellation without that deferral. Students who do have financial aid and are deferred, you don't have to worry about your tuition, registration, and other fees until after the aid has gone in. If it's not enough to cover the whole balance and a balance is remaining after the aid goes in, then that balance will revert back to the system-wide due date. But meanwhile, we know aid's coming. It would be silly for you to pay us just so we can give you your money back when the aid goes in. So we do this thing called deferred, and that's what the deferred by financial aid indicator means. As far as when to pay, in Money Matters, under unpaid charges, this shows what's due and when into which bucket. All right. This information also is viewable in the payment portals under activity details, as well as in Share My Information under items due by due date. Different titles, same information, exact same information. Now, as far as when things are due, They are viewable in Money Matters, Share My Information, reports, and payment portals. Past due typically means a registration hold. If you are not deferred by financial aid and the payment becomes past due, then we're going to place a hold on the account, which prevents the student from adding or changing classes or moving off of a wait list. Now for fall quarter, that's really inconsequential because you're already going to be in the classes you're supposed to be in for fall quarter. So you shouldn't have to really need to change or add or change classes. So the hold will be just sort of like a trial. You'll still get notification, you'll still have the hold, but it really isn't going to be a consequence that you're going to have to deal with. Class cancellation is a consequence you would have to deal with. So you still want to make sure that that payment is made. If you do not have any financial aid, you want to make sure the payment's made by the class cancellation date. We do not charge interest. We do not charge late fees, just a registration hold. It's the only compliance tool we have here. And I will tell you, it is extremely effective because you will be enrolling in classes in winter and spring quarter and next year and so on and so forth. And if you do have a past due balance, you will have a registration hold on your account. And if you aren't paying attention to Money Matters on a regular basis, that hold will probably sneak up and bite you when you're trying to enroll in classes for the next quarter. And then you need to go, oh my gosh, I missed this payment. It's no big deal. Just get the payment in. During regular business hours, you give an instant credit for the payment when it posts, and the holds come off automatically within an hour of making the payment. But you may lose precious registration time if you are not checking Money Matters on a regular basis, which is why we suggest making Monday a Money Matters Monday. And remember, if you are deferred by financial aid, you're getting an extension of the grace period for payment for that item type. So let's take a look at this. Here's a student, same one, right? Deferred by financial aid for registration and other fees for fall quarter and for housing for fall quarter, but not for dining. By the way, this is a screenshot from 2 years ago. Numbers have gone up a little bit. But everything else is how it's going to look when you go into the portal. All right. So this student is deferred by financial aid for registration and other fees. That means you don't have to worry about any due date items for registration and other fees. This student has enough aid to cover all of their registration and other fees for fall quarter. That's how they are deferred for housing. So they don't have to really worry about registration and other fees. It's going to be covered by their financial aid in full. And they have enough to start covering some of their housing, maybe not enough because they're not deferred for dining. So aid always applies to registration and other fee balance for that quarter and that quarter only first, then the housing balance for that quarter and that quarter only. And then if there's enough left over after that, it will start applying to dining. This one doesn't have enough aid to do that. That's why dining is not deferred. So then when we click on unpaid charges or activity details in the payment portals, the registration other fees, deferred. Don't worry about it. Housing due date 9/1, deferred by financial aid. Don't worry about it until the aid goes in, which is going to happen on September 11th for students for this fall quarter. Dining, not deferred. Do make sure you're keeping up with the dining due dates and amounts every quarter because they are not deferred by financial aid. No deferral is kind of confusing. Why do we do it that way? Again, we can only put aid into an account and apply to balances when we're within a week of classes. And yet our due dates tend to be before that. And so we do this thing called deferral. It's confusing, we understand, but that's how it's done. And good news is when semesters hit next year, a lot of the deferral questions will go away. There will always be some deferral because there are always going to be some due dates, mostly for housing and dining, where aid will be pending, but will not have gone in by the time that due date hits. So you just understand that. How to pay, when to pay. Okay, so we're down to the last part, which is how to pay. We accept payments online through our Cal Poly portal, as well as through supported payment portals. 529s can pay us from the 529 itself in most cases, but not all. So you can start at the 529 payment portal, log in and ask Cal Poly to be sent money. And a lot of them will allow it to be sent electronically. They all allow paper checks to go to Cal Poly, but most of them will allow it to be sent electronically. We also accept payments in person and by mail. Fastest way is electronic check online through a payment portal, either the Students Cal Poly portal or a supported payment portal, which we'll talk about in a moment. Electronic checks are free, don't cost anything. We do just require ACH routing, an account number from any regular checking or savings account. Institutional accounts, like from your investment account, sorry, it doesn't work. They are not banks, and they do not honor ACH protocol transfer requests, just regular checking or savings accounts. But credit unions do meet the qualifications for ACH transfers. You can use a credit card or a debit card online. Again, the student gets instant credit for the payment as soon as the payment's made during regular business hours, but it will incur an additional fee of 2.65%. Keep that in mind. That is a fee you will pay. Cal Poly is not going to eat that additional charge that is charged by Visa and MasterCard for the pleasure of using their system. 529 accounts, we have about 30 of them on our payment portals. Check that. If your 529's on the list, that's probably the fastest and simplest way to do it. So you don't have to go to your 529 portal. But again, it's only about 30 different institutions are on that list. Otherwise, you're going to have to go to your 529 portal and have the money sent to us. Hopefully electronically is allowed. We do accept international transfers by Flywire. You can go to your 529 custodian. Almost all of them do this. A couple of big boys don't. Most notably, Merrill Lynch will not allow payments electronically to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and Fidelity does not allow electronic payments to institutions through their portal. They have to send us a paper check or reimburse you, which they can do electronically, and you can pay us with an electronic check online. And reimbursements are fine, legitimate. Every payment made to Cal Poly will be receipted. That's what you need to prove that the funds were used that were withdrawn from the 529 for 529 purposes. So they're allowed. We do accept cash or check at our cashier's office, and by mail, paper checks only. Cannot give credit for a check in the mail until it arrives at the cashier's office and can be posted to the student account. Please keep that in mind because it takes a couple of weeks for those checks to get here. And we have some pretty quick due dates and amounts, as you obviously know. We're posting fees on August 7th, and they're due on August 18th. That's only 11 days. Snail mail can take a little longer than that for a paper check to find its way here. So just keep that in mind. Paying online, students do that through the Go Make a Payment Now button that is visible in Money Matters. It's right in the middle of the screen, but it is a student account, not the supporter account. What do we have for supporters? Students can set up a supporter payment portal, and they start that process with an invite, which they start in the student payment portal. So the student goes in to make a payment now, goes to CashNet online payment system, upper left-hand corner, clicks on My Account, and then send payer invitation. You want to know how to do this? Step-by-step instructions, including screenshots, are available on our video guides on our regular website. Just do a web search for Cal Poly student accounts video guides, and then that will show you how to do this and get them set up. Once the supporter payment portal has been set up, they're going to access the login screen from Supporters Pay Here on any one of the Gold Pay Online boxes on any one of our web pages at Cal Poly student accounts. Not the regular Cal Poly. You do have to do the web search for Cal Poly student accounts to get to those pay online boxes. So I've done most of the financial aid thing. Just the one thing to add to that, financial aid is offered, it's then accepted, and then if you are doing loans, it's possible there may be items on your to-do list that become populated. Those have to be done before loans can disseminate. You may also be selected by verification by the financial aid office. So do keep an eye on the to-do list. It is not in Money Matters. It is in your student center. If you have financial aid students, that's another thing to keep an eye on, the to-do list in your student center. Aid is always dispersed a week before classes begin, never before that. And while we're waiting for the aid to go in, you will see those deferred by financial aid indicators next to any charge type where you can wait until the aid goes in and you're getting an extension of the grace period for payment. All right, this is the big money slide. I'm going to get it all out here because I'm flat out of time. These are the items that you want to be paying attention to. Get into Money Matters, take a peek at it right now. The zeros are going to be there until tomorrow night. When fees start to post, everything will be done by Thursday midday at the very latest. And while you're there in Money Matters, make sure you do the authorized to release students. Don't forget to share that 4-digit access code. Support payment portals if you want to get them set up. Click on the Go Make a Payment Now button, get in there and get those set up. Share my information reports. You want to do that. That's the box at the bottom of Money Matters. And we have video guides to walk through step-by-step instructions, including screenshots of each and every one of those. Accept your financial aid. If you do that, you may want to keep an eye on the to-do list items in your student center. Fees are viewable by 8/7 midday for sure. Reg fees will become past due on August 19th. They are due August 18th, unless you have financial aid, in which case you will be deferred. And remember, housing and dining's first installments are due on September 1, and then they're going to be monthly for housing and dining throughout the whole year, September 1 through May 1. Financial aid disperses on September 11th. Classes begin on September 18th. It has been my pleasure to be here with you. So glad that we were able to spend some time together. If you have less questions, please leave them in the chat. Otherwise, feel free to give a call to our office after you've looked at the video guides. If you still have questions, we're happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will continue on to our next presentation, which is your advising toolkit.
Hey again, thank you for that introduction. Hope you guys didn't miss us too much. I know we're kind of getting close to the end here, so just bear with us for a little bit longer. We're gonna have a little bit of a review from our presentation this morning, and then we'll dive into some really important information that you guys will either take a picture of or jot down. So again, my name is Cynthia. I'm an academic advisor in the Mustang Success Center.
And I'm Annie Amos, also an advisor in the Mustang Success Center.
So we are, again, to kind of recap, advising at Cal Poly, if you remember, for anyone in their first year, you are going to be with us in the Mustang Success Center. And then we went over kind of college advising centers in your second year moving forward. But for this presentation specifically, toolkit, we're going to go over your Cal Poly portal, your degree tools, how to look at your transfer credit, your block schedule. We'll review a little bit more stuff about that. And then we'll also go over important dates and deadlines, which we'll have you guys take pictures of. So let's go. So how to get to your Cal Poly portal. That's going to be my.calpoly.edu if you guys want to follow along as we're kind of going here, just to kind of start to get used to how to open this up. That may be a good idea as well. Or if you just want to follow along, we do have screenshots as well. So once you get to your portal, this is your portal, we're going to go ahead and look at the academics tab and the green bar at the top. This is where you'll be able to access a bunch of your different tools related to your academics. We talked about a curriculum sheet earlier. This is where you find that. We also are going to talk about your flowchart, your degree progress report, which are also registration tools that we'll dive a little bit deeper into right now. Cool. So if you remember this, I remember I had said one of your besties for the time that you're at Cal Poly. We'll dive into the other ones, but just a quick review from our session this morning for a curriculum sheet. So if you remember, it is made up of your major courses, your support courses, and your general ed courses. So again, your bachelor's degree is your 4 to about 6 year program, depending on your program, that is made up of these three components. The curriculum sheet, as a reminder, is your checklist of all the requirements for your major, for your degree program, excuse me. So again, your major courses are going to be those core courses. If you're a business major, these are business classes. Your support courses are not specifically what your major is, but if you're a business major, you need to know economics. So these are going to be your economics classes, your math classes, your statistics kind of courses. And then your GE, if you remember, Annie talked to us about kind of what that looks like and how it makes you a well-rounded individual. No matter where you end up working or what kind of career you pursue, your oral communication requirement, public speaking, you need to know how to talk to people, how to, write, take notes, how to think critically. So these are all important things here that you'll need to know. And then let's see here, going over my notes. Okay, yeah, let's move on to flowchart now. So this is going to be, if your curriculum sheet was your bestie, this one, students love this one. And you'll see why in just a second, but back in your portal, you'll go to flowchart, and then this is an example flowchart. It looks like a lot. It'll be fine. We'll break it down in just a second. So your flowchart is essentially another version of your curriculum sheet, just kind of in a different format. So let's take a look at the legend real quick, and let's look at our example. So we have our course title here in these boxes. We have, there we go. We have our course number and the amount of units that the course is. We have a prerequisite, which if you didn't know, a prerequisite is something that has to be completed before you can take that course. And then sometimes it will also have a descriptor in brackets. So for example, if you remember Annie had talked to us about double counting, if your course is a support course and a GE course, it will have the GE area in those brackets. Okay, so that's a little breakdown of the legend. Stay with me. I know it's a lot. There are some boxes here that you'll notice extend across multiple quarters. So the way it's broken down is you'll see freshman year, sophomore year, and then each kind of quarter. For example, this one that is now highlighted in green there at the bottom, that doesn't mean that you are going to need to take one of each every quarter that that box spans. All it means is that one of those courses has to be taken to meet that requirement. In this example, it's an A3. And you can take it ideally between winter quarter of freshman year and, well, we're going to semester, but for the sake of the explanation, winter of your sophomore year. So one course for that requirement. It's just kind of giving you a general timeline. And that can obviously, be shifted depending on transfer credit, stuff like that, but we'll get into that later on. And again, it's just a recommendation. What I will tell you right now is no one follows their flowchart exactly to a T. It's not really possible, given, people's transfer credit that they come in with, course availability and stuff like that. So as long as the requirements are being met and you're following prerequisites, the order of things is a little bit less important sometimes. So for an example, if we're looking at your flowchart and we're assuming you are not coming in with any transfer credit, if we take a look then at your freshman year courses, some major courses that would be a possibility to take would be stuff like Major 207. Thank you, Annie. Major 214. Now, Major 215, we wouldn't be able to complete until, because in the green it says Major 212 or 214, you can't take Major 215 until, in this case, we complete Major 214. Okay, so, alrighty, let's keep going here. Okay, back to kind of double counting. Excuse me, not double counting. Back to kind of looking at our curriculum sheet and our flowchart. You'll see the same exact kind of requirements on here. So that top arrow is pointing to Major 207. It's yellow, so we know it's a major course. In your curriculum sheet, Major 207 is there as well. Your GE, that kind of middle arrow to the right, the D1 requirement is on your general education in your curriculum sheet. It's labeled as a GE in your flowchart. And that last arrow is your support course. So support 222 is also listed in your curriculum sheet. So that's kind of just giving you a visual of how these are the same things, just formatted differently. Okay, let's go over degree progress report. This is going to be another one of your besties, which again, we'll take a look at this, but kind of in the same scope of like it has your requirements. It's going to be kind of a checklist. But you'll see in a second why I really like this one. So from your portal, you're going to go to Student Center now instead of the Academics tab to access your Student Center. Okay, and then this will bring you to your dashboard once you click on Student Center in your portal. We are going to go to the Enrollment tab. This is where you're going to be able to search for classes, build your schedule, enroll, drop, swap from stuff once you kind of get the hang of things with registration. And then let's also look at, so last presentation, they were talking about to-dos and holds. That second green on the bottom is where you find those. And super important, fall maybe not as much because you have a block schedule given to you, but as we continue into winter and spring quarters, it's going to be really, really important that you make it a habit to check these to-dos, tasks, and holds, because again, it could prevent you from registering for classes depending on the hold. And then we are going to look at academic progress here. This is where you can find your transfer credit and your degree progress report, which if you visit the advising office, we normally call the DPR. We just like to abbreviate stuff here at Cal Poly. So when we say DPR, we're talking about your degree progress report, which is what we're going to look at now. Okay, so if you open up your Student Center, you're going to click Academic Progress. You will then click Degree Progress Report, and in parentheses there, DPR, so we know exactly what we're talking about. So your DPR is specific to you. It's your current kind of requirements and what you have completed so far, what you still have to do. It does take into account your transfer credit, as long as, of course, you have submitted it to Cal Poly. Your major specific requirements, your GEs, all of that is here in your degree progress report. What we're going to focus on right now, though, is going to be your general education, your GE. Perfect. So we'll click General Education Requirements, and then it will pull up, as you're seeing here on the right, a list of all of your GE requirements. And this may look familiar because it's kind of what is shown on your curriculum sheet, right? So it still has that area A, B, C, D, E, F, as well as your GE electives. GE Area D is listed a little differently, but that's not something you usually have to worry about. So just want to kind of note that there are 3 components to that one, so that's why that one looks a little bit different there. So if we go back to the DPR and we click on GE Area A, perfect. This will open up then all the kind of subcategories within Area A. So we have Area A1, Area A2, Area A3, your oral written, communication, and critical thinking. And now the reason I like this one, your DPR, is it's color coded for you. So the yellow in A1, it will say satisfied-IP. IP stands for in progress. So we know that whatever is in yellow is currently being satisfied. You're currently in that class, currently meeting that requirement. So as long as you pass that class, you won't have to worry about it. Now the A2 there, that second one, you'll see the green check mark and it says satisfied. You don't have to worry about that anymore. That requirement has been completed. Amazing. That's what we want to see. By the time you graduate, your entire degree progress report, your DPR, will have those green check marks. Now the A3 at the bottom there, you'll see the red box and the not satisfied. Those are things that still need to be completed. So maybe in winter quarter when registration comes around and you're given a partial block schedule, looking out for the red is kind of going to be helpful for you because you know, hey, I still need to meet that requirement. Let me take a look and see what kind of classes I can get to meet that requirement. Okay, so again, just a reminder, August 6th is when your block schedule tomorrow. is going to be finalized tomorrow at 5 p.m. So your degree progress report, your DPR, what we're looking at here, will show yellow boxes because it's saying that you've enrolled in those for fall. That's what that means. Your DPR will also continue to update as your block schedules are finalized and as well, by this point, they're going to be finalized tomorrow, and then as you kind of do transfer credit as well, it will continue to update in real time. Awesome. So when it comes to checking your transfer credit, and making sure that everything's in right, that Cal Poly has received all of your test scores or community college credit, we are going to go back to academic progress and we're going to click on transfer credit. Awesome. And you'll be able to see transfer credit again from community college and from other kind of course credits, other test credits as well. So let's take a look under course credits. This student here in particular, you'll be able to see that the source institution there at the top is coming from Las Medanas College. That can be different for whatever that looks like to you because again, remember, this is personalized to you. So if we click again, perfect. Yeah, so again, okay, so this is now telling me it's coming over as two options at Cal Poly, equivalent course credit or equivalent transfer credit. So for example, this student took English 100 at Los Medanos College, and it is coming over to Cal Poly as English 134. So as a particular course. I know off the top of my head that that is also a GE requirement, and so that English 134 is that student's A2 requirement, so they don't have to do that requirement anymore, and it would show as having been completed in their degree progress report. If we also take a look at this student also took History 055 at Los Medanos. It transferred over to Cal Poly as you'll see History 1 TDC, but more importantly, in the parentheses, it says GED2 or C2, equivalent transfer credit. This means that Los Medanos College, there isn't an exact course that will transfer to Cal Poly. So it means that it meets the requirements set forth by the CSU to qualify as GE credit. Remember, general education. So you'll notice that this course could go into two different GE categories, the D2 or the C2. And the area it will fulfill will be determined by the specific degree program the student is pursuing. That kind of gets a little bit more complicated because then we're also talking about double counting again. But this would be a case in which you could come to the Mustang Success Center and we can actually look, or you can look at your degree progress report and see where exactly that transfer credit is coming in. So now let's take a look at test credits. AP credit is going to come in a little bit differently. Each AP exam that you passed will give you 9 quarter units of credit at Cal Poly, as long as you scored a 3 or more, because a 3 is a passing grade. The score you earn on the exam will also determine what the credit comes over to as Cal Poly. So there could be differences between someone scoring a 3 on one exam and someone scoring a 5 on one exam and what that comes over as. So if we take a look at this student took AP English and AP French. You can see the scores that the student got on the exam there in the middle. So they took AP Language, AP Lit, they got a 5 on both, which means that the credit they'll come over with to Cal Poly will be English 134 credit. They will also have GE C2 credit and General English Transfer credit there in the middle. And then these two exams together equal 2 different GE requirements. And they also have some additional free electives in there. This student also took AP French and got a 4 on the exam. meaning the class transfers over to Cal Poly as French 201, which we see there second to last on the bottom, and French 202. And then they also have an additional 1 unit of French transfer credit. Okay. And now, so that was a lot, but take a look at it, play around with it, check kind of the differences between your degree progress report and that test or course credit that came over. And I'll hand it off to Annie now.
Sorry, I had to find my mute button there. Thanks so much, Cynthia. Okay, so hopefully you kind of know where to go in there, dig in to see what credit you have and everything. And we're talking a lot about block schedules these days because it's going to be finalized tomorrow, August 6th at 5 p.m. You're going to receive a full-time schedule for fall classes that are all degree applicable for you. This term for fall, you'll get a full block schedule, so it should be full-time units. And then in the winter and the spring, you'll likely get a partial block schedule. And so you will have to add things to your schedule and everything to make sure you get enough units. So it's good to be practicing all of this to kind of figure out what you still need credit for so you know what classes you could potentially add. So super important to learn these tools and be familiar with them. Okay, so your fall block schedule, even though they're not finalized until tomorrow, you can see them as they're working on them. And so you've probably seen some classes, you might have seen some things there and then disappear and then different things added because they're just working through all 5,000 students, right? And trying to get everyone into the schedules based on what your department would like you to be in, what your transfer credit already has credit for, and maybe some of your interests there. To find your block schedule, you can go to your portal, my.calpoly.edu, go into your student center, so that icon on the left, and then it looks like this, and then you can click on My Schedule on the left. You can toggle between a calendar view or a list view. Up in the upper right corner, there are some little icons there. This is the calendar view if you're looking at it as a week. And sometimes you need to like scoot forward to like get to one of the weeks of the actual term to be able to see the full week. But this is a nice view because you can see those actual hours and how your structure of your day will be. But you can always toggle it back to the text so that you can read the details of the classes, or you can click on these colored boxes and it'll pop up a pop-up box with the information like where the class is and the class description and everything like that. Okay, so some of you are already asking in the chat, students asking about changing their schedule. We're getting questions in. And after tomorrow, the schedule is yours, right? Like you're paying for college. You are in control of your schedule. You are the one responsible for making sure that you are taking the classes that you need and staying on your graduation timeline. If you want to make changes to that, there are opportunities to do that, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But let's talk about some good and maybe not so good reasons to make changes. So some good reasons to make changes is if you want to take more units. So if you are only block scheduled into 12 units and you would like to add another class to bring up to 16 units, which is like Cynthia talked about earlier, your average is usually about 15 or 16 units per term. And you find a class that fits with all of your other classes, has open seats, you meet the prerequisites, everything's good. Go ahead, add that class during your enrollment time, get yourself up to 16 units, no problem. If you get an email from your department that says, hey all, we didn't get this into the block schedule process, but we would really like our students to take this class, probably should listen to your department, right? They're the ones who know what the curriculum is. They know when these classes are going to be offered. And sometimes they're kind of shifting things around to make sure that you can get the classes you need at a certain time. So be sure you are checking your Cal Poly email regularly and be sure that you're paying attention to that and signing up for a class if your department recommends it. Another good reason to make changes, which I've also seen some people question already today, is if you think you already earned credit for a class that you got blocked into. So we had that July 15th deadline for sending in your transfer credits, so your AP and your dual enrollment, community college. Not everyone met that deadline, which is totally fine. You can still send it in. You will still get credit for that, right? You should send it in, get the credit for what you've earned, right? But it was, just too late to be taken into account into your block schedule. And so don't stay in a class that you already have credit for. Don't put in that work, right, that you've already done. But I do recommend calling in and talking to an advisor in the Mustang Success Center just to double check that you're right on what credit you're going to receive. For example, if you took AP statistics, maybe you passed with a 3, and then you get blocked into Stat 218, and you think, I don't need that. I took AP stats. I'm good. I passed. Actually, a 3 on the AP stats gives you a lower level stats class than the one that you need for your major. And so that would be why that's happening sometimes. And so it's good to call in, talk to an advisor, kind of clarify all of that to be sure that you're actually, taking a class that you actually need and moving on in your major correctly. Reasons to be cautious about making changes. If there's a class in your schedule that you just don't want to take right now, I say definitely be cautious because you need to take all of these classes. They're all degree applicable. They are making degree progress for you so that you can get more classes in the future. Your department, again, said we want our students to take these classes. A big thing here with your block schedule too is that maybe it looks different than your flow chart and you're a little bit confused and you say, I want to follow my flow chart exactly. You do not need to follow your flow chart exactly. And this year in particular, your departments may have made some choices about the classes they want freshmen to take when they're thinking about switching to semesters in a year. So there are some different classes that you might not be expecting in there because your department is preparing you to make that transition as easily as possible. Also be cautious if you want to take less units. So if you are blocked into 16 units, but you say, no, I would rather just take 12 this term, that's sometimes okay. It's okay to take a term that's a little bit lighter if you want to ease into things. And especially if you have transfer credit that is counting. You can't do 12 units every term, though. You need to be sure that you're doing that average of 15 or 16 units per term. And you don't want to drop a class that is maybe sequenced or is a prerequisite for something else that you need to take, right? So you need to think about the classes that you potentially drop and whether they will impact the classes that you need to take in the winter or the spring. And if you're unsure the class is degree applicable, check your degree progress report, first of all. Like Cynthia said, you should see those in yellow. And if you don't, if you're confused, it might be because of the semester conversion. You can go ahead and call in, talk to us if you have questions about that. Some tips if you are thinking of changing your schedule. We have some block schedule info sessions this week. We have one tomorrow morning. Well, you can dig into that block schedule a little bit more and learn the next steps for how to make changes. We have a tool in our registration system called swapping. And what that does is make sure that you don't just drop a class and then scramble to try to get into something else. Everything else is full. You can't get in. That can be really stressful and really difficult to get into a full schedule. And so the swap function allows you to not drop a class until you are sure that you can get into the other class, till the system knows that you can get into that other class. We see students sometimes who maybe you're in a 7 a.m. calculus class and you're not an early riser. That's fine. You see a calculus class at noon that looks like it has a seat in it. If you just drop that 7 a.m. one and then go add the noon one, but maybe that seat was reserved for somebody else, or maybe somebody else got to that seat before you and now you're on a wait list and you're not in any calculus class and you're scrambling, you're stressed out, right, about that. If you do the swap, then it keeps you in the 7 a.m. one until the system is sure that you can enroll in that 12 o'clock one, and then it automatically makes the switch for you. So please pay attention to that swap. Don't drop. If you are an architecture major or architecture engineering, you've been placed into a specific studio class. Do not drop your studio class. Do not change your studio class without talking to your department. Okay, so when can you make these changes? You're going to get this block schedule tomorrow, and then there's going to be a few different rounds of registration. The first round of registration for you will be round 1 enrollment between August 12th and 14th. Let's see. You can, tomorrow, when your block schedule is finalized, you'll be able to come into your student center here, click on enrollment, and then click on enrollment dates, and it will populate right at the top. It's going to tell you a specific time that the system will allow you to make changes. It's called an enrollment appointment, but it's not really an appointment. You do not need to meet with anyone. You don't need to call in at that time. It's just the specific time that the system opens and allows you to make changes to your schedule. So right now, if you're in there and you're trying to make changes, you'll get an error that says it's not your time, right? It's not time to enroll. But then here you'll find your enrollment appointment. Say it says August 13th at 2 p.m. At that time, you go and you try to make the change and it will actually go through. The enrollment appointments are on a rolling start, so everyone will get a specific time for when it starts, but then they will all end at the end of the day on August 14th. So if your time is August 12th at noon, you have August 12th at noon, the rest of that day, all day the 13th, and all day the 14th. If you have it on August 14th at 10 a.m., then you just have the 14th. So it's not just like a 1 hour thing. It's going to last until the end of the 14th. However, the earlier you get in there, the better, because every hour more students will have the system open to them and will start taking up some of those seats. So be sure that you check this tomorrow and put it into your calendar. After round 1, there will be a round 2 of enrollment where you can make more changes. And then there will be open enrollment that stays open until classes are going. But there are a lot of seats right now that are held for first-year freshmen. And so this is going to be your best chance to get into classes that you might want, which would be during that round 1. During round 2, any of those seats that you see reserved for freshmen will get released to everyone who's trying to get into those classes. And so anyone on the wait list, any sophomores or juniors or seniors will have access to those seats. Here's those block schedule info sessions. Again, Wednesday, Thursday, and then next Monday. You can go to our website, success.calpoly.edu, and click on workshops at the top. And it lists them there, and you can RSVP for those and get the link to it there. So I really highly encourage you to go to those just to dig in more to this, especially if you're sort of right now feeling tired at the end of the day and you have more energy to focus on this another day. If you are thinking of changing your major, in general, we recommend that you stay on track in your current major for your first term so that you don't lose degree progress. And then you can start the change of major process after your first term, after you have a Cal Poly GPA. I'd recommend going and reading up about the process, reading about the policy. You can read in our first year advising canvas. There's tons of information in there. And then we're going to have some change of major info sessions during week of welcome. There'll be one on September 16th at 2 p.m. and one at 3 p.m. in the PAC Pavilion. These are also on our website on the workshop tab there. Don't change your fall schedule. Call in, talk to us if you want to talk about your specific situation. And here's that information about those change of major info sessions. If you want to take a picture of that, if you're interested. This says RSVP via your Cal Poly portal, but I don't think you can right now. You can just go to the workshop at that time and sign in when you're there. A quick note, study abroad. A lot of students at Cal Poly study abroad at some point in their time here. And we actually do have a program for first year students specifically targeted for our College of Business and our College of Liberal Arts. And that is in the spring term of your first year. There are specific classes that are taken in that program, and you need to sign up for the program before November. And so that's why I'm kind of highlighting it right now. If you're interested in going to Spain, interested in this specific program in your first year, I'd say take a picture of this to start looking into it. And the reason is that you want to be sure to save some classes for that program specifically. And so if you're blocked into some of these, then you're going to want to come talk to an advisor about maybe other classes that you could switch into if you are interested in this particular program. Okay, a big one and one of our biggest questions in the summer is math placement. So Cal Poly used to put students into math classes based on standardized test scores, so SATs or ACTs. Once we stopped requiring SATs and ACTs, it became a little bit more difficult to know what the appropriate math class was. Because even if you take calculus at your high school, there are, thousands of different high schools that students are coming from. And we don't know what that class was like exactly. We don't know what it taught. We don't know what you learned in that class. And so we can't put you in the next calculus class based on your high school class alone. The only thing that we can do it based on is anything standardized or college credit. And so you want to be sure that you pay attention to your math placement score. And also pay attention to your curriculum sheet and your flow chart to look at what math classes are required. If you would like to start at the calculus level or above the calculus level, then you need to do things like send in any college transcripts. So any dual enrollment, community college, anything like that. If you took pre-calculus, calculus, anything there, send those transcripts in. Or if you took an AP or an IB exam, send in those scores so you can get that credit. Also, if you happen to take the SATs and the ACTs, even though we don't require them, you can send those scores to Cal Poly and we will just use it for your math placement. So you can send in those standardized test scores, or you can take our math placement exam. It's called the MAPE, and it is only available until the end of August and one time during week of welcome. So if you are thinking that you are in the wrong math class tomorrow, be sure that you sign up for that math placement exam, you pay, or you send in your results and everything and make that change so you're not in the wrong class. Every year I have students come in a month into the year and say, why am I in calculus? I passed calculus BC. And I just say to them, I don't know, why are you in calculus, right? Like it's your schedule. You are responsible for being sure that you're in the correct classes and that the credit that you have has been applied to your record. So take care of this ahead of time, because once that MAPE test is no longer offered, then you don't have another option other than to take pre-calculus here. If you already feel like you're in the right math level, then no action needed. Just take the class that you are blocked into, or if your major doesn't need math this term, then no worries at this point in time. Okay, so after today, tonight, tomorrow, take a break for a while, but sometime this week, look through that curriculum sheet, look through your flow chart, review your degree progress report, look to see where your transfer credit is counting, look to see where the classes you are currently blocked into are counting. Any questions, review that first year advising canvas, which you all have access to. If you'd like to come to one of our block schedule info sessions, go ahead and RSVP for that. If you're in the wrong math class and you want to move up, take that math placement exam. If you're thinking of changing your major, sign up for that change your major workshop during WOW. And if you're interested in that study abroad, program, there's a study abroad module that you can do on the website. Oops, sorry. Okay, a lot of questions too about semester conversion. So as you've heard, this is our last year on the quarters. And after this year, we will switch to the semester system. Your graduation timeline will remain the same. Your departments are all working really hard to make sure that the classes you take are counting for the semester classes next year. There's a lot of reasons why we're doing this. It is to be on the same system as all of the other CSUs. Every other CSU is on semesters, so changing us to semesters will really help with that. Also, most community colleges are on semesters, so it will help with taking classes other places in the summers or concurrently. It also helps with things like summer internships. Right now, our schedule is shifted really strangely, and it can be difficult to get a summer internship because of the timing and everything like that. Study abroad also will be a lot easier once we're on semesters. Another thing that's really cool, I think, is that in creating the semester curriculum, every single department at Cal Poly reviewed their curriculum, reviewed their classes, built out what they want their curriculum to look like. And so it's all like fresh, brand new, current, which I think is an awesome opportunity that you guys are getting to join into that. To help you prepare, though, for semesters to make this as easy of a transition as possible, in your first year, try to complete those GE areas A1, A2, and A3. So that's oral communication, writing, and critical thinking. And also your B4, which is your math class, especially if you just have one math requirement. Don't worry about GE Area E or the lower division C elective unless those are required by your major, because those will no longer be required when we switch to semesters. If you have a sequence course in your major, that's like a 1, 2, and 3, so it's covering a full year, try to complete that full sequence for the first year if possible. So for example, if your major requires chemistry 127, 128, and 129, try to take all 3 of those in the first year so that you're not left with like a hanging quarter that you need while we're only on semesters. And then you have to take a longer class that might cover some of the same material. Same here, you can see the math, stats, that kind of thing, Spanish, try to finish out the first year sequence. Read your Cal Poly email, super important. You can think about this as your professional life now. You have a Cal Poly email. All of your professional information will come to that. So everything from your department, your classes, your professors, advising, use that Cal Poly email. Don't use your personal email. You should stop forwarding to your personal email because a lot of it gets lost into spam if you are just forwarding to your Gmail. So go into your portal, go to personal info, and turn off email forwarding, and then just use that Cal Poly email, which you could also access in your portal or on Outlook app or something like that. If you need to take some summer classes to finish out some of those sequences or anything, you could take some classes next summer. That can help maybe to catch up to be on the semester catalog a little bit easier. All of your colleges are creating these semester conversion websites. There's a ton of information on here. Check those conversion websites regularly. They will be posting the most up-to-date information that they can there. These are also linked in the Canvas page if you need help finding them. All right, so if you have questions, always check that Canvas page, read through the information. If you don't find the answer or you want to like talk about your specific situation now that you understand the policy, then go ahead and call in. We are available on Zoom all summer to talk to an advisor. You can find that Canvas by going into your portal, my.calpoly.edu, and go ahead and click on Cal Poly Canvas, and then you can find the course in there. And Canvas is our learning management system at Cal Poly. So you're going to have a Canvas page for every single one of your courses. So this is a place you're going to be a lot. So you should kind of get familiar with Canvas. All right, we talked about these earlier today. These are the things that we are hoping you learn by the end of the first year so that you can become experts in Cal Poly and feel empowered in your academic journey. And we talked about a lot of these today. Understanding the appropriate advising center to use based on your year of enrollment. You are all first year students, and so the Mustang Success Center is your appropriate advising center. The registration tools to use. So right now it's looking at the degree progress report, your curriculum sheet, your flow chart, and then we'll talk about the actual tools for registration, either on the Canvas page you can look at or in that block schedule info session. And then the academic resources relevant to your needs is everything available on your portal there. Looking at some upcoming dates, we've got tomorrow, block schedules will be finalized. And then we have some block schedule info sessions on August 6th, 7th, and 11th that are optional but super helpful. If you need to make necessary changes to your block schedule, I see a typo here, but it's August 12th through 14th. If you missed that deadline or you have another change you need to make or something, you can do that during your round 2 enrollment appointment, which will be August 18th through 22nd. Then you will be back on campus in September for a week of welcome. Super fun week. You're going to get out and about, meet a lot of people, do lots of fun stuff. And then you're going to start classes on September 18th. And you will have 8 days of the term to finalize that schedule. So if you go to all your classes the first week, if you need to make any final adjustments, you could do that all the way up until September 29th. All right, if you have questions for us, Cynthia and I are going to stay on for a few minutes, try to answer as many of these questions as we can. Looks like Cynthia's been answering a bunch already. But if you have questions after this, we will be available on virtual drop-ins. So that's on Zoom, Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you call in, use your computer so you can share your screen so we can look at those registration tools. And you'll be paired with a one-on-one advisor. Once you're on campus, we will also have in-person drop-ins in Building 52, where you just come on by. You don't need to make an appointment. You just come to the front office. Again, you'll walk back and be paired with an advisor to go over your specific information. And if you have any other questions, you can email us, success@calpoly.edu. We tend to answer those within 24 hours. Phone calls, not so much. I know your parents might be saying, pick up the phone and call someone. But in our office, it's kind of difficult because we have a front desk person. It's hard to forward those to a lot of different advisors when they're meeting with people. So the virtual drop-ins, way easier to get someone right away or to shoot us an email. Again, thank you so much. I know this was a really long day with a ton of information. Hopefully it was helpful for you. We'll stay on for another 10 minutes or so if you want to type any questions in. And yeah, we look forward to meeting you in September.
We're going to move into a break now. If people have any questions, feel free to throw them in the Q&A section. Otherwise, our next presentation will begin again at 4:55 p.m. Pacific time. All right, we're going to get started with our next presentation, which is Now You're a Mustang. Let's welcome Jamie Patton.
Good afternoon. Can I show my video?
Yes, one second, Jamie. I believe Dale is sharing his screen.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Dr. Jamie S. Patton. I am humbled to serve as your Associate Vice President for Student Affairs with a focus on diversity and inclusion. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm so glad that you're choosing to be a part of this Mustang family. One of the things that you'll see about this Mustang family that it is truly special. It's something a family that I joined about 8 years ago, and I never had a doubt that this would be the place, not only for me but my family to grow here in San Luis Obispo, and as part of the Cal Poly community. I was born and raised in in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, so big city, inner city, and there wasn't a lot happening. There weren't a lot of options, but my mother and my two grandmothers said they had a dream, and the dream for me, from them, was to go to college. I was first generation. I still hold it against my sister. What took me 4.5 years to do, she graduated a semester before me in 7 years. But I was first generation. I was Pell Grant eligible. I was a part of a program that where I needed the support to learn about all of the tools and get to know what we call the hidden curriculum. And I went to a school much like Cal Poly, where I had so many opportunities to engage both inside and outside of the classroom. And I want to say that was the difference that mattered. The fact that I was a part of a community, that I was getting what I needed inside the classroom, but I had opportunities to engage academically outside the classroom and socially. And the dope thing and the cool thing about that is that I was able to, excuse me, I was able to create opportunities that didn't exist there. And that's so much a part of what we do here at Cal Poly, is that learn by doing attitude. If there's something that's not here to support you or something that is needed, let's talk about it, because we are a family and we want to see you be your best selves. Now, part of being your best self, we have a couple different centers on our campus that you learned about earlier today, that talks about Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence. Those community spaces center the unique experiences of our students and that our students bring. Now, in addition um, bringing in community and celebrating those experiences, we also want to make it plain that those spaces are welcome to every student that's a part of our Mustang family, that's part of our Mustang community, whether you identify or you want to learn more, or if you want to be in celebration, be in community with those different spaces. So from our PETA initiatives to our Black Academic Excellence Center, to our Multicultural Center, our Pride Center, and so many more, know that you're able to engage. In addition to those, in student diversity and belonging, we also have programs like the Center for Military Affiliated Students and Students with Dependence Program. There's so many awesome opportunities and ways for you to engage. And if we don't have it, let's have a conversation. You'll see me out and about. You'll see Vice President Harris out and about. You'll see President Armstrong and many university leaders out and about on campus. And all you have to do is say, hey, can we talk? Can we meet? Can we connect? Because I would like to talk about whatever issue. I will never forget in the spring of 2018, when a group of our Muslim affiliated students said, hey, Dr. Patton, we would like to connect with you to talk about our experiences during Ramadan and just our general experience here at Cal Poly. Those four students took the time out to connect with me and talk about their experiences. And I learned so much. I learned so much about one of the things that I learned was about the prayer schedule. They actually pray and meditate 5 times a day three of which would happen on campus. Once they shared their story about their experiences going into restrooms, having to cleanse themselves, and not having a proper space, praying in hallways, in residence hall, praying in hallways, and in the library, we said we can do better. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't happen right away all the time. In this case, it took about 2 years for us to identify a space, identify the funding, and then make the needed changes for that station. And the final product, it wasn't just a room that our Muslim students could pray in. It's an interfaith space, a prayer room where anybody that wants some quiet time, that wants to have meaning making time, you're able to access that space. It took those poor students to raise their voice and share their experience. And that's the difference that matters. Why? Why do we talk about that? Why is it important? Because we want to make sure that you know that you belong here. We want you to have that feeling that you feel affirmed, you're celebrated, and you matter as a value member of the group, just as you are, flaws and all. All your intersectional identities, the identities that you know much about, those that you don't know about, and your interest to learn more about not only yourself and your identity development, but the development of others. I want to be clear that Cal Poly welcomes people of all races, people of all gender identities, people of all religions and spiritualities, and those who are not religious, people of all social economic backgrounds, people who speak any languages, people of all political affiliations, people of all family structures, people who are veterans, people of all immigration statuses, people with diverse abilities, people who are veterans, people of all body types, people of all sexualities, people of all ages. We all belong here. So over the last couple of hours today, we're hoping that you got a chance to learn about all the things that you need as far as your basic needs. So your basic needs includes food, water, shelter, and warmth. So you might not have been able to physically be here, but know that we have all those amenities where you have your physiological, the most basic needs met here at Cal Poly. On top of that, you begin to learn about safety. You got a chance to meet with Cal Poly PD and other agencies to learn how you can feel secure, how you can feel safe. Why? Because we want everybody to have freedom from fear. Let's be clear. It is our title. It is our obligation to not only you, but to the university and to the country that we provide an educational environment where every student feels that they are free of fear and they belong. Next is belonging. It might have been tough online, but I guess, back in the 2000s, those dating websites where people met online, but you found some friends, you might have found a possible mate, but know that we hope that you, in the small groups, got a chance to find a sense of belonging or begin that journey, and know that it's not going to end today. Your sense of belonging may not really hit during week of welcome. It may not hit your first year, but I encourage you to continue to engage, because the more you engage, the more you will find your people, the more you will find friends, and the more you will find that sense of belonging. Hopefully you found the ways in which, the programs in which we can help support a high self-esteem. And then lastly, that self-actualization, which again, that's throughout your whole journey. That's just learn by doing thing. Now, if Maslow wrote this in 2025, I think he also would include Wi-Fi, and I can guarantee that that is taken care of for you here on our campus. But more than anything else, battery life. Got to have that power. So know that we got everything that we do. Most of the furniture that is purchased in the last, I would say, 2 to 3 years. One of the questions that we always ask is, does it have a place for students to plug in? So when we think about the Mustang Way, and again, it's focused on excellence. It's about embracing one another. We are one community. We take responsibility. We lead by example. And those things are expectations about civility, expectations around citizenship. Because why? We not only represent Cal Poly and our families and our personal selves, we represent our campus, off campus, on campus, and all the interactions. So learn by doing. Notice it's not just a slogan. It's how you engage. One Grand Avenue, it's not just a mailing address. It's how we feel about this place. The Mustang Way, it's not just our core values. It's a lifestyle. Why? Because Cal Poly, we're not just any university. We're one community. So talking about those expectations of civility, respect, and citizenship, I think about the Love, Empathy, Respect campaign that was going on that started the year before I got here. What I love about that campaign is because it wasn't something that our communication and marketing team came up with. It was something that one faculty member who was passionate and who knew that our students were hurting, our community was hurting. And she came up with these three words that really exude and expanded throughout the whole campus community. So when you get to campus, you'll see this on stickers, you'll see it on pins, you'll see it all across campus. But this one concept about love, empathy, respect, and you'll see that so many of our campus community members actually embrace that because we care about one another. We care about one another's success. We care about making sure that everyone feels like they belong and everybody's a part of our community. We care about this community, both campus and off campus. We care about how we represent Cal Poly. So with that, we talk about things that you need to do as you become the Mustang is two online modules, partly mandated by us and partly mandated by the CSU and the state of California. Please know if you don't complete these two modules, you will not be able to register for the winter quarter. And or if you do complete them after the deadline, you will have a delay and you'll have to go through the process of reaching out to the appropriate offices. The first module is about sexual violence prevention for students. Again, this is an opportunity for you to know, to learn about the varying resources that we have to support. It's information on things to look out for and some general definitions. Again, setting the expectation of what we expect of our students to do and what not to do. The second one is our alcohol and other drugs prevention education. Here at Cal Poly, if you choose to, you probably will have the opportunity to engage with alcohol and other drugs. And if you choose not to, know that you might come in contact with somebody who does. And it's important to us, again, that you understand the resources, understand the effects and how people might respond, how you might respond to the effects of alcohol and other drugs. Again, those things are mandated for you to complete. If you do not complete them, again, you will not be able to register for the winter quarter. Why? Because we want you to be that Mustang. We want you to be a lifeline to someone that's in a vulnerable situation. Be a lifeline to someone who is in need. Help someone who might be about to make ill-advised and or unwise decision. We want to make sure that you have all the tools necessary to be that Mustang. And we'll talk a little bit more about those this fall. So in closing, I welcome you to the Mustang family. I welcome you to our community, and I can't wait to see you in a few short weeks during Week of Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patton. So a quick recap for our students. The programming we had today was talking about mental health and how to talk about it, how to notice it within yourself, and the resources available on campus. Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence, our presentations about the academic transition from high school to college and specifically at Cal Poly. Our one community presentation from Cal Poly resources as well as the city of SLO. We had reality check about navigating alcohol and other drug choices while on campus, a presentation on paying for college, as well as paving your career path. From now to wow, there's a lot going on, so make sure you're staying focused. Towards the end of the month in late August, Transition Toolkit Part 2 will be available in your Cal Poly portal. This is what we have for you to prepare for the week of welcome. Again, you'll access this through your My Portal, just like you've registered for SLO Days. Make sure that you're checking your Cal Poly email for anything that we're sending out to you. We want to make sure that you're getting all the right information. Some important dates we have. Mustang move-in is Thursday and Friday, September 11th and 12th. This is when you all will be moving into your residence halls for the year. Our WOW programming starts Friday, September 12th and goes through Wednesday, September 17th. And the first day of classes will be on Thursday, September 18th. A few things to consider for students, please bring around $25 for the experience. This is for any activities that your WOW leaders are planning for you. Again, people like to go downtown to the farmers market or go kayaking in Morro Bay. For supporters, attend our Big Fall Welcome. This is a wonderful and exciting event, as well as look out for information about the Evening with the President program from Parent and Family Programs. We will now watch a video getting hyped for WOW.
I would say try as many things as you can physically do.
You spend to be at Cal Poly.
My experience when I came to Cal Poly, I was a little nervous. I was a first gen student, so my parents didn't really know anything about college, but they were able to set up my door with me, and ultimately it was a safe place for them to be like, okay, bye.
There's a part of coming to college that is scary. Regardless of where you come from and the university you go to, there's always going to be some level of culture shock.
It was definitely strange to be further away from my family than I'd ever really been before.
I kind of got homesick my first couple weeks, but honestly, all that changed after wow.
Sounds good, right? I know people joke about it a lot, but it's really true. They keep you too busy to even think about being homesick. I was having too much of a blast. Let's go.
I had so much fun like meeting people during my WOW group.
I mean, I had a total blast.
There was something so special about doing WOW with 20, 30 people and then living with those same individuals on your floor.
I truly believe college is one of those places that your people are out there. You just have to find them.
Club Fair is an incredible resource. They have free food too, which I know is a draw for a lot of people.
Very quickly, I just found the communities that made me feel included, welcome, supported. The club that I got really involved with was actually the Country Line Dancing Club.
Chinese Student Association. I was part of the mock trial club, still am.
I met my best friends through fencing. There's never going to be a downside to trying something new that you've never tried before.
Get out there and do as much as you can.
All right, congratulations, everyone. Now you're a Mustang. We're so excited to see you in September. Right now, we have an opportunity for you all to connect with some other incoming students. The link for that is in the chat. So go hang out there. We'll have some programming and fun games going on from 5:15 to 6:30. Otherwise, we're excited to see you in September for WOW.